I started my YouTube channel back in 2012 because I wanted to share poker strategy content with as many people as possible. 13 years later, I've released nearly 3,000 videos with over 55 million views, and I'm fortunate to have 225,000 subscribers. Now, I fully realize it is very difficult to go through many thousands of videos to find the exact right topics for you. So, in today's video, I have put together 22 of my best tournament strategy videos for you right here, right now. I hope you learn a ton. Today, I'm going to share with you 3 secrets that you must know if you want to crush live poker tournaments. Live poker is back, and it's bigger than ever. It's better than ever. The games are going off right now, today. The fields are bigger than they've ever been, especially in these small and medium stakes live games, and I want to make sure you have a big edge in those. So, in this webinar, you will learn 3 secrets. First, the pre-flop mistakes that you will commonly see other players making and how to take advantage of them. You'll also learn various pre-flop tricks and strategies to help you consistently build a big stack to give you the best chance of winning. And third, we're going to be discussing short stack strategies and final table strategies that most players in small stakes games simply do not implement, and it results in them leaving a ton of money on the table. So, secret number 1 is that tight players min cash tournaments very often, but the aggressive players are the ones who win it. It's important to realize that cashing is not the goal. A lot of people feel like they've had some gigantic success when they cash in a tournament, but most of the money goes to the players who win. Let's take a look at the 2021 World Series of Poker main event payout really quickly. A minimum cash, paid $15,000. You buy in for 10, you get back 15. A lot of people are happy, they celebrate, they clap and cheer when the bubble breaks. But in reality, they only made 5,000 bucks. Notice, if you take 50th place out of the 8,000 or however many people it is who played, you get 136,000. Actually, a pretty good return, 13 times your buy-in. Notice though, if you just outlast 80% of that field, you get $1 million. A gigantic return, 100 times your buy-in return. And if you win, you get 800 buy-ins. It's important to realize 0.5 buy-ins profit is not very much. 799 is a lot. Your goal should not be to minimum cash. So you need to play more aggressively if you want to win poker tournaments. And you do this by stealing pots that do not belong to you. The alternative that a lot of people do is they just slowly chip down and they hope to run into a setup scenario. But that just doesn't happen most of the time. So you need to increase your pre-flop 3 betting frequency. You need to re-raise more often. If you find that you often just call raises and try to flop well, that's going to result in you having to make hands in order to win. And again, you just don't make that many hands in poker tournaments. You need to be winning the pots where both players miss, which is what will happen if you play aggressively by re-raising before the flop. Also, you need to play your draws aggressively post-flop. So many players just check it down and try to hit because they don't want to invest a lot of money without a made hand, or they don't want to get check raise off of their equity. But you're going to find that usually players aren't check raising you left and right and trying to blast their money in the pot. Most players are also playing kind of cautiously, so that allows you to play your draws aggressively so that you pick up a lot of pots where where your opponent does not have a premium hand. And also, you want to make sure that you are fighting hard and defending your big blind well. A lot of players just play way too tightly and passively from the big blind because they're out of position. And I realize playing out of position is difficult, but you also have to realize when your opponent min raises before the flop and there's an ante in play, you're getting really, really, really good pot odds. So you can't go around folding hands that are anywhere near decent. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this scenario, we're playing 40 big blinds deep, facing a raise from the hijack. We're on the button with the king 10 offsuit. This is a spot where your only option that makes a whole lot of sense is to re-raise. It's to 3-bet. If you call, what's very often going to happen is the big blind's going to call as well, and then we're playing a hand that's sometimes going to be dominated, sometimes not, but as more and more players see the flop, someone's likely to make a decently strong hand. And if it's not you, it's probably one of your opponents. And King 10 doesn't even make all that strong of hands. So this is a spot where you should be 3-betting the vast majority of the time. And that is exactly what we do. There's a raise to 1100. We make it about 3 times that amount, 3,300. Notice this is going to make both the blinds fold a large chunk of the time. We're going to get called or folded by the initial raiser. If they fold, that's great. If they call, when they miss the flop, they're usually just going to check fold. If they do re-raise before the flop, if they 4-bet, we fold. It's okay. We don't have a good hand. This is a bluff. A lot of players make the blunder of literally never bluffing. And that makes them really, really easy to play against. And like I said, it forces them to run into setup spots where they just happen to have their opponent coolered, and that does not happen all that often. So usually what's going to happen is the hijack's going to fold, or they're going to call. And when they do call, most of the time they're going to check fold to a flop continuation bet. Flop comes queen, 6, 4. The hijack checks. Take a second. Think about what you should do in this spot. Always consider that. Feel free to type it in the comment section below if you feel inclined. This is a spot where we should definitely make a bet, and we should definitely bet on the small side. Notice, only 2,000 into the 7,900 pot. Remember, our pre-flop 3-bet was to 3,300. Now we're betting tiny. You may say, why are we betting so small here? Well, it's because we have a big range advantage. We have, in our range, aces, kings, queens, ace-queen, king-queen, right? These are all very, very strong hands we're happy to play for all of our money. And our opponent probably does not have a whole lot of aces, kings, queens, and ace-queen, because quite often they would just 4-bet those before the flop. So that makes our range just generally stronger than our opponent's range. And even when we do have some junk like this in our range, it's okay, because if we do bet this and get check raised, we easily fold. So we go for the small bet, and the opponent just folds. You will be surprised, perhaps, to find that people will fold to small bets. If you give this player any unpaired hand, they're probably just going to fold due to being out of position, and due to not having anything, and due to our range being decently strong. Now, if they do have a pair, they're probably not going to fold, and that's okay. We will find that we are able to barrel the turn sometimes whenever we get a draw. Sometimes we're going to make a king or a 10 that's good, and, sometimes we lose. Sometimes when you do 3-bet before the flop with nothing, and you don't make a good hand, you're going to lose, and that is okay. But notice we're not actually risking all that many chips here. This is a very, very cheap bluff. If your bluffs are very cheap, when they fail, it doesn't even matter all that much because you're giving yourself a really good price to try to steal the pot. Let's take a look at another hand. We have the king 10 of spades. We raise it up, playing pretty deep stacked. Big blind calls. Flop comes queen 9, 6. The opponent checks. This is another spot where I think we have a pretty easy bet. And to be fair, if we bet this one and get raised, we should probably actually call unless the opponent makes it too big to try to spike a jack. Because when we're very deep stacked, when we do spike that jack, we are highly likely to get paid off if the opponent does have a queen or better, which they will often have when they check raise the flop. So we're going to go for a bet in this spot. Notice this board is a little bit more coordinated than the previous board, so we're going to use a bigger bet size. Also, we are deeper stacked, so we're going to use a bigger bet size. I discussed this thoroughly in my tournament masterclass at PokerCoaching.com. Make sure you check that out if you want to understand when to bet and how much. So we do bet, the opponent calls. Turn is a spade. Opponent checks. This is an excellent spot to apply immense pressure with our best made hands that are vulnerable to being outdrawn, like King Queen. That's a hand that's almost always good, but it's very susceptible to being outdrawn. Also, some of our very high equity draws, like flush draws with straight draws, which is what we have here. And then also with a few total bluffs. Not all that many, but a few total bluffs with random stuff like king high or a gut shot. And then we're going to check everything else, like our middle pairs and bad queens, ace high, stuff like that. Stuff that can conceivably win when it goes check, check, turn, check, check, river. So we're going to bet, and we're going to bet big in this spot, as I would like to do with a hand like king queen. We go for pot. This is a spot where a lot of players fear betting this big because they really, really, really do not want to get raised all in, which I agree. You don't want to get raised all in. But you have to realize that our range is very, very strong when we bet here because I just told you it's going to be hands like king, queen, and better that are pretty happy to get all the money in. You may say, if I do get check raised, am I really putting my money in with a hand like king, queen? I think when the board is this draw heavy, I think you usually should, unless you know your opponent's very weak and tight and passive and straightforward. If that's the case, you can bet big. And if they call you, you almost always have the best hand. And if they fold, that's fine, because whatever they had usually has some equity. And if they do check raise, you actually can fold against weak, tight, passive players because they're not going to check raise with a hand worse than a hand like king queen. But in order to make a fold, you have to know your opponent very well. We do bet big here, and the opponent just lets it go. And if they do decide to call, we will be bluffing the river some portion of the time when we miss. A big mistake a lot of players make is they bet the flop with a draw, they bet the turn with a draw, they miss the river, they're sitting there with king high or jack high or 8 high, and they just give up. And that is usually going to be a mistake because you have to realize that you would like to shove the river for value with hands like king, queen, and better, which means you need to work in some bluffs. So, don't be a nit. Don't be afraid. Secret number 2. If you want to have a huge edge in tournament poker, you need to master short stack strategy because that is a stack depth that you will very often be playing, especially in small stakes tournaments or turbo tournaments or tournaments online. I realize we're talking about live poker to some extent today, but you want to make sure that you know how to play short stacked well because if you do not, you're going to be making blunders left and right. I'm going to show you 2 spots that a lot of people screw up. Let's take a look at this chart here first. Let's focus on this one. This is our 12 big blind strategy when it folds to us in the low jack seat. This is our raise first in strategy. The low jack seat is under the gun if we were 6-handed, so kind of like middle position at a full table. This is a spot where a lot of players pull up a push fold app and just follow the push fold app. But that is a blunder. If you use a push fold app when you have more than something like 8 big blinds, you are messing up and torching your bankroll. Please don't torch your bankroll, okay? Here is the game theory optimal strategy. You can find this using the Poker Coaching app. We also have these charts on our website that are very easy to search. And as you see here, the hands in light red are hands that are min-raised. All the best hands are happy to min-raise because you don't really care what odds you give your opponent because they're really, really good. And then by min-raising all of our nuts that can easily call a shove, we also get to min-raise some hands that are bluffs, hands that are not quite good enough to open shove all in. If you look at a push-fold chart, you'll find that some of these hands in this vicinity on the cusp of playability, these in this area, hands like in this area, are perhaps not quite good enough to open shove. But if you min-raise with the best hands, that allows you to use some of these hands as bluffs, and this essentially allows you to play a wider range profitably. So when you use a shove or fold only strategy, you have to play fewer hands than whenever you use a min-raise or shove strategy, and that results in you just making less money when you shove or fold only. And if you make less money across the board than your good opponents, well, you're going to lose. The hands in dark red are still open shoved. That is worth noting. Some players just min-raise everything in this spot, which is also a mistake. Pre-flop spots are very, very easy to get the accurate data on. It's just important to realize that we are playing no limit Texas Hold'em, which means you have all the options at your disposal. Now, perhaps we could even add a limping strategy here, but you'll find that that does not actually increase your equity all that much at all. It's like minuscule. But there is a pretty big difference between using an all-in or fold strategy compared to an all-in min-raise or fold strategy. So don't screw this spot up. Make sure you use good strategies. Another spot that a lot of people mess up is in the small blind versus a button min-raise. 20 big blinds deep. So the button min-raises, it's on us in the small blind. All the hands in red shove, all the hands in green call, all the hands in blue fold. Now, people screw this spot up in all sorts of ways. A lot of players call really wide with stuff like 8-6 suited and 6-4 suited and 4-3 suited, trying to flop well. Or they call with a lot of these hands like pocket sixes or king-jack offsuit, trying to flop well. Some players shove or fold everything. But notice there actually is a decently wide calling range in this spot because we are getting pretty good odds. Notice most of the hands that do call are hands that flop reasonably well, or hands that can make top pair and get the money in playing 20 big blinds deep. Notice pocket aces opts to flat call because you don't really care if your opponent stays in the pot when you're shallow stacked. The goal is not to pick up the pot when you're playing shallow stacked with a hand like aces because your opponent's equity is in the dumpster. Very importantly to note though, most of this range shoves all in. 20 big blinds deep, you should not have much of a flat calling range from the small blind when the button puts in a raise. So you see, all these ace-x suiteds and most of the ace-x offsuit are open shoving. Notice a lot of the big Broadway hands are open shoving, as are the pairs. These are all hands that shove over the button's min-raise. I realize it is risky. At least it feels risky. It's actually more quote-unquote risky to call and then just bleed off your stack. But you are going to go broke sometimes when you shove with a hand like ace-7 offsuit, and they call you. But most of the time, they're going to fold. And the reason a lot of these big cards are shoving, like ace-x offsuit, is because when you have an ace in your hand, you block your opponent's calling range, which means that they're going to fold to your shove very frequently, which is good, because then you just win the pot. So make sure you are using optimal short-stacked pre-flop strategies. Again, all of these are available in the Poker Coaching app for Poker Coaching members. So make sure you play the short stack well. Secret number 3 is that big money is made at the final table. So once you get there, make sure you focus on playing well. But in order to play well, you have to make a point to study. And I'm going to share with you two spots that a lot of people screw up. Again, we discussed this earlier, where if you min cash in a tournament, like the main event, you get, well, 1.5 buy-ins. But notice, most of the money is made at the final table, and there's actually a very big difference between 9th place and 1st place. You need to make sure that you are playing in a manner that gives you a reasonable chance to win in most scenarios. So you're going to find that you need to stay very aggressive. This usually means 3-betting or jamming over someone's raise. Okay? You need to figure out who is scared of playing for all of their chips. You're going to find that some pros don't really want to play big pots. They just want to play lots of small pots with an edge, and they just want to slowly grind down their opponents, which is kind of the dream world. But if that's what your opponents are trying to do, don't let them do it, right? And especially when you have a big stack against a medium stack, this is a scenario where you can really, really, really lean on your opponents and force them to fold out hands that have very good equity, which will result in a lot of small and medium pots going your direction, which will give you a big chip lead, which will allow you to have your best shot at winning the tournament. Also, you want to make sure that you avoid slightly plus EV, slightly profitable spots when you have to risk all of your chips. This usually takes the form of not calling off in spots that are roughly flipping, but also once we do get in scenarios where there are a lot of payout implications, not necessarily ripping it all in with your entire range. We're going to take a look at this in just a second. You also want to make sure that you are aware of your opponent's tendencies, and you want to make sure that you are understanding who does not care about the payouts and who are playing for the win only. These players are few and far between in today's games, but you definitely will still encounter them, and you want to make sure that you do not battle too hard with them, because they don't care if they take 4th place or 2nd place. They only want to win the tournament. And the thing is whenever two players get it all in, roughly flipping, in a final table scenario, they both actually lose equity. And that equity goes to the other player sitting at the table, because one of those players who gets it in flipping goes broke, the other one gets a lot of chips, but when you double your chip stack, you don't actually double your equity at a final table. You maybe 1.8x it. And that other 0.2 bits of equity gets distributed to the other players at the table, and, well, that's bad for you. So if your opponent does not care about the payouts, make sure that you do not make a blunder of getting in a flip with them. So let's take a look at some examples here. Here we are at a final table scenario, playing with 1 big stack and then 3 relatively shallow stacks. We have a 15 big blind stack under the gun, 17 big blind stack on the button. We have 22. Big blind has 31. Cutoff has 70. Very common spot. Cutoff should be raising incredibly wide here. If you're the cutoff, you want to be raising a lot. I'm not going to say 100% of hands, but a lot. Now, what should we do with this ace jack? First things first, we should actually be pretty tight in this spot, because we are highly incentivized in any normal final table scenario to outlast the 17 and 15 big blind stacks. This would be even more true if there were perhaps shallower stacks. So we're going to be really tight. So a lot of people would just shove this all in. And if there were no payout implications, this would be an obvious all in. But there are going to be payout implications. So this is a spot where the optimal strategy is to actually 3-bet this hand and then fold it to a shove from the big stack. You may say, but shouldn't the big stack just shove really, really wide if we 3-bet? And the answer is no, because our 3-betting range is going to be really, really, really premium here. This is one of the worst hands we're going to be playing in this spot. You cannot be calling and splashing around in this spot. We're going to be 3-betting most of our hands, and our 3-bet bluffs are going to be coming mostly from ace-x hands that are not quite good enough to get it all in. And in this scenario, you're actually not happy to get it all in with a hand like ace-jack, because like I said, if we do shove and get called in this spot, that's really, really bad for us, and the equity is going to be going to the other 3 shallow stacks, which is really, really bad. So the only time I would consider shoving the spot is if I thought the cutoff was unaware that I should be really, really tight. If they are completely unaware, if they're just going to rip their stack in, right? If these are the types of players who are just going to pile it in, I suppose I would just rip it all in myself in this scenario. But the game theory optimal play in this scenario is to 3-bet and then fold if your opponent shoves. But the cutoff, who should be opening incredibly wide, remember, they are going to fold the vast majority of the time. And if they do call, yeah, it's not great, but they're probably going to be dominated or in pretty bad shape. Let's take a look at another spot. Here we have the big stack at the final table. Notice we have an 8 big blind stack, a 20 big blind stack, and then a bunch of 30 to 40 big blind stacks. Okay? This is a scenario where we are going to be raising pretty wide. Because if the 8 big blind stack folds, then everybody else has to be incredibly cautious. They have what's referred to as a big risk premium on them, where they really, really, really do not want to go broke before the 8 big blind stack. So we raise it up. Big blind calls. Flop comes king, 8, 5. This is a good pro who we have to presume is going to be competent. Okay? Good pro checks. We are going to make a continuation bet for a small amount. Pretty standard spot. When you are at the final table, usually as the big stack, you're going to be betting way more often than if there were no payout implications because your opponent has to defend a little bit tighter on all betting rounds. And as more and more money gets into the pot, they have to defend tighter and tighter because, again, they really don't want to go broke before the button here who has 8 big blinds. So we bet frequently and small. We're going to bet here with what I have to presume is our entire range. Opponent calls. This is a spot where the opponent should actually not raise very often at all. When you're the medium stack, you really, really, really don't want to get it all in, roughly flipping. And if this player does raise and get it in, we're going to have, what, a good king or better, or a premium draw, in which case that's really bad for the button. So they have to call a lot. Turns to Jack of Hearts. Not a great card for us, kind of a neutral card, but we should still be betting in the spot very frequently because if the opponent has an 8 or a 5, we can apply immense pressure and get them to fold. Maybe not on the turn, but almost certainly by the river. So this is a spot where we do load it up. We go 90K. I think if I was playing this hand in game, I'd probably go a little bit smaller, like 75, because I would fear, maybe incorrectly, that when we bet 90, that may make our opponent continue only with good draws and a king. Whereas if you bet 75, they're going to call with more hands containing a jack or an 8 or a 5. And that's fine. I don't care if they stick around with a jack or 8 or a 5, because I already know I'm going to be ripping it in on the vast majority of rivers. Notice if the river's a spade, if they have even a king, their hand becomes way worse. If the river's not a spade, well, we can get them off of all their flush draws and pair plus draws, right? So this is a spot where we are going to be shoving the river the vast majority of the time. Notice we do have about a pot size shove remaining. That's one of the benefits of betting a little bit bigger on the turns. We have roughly a pot size river shove. And the opponent folds. And you may say, what if they call? That would be terrible. Yeah, it would be terrible. But very rarely are they actually going to call. And also remember what our range looks like. We open under the gun. We're not going to be raising 100% of hands in this spot, so we have something decent. And if you think about our range, it's going to contain pretty much all the nut hands in this scenario. And our opponent probably does not have all the nut hands, right? And this puts them in a really, really nasty spot. So we bet the flop, bet the turn, jam the river with a stone bluff, and we pick up a nice pot. So that is it. Those are the 3 secrets to crush live poker tournaments. To recap, tight players min cash in tournaments, but aggressive players win. And while there are times where you should play really tightly and try to lock up a min cash, usually when you have no chips for whatever reason, that's not the spot you want to be in. If you consistently find yourself with few or almost no chips approaching the bubble of a tournament, you've probably screwed up. A lot of the best players in the world accumulate a lot of chips on the bubble and a lot of chips at the final table, and that results in them winning the titles more often than not, whereas a lot of players, they just really want to climb up the payout ladder just a little bit more. But remember, the big jumps are at the final table and from first to second to third, right, in that vicinity. So you want to make sure you get there. Also, if you want to have a huge edge in poker tournaments, you must focus on mastering short stack strategy. Please do not think that you're supposed to use just a simple push-fold strategy when you have 20 big blinds. If you do that, you're leaving a ton of money on the table and you're going to have a difficult time winning, especially as you play against reasonably competent opponents. And also, tip number 3, the big money is made at the final table. So focus on playing a strategy that will result in you getting there. And then once you get there, make sure you play well. You do need to study final table strategies. And I have a lot of content at PokerCoaching.com going very in-depth explaining how I and a lot of my other coaches play the final tables. Because I realize a lot of those spots are perhaps somewhat unintuitive and difficult to master. So make sure you focus on playing well at the final table. Whoever makes the best decisions controls the flow of the game. Every hand matters, every chip counts, and every tournament must have a winner. I'm Jonathan Little, and this is everything I have learned about tournament poker. This course is a culmination of all the knowledge I have learned throughout my entire poker career, as well as coaching some of the biggest winners in poker for over 20 years.
I don't care who you are. Nobody in the world was going to beat Justin Saliba today.
All the wins, all the losses, all of it has resulted in this course. From level 1 to the final table, learn how to master tournament poker with my fully revamped tournament masterclass. Hello everyone, I am Jonathan Little here today with Lexi Gavin.
Hello.
How's the World Series treating you?
It's going pretty well so far. I've had 5 cashes, 2 deep runs, so any series that you're not down a lot of money is a win.
You have to give yourself shots. Let's talk today about how to play on the bubble as the short stack.
Yes.
The exact spot you don't necessarily want to be in.
Right.
Unless you can sneak into the money. Let's say we're playing a big field tournament. Let's say it started with 1,000 people. 100 people get in the money. We're down to 105 players.
Okay.
And we have 6 big blinds.
Ugh, that's a terrible feeling. There's no worse feeling. Stall. Take your time.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
At some point, they will go hand for hand. If they go hand for hand, then obviously no stalling. Should we be actively stalling hard in this scenario? When we can.
I definitely think so. I mean, you might have a conflicting theory on this, but I think that, when you're that close, it is important to cash. I mean, it's a big swing if you don't cash. So I think that stalling is okay. Take your time. Don't be annoying and excessive about it. You can take your time, think through your decisions. I wouldn't stall for 2 minutes, pre-flop every single time. But I think it's okay to stall. What about you?
Well, on the bubble, you, as a short stack or a medium stack, just want the bubble to end. You just want to get in the money, which means you want to play as few hands as possible. You want to be dealt into as few hands as possible. If you could just take a break for 30 minutes and come back, you would.
Right.
So stalling does that. Now, I think stalling's lame, but
For sure.
You have to understand the rules of the game incentivize it. So it is up to the tournament directors, in my opinion, to design a better game. And currently, the bubble portion of a lot of tournaments is not especially fun, and it is very stally/grindy. You got to do what you got to do, and the tough thing about this game is that if nobody else did it and you didn't do it, it'd probably be fine. But the problem is that some people are going to do whatever it makes financial sense for them, and if you know that you make an extra $40 by just sitting there and doing nothing on average, you'll do it, right?
Right.
So if you make money by doing nothing, you should do it. You should do whatever the game incentivizes.
Right.
That's your job. That's your job to make the most amount of equity, and you do that by not playing hands on the bubble. So, fine, we're going to play quite slowly.
Yes.
Maybe even annoyingly so if it makes logical sense.
But I do think that one big leak amongst a lot of recreational players is they really, really want to make that cash, and they'll make some really bad folds pre-flop when you're short. So I've seen people actually fold aces on the bubble when they're short stack because they want to cash so much. So I do think stalling is okay, playing tighter is okay, but if you do have a hand like ace king or kings, even any pair with pocket sixes, I think you need to just go with it because A, you do have more fold equity on the bubble than in most other spots, so you are going to get a lot of folds, and B, when you're so short, you're not guaranteed that you're going to get another good hand, so you are just risking yourself just blinding out and busting the next orbit. So I think that it is important to not make those really nitty folds when you're short, but
Yeah, so you have to realize when you have 6 big blinds on the bubble, unless the average stack is 25 or 30 or 40 big blinds, you're probably not going to win the tournament.
Right.
Most of your equity is going to come from collecting them in cash, as close to 100% of the time as you can. So say you do get a hand like pocket sevens under the gun with your 7 big blind stack.
and you know there are 2 or 3 shallow stacks who are going to be going broke soon, you're going to get in the money, that's probably a fold. You just fold, get out of the way, try to collect your free cash. But if you have something like jacks or queens or ace queen, you probably want to be shoving.
See, I think that like with pocket sevens in big blind ante tournaments is more of a shove than I mean, because all of the tournaments in live poker now have basically become big blind ante, so you have to shove a little bit wider in early position because you're about to come into the big blind plus the ante. So I would probably shove pocket sevens.
Well, I mean, all this is hypothetical because it depends on where you actually stand in the tournament. If you are literally last place,
right,
and you need to lose 5 people before you get in the money, yeah, sevens is probably a shove. But imagine you have 6 big blinds and then 7 people have 2 big blinds.
Right.
You should definitely fold.
Right.
So it's really important to be aware of where you actually stand, because being short does not mean you're necessarily in a terrible spot.
Right.
Because you could be actually cashing close to 100% of the time in a large field if a decent chunk of the field has fewer chips than you, or if they're just in there battling hard because they don't care about getting in the money. So this is why you can't just like pull up a chart and follow the chart in bubble scenarios, even if it is adjusted, because for the pound implications, because you don't know where all the other short stacks are and how they're faring in the tournament, especially in a gigantic field tournament. So
you can actually take a little walk around. I mean, the floor doesn't love it, but you can check, walk around to the other tables and check out who the short stacks are. If you see that there's not very many people with short stacks, then you probably should be shoving a little bit wider. But if you see that there's people with 1 or 2 big blinds, then yeah, you should definitely tighten up.
Yeah, so it's rough to kind of accept the fact that you're probably not going to win this tournament, and that most of my equity is going to come from getting 1.5 buy-ins back, and that's it. But that's very often what you should do. You want to get in the money as close to 100% of the time as you can, while realizing when you are actually pretty likely to be the next one out or not, right? Imagine you're playing a tournament where 15 people get paid, and you're down to 17 people, so 2 have to go broke. But you have 7 big blinds, and the next short stack has 10, and another player has 15. In that scenario, you are going to have to get a double up almost always.
Right.
But if there's 4 people in that tournament with 2 big blinds, you don't. And so you really want to be aware of how likely you are to be the next one out if you play as close to normally.
Right. And I think another important thing is I think a lot of people misconstrue what the bubble actually is. Like, they'll start tightening up way too early, and then that's really bad to do, because then you're just gonna find yourself bleeding a lot of chips, and then you're gonna be even shorter for the bubble. So try and get a feel for what the actual bubble is, and like I said in another video, is if there's a lot of players in the field, then the bubble is going to go a lot quicker than if you're just like in a 100-person field. So try to get a sense of what the actual bubble is, and don't tighten up too early.
Yeah, so what a lot of people do very wrong is they'll have a solid medium stack of, like, let's say 20 big blinds with, let's say, 25% of the field remaining, with 15% getting paid. And they think, I'm just going to hang out, play tight, and get my free cash. But they'll get a cash very frequently, but in exchange, they will almost never have a big stack. And having a big stack in any sort of bubble scenarios where you're going to make a lot of your equity in tournaments. And if you look at a lot of players who just don't win much money or lose a lot of money at poker, people who are doing kind of marginally or poorly, they have a really high cash rate, because this is where they tighten up a lot as a medium stack on the bubble. They end up getting short on the bubble. They cash every time once they get to that point, but they almost never win. And winning is where you make the big bucks.
Yes.
All right, that's me for today.
Yep.
If you're on the bubble with a short stack, I hope you don't bubble. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't. Run hot. Where can people follow you?
So go over and check out my YouTube channel, Lexi Gavin Poker. I post a lot of hand history review, do some coaching stuff on there, and I show a lot of the lifestyle.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Check it out. Also, click the like and subscribe buttons below. Go to Lexi's channel. Follow her there. Good luck in your games. Have fun. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you next time.
Bye.
Today, we are going to discuss when you should continuation bet 1 big blind on a very consistent basis. If you master this very common spot, it's going to go a long way to helping you play closer to good, strong, fundamentally sound strategy. We're going to be talking about how to play paired boards as the pre-flop raiser from in position. Everything we're talking about today comes from my brand new advanced tournament course that will be released at PokerCoaching.com very soon. If you're a Poker Coaching Premium member, I think you should have access to it. So get in there, study a lot, have fun, and learn. This is one of the many, many spots where we discuss when you should be betting really tiny or gigantic. So I want to make sure you understand this spot well. I'm going to show you a bunch of PioSolver charts today. The purpose of this is not for you to memorize how to play this scenario, but instead to generally go about training your intuition so that you can learn to play these spots from a good, strong, fundamentally sound strategy. Here, what we're looking at is if your only bet size options on the flop when you raise the low jack and the big blind calls, playing 40 big blinds deep, is to bet 1/3 pot. It's well known on paired boards, you usually want to use small bet sizes, okay? So in this spot, on queen, queen, 5, if you think about who has a lot more decent queens in their range, the low jack player or the big blind, the low jack player has a lot of good, strong queens in their range. The big blind has some too, but they also have a whole lot of garbage, right? So this is a spot where we're going to be betting this queen, queen, 5 pretty much every time. And anytime the flop does come with like ace, ace, x, king, king, x, queen, queen, x, jack, jack, x, these are really, really good boards for the initial raiser. So those are spots we're going to be betting very, very frequently. Let's take a look at the queen 5-5 board though. On queen 5-5, we have the range advantage. Notice we have 60% equity, but we completely lack the nut advantage here because we have almost no 5s, whereas the big blind callers got a whole lot of 5s. So notice if our only option was to bet a 1/3 pot in this situation, we get to bet 56% of the time with a reasonably polarized range of nuts, good strong overpairs, queens, etc. Plus a lot of random overcards to the queen, which will be some ace highs and some king highs, right? Various backdoor flush draws, etc., etc. Okay. This is what most people do. They raise to 2 big blinds pre-flop, opponent calls, flop comes queen 5-5, opponent checks. The pot right here has 5.5 big blinds in it, right? Our 2, their 2, the big blind, and the ante. Okay? So in this scenario, they continuation bet something like 2 big blinds again. That's what most people do. But here's what the GTO strategy is. Way closer to GTO. In this scenario, assuming we allow you to instead bet 1 big blind, not 2, but 1. In this situation now, on queen 5-5, notice we get to bet 89% of the time. So, would you rather bet with only 60% of your range appropriately or 89% of your range appropriately? Obviously, you'd rather bet with 89% of your range appropriately because that's a strategy that's way, 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 way easier to implement. Okay? So, this is a spot where on the queen 5-5 board, we'd much rather bet 1 big blind. And you're going to see this occur over and over on boards that are especially bad for your nut advantage. Spots where you don't have a whole lot of super nut hands, but your opponent does. But you have a big range advantage. 60% equity is very good. You're going to want to bet frequently, but tiny. Okay? It is worth noting, notice on the queen, queen 5 board, you're still betting 100% of the time, but you'd rather bet 2 big blinds 100% of the time, right? So you're going to find that when you have the nut advantage and the equity advantage, this is when you get to start using slightly bigger sizes in general. So on the low and medium paired boards, that's when you're going to want to use a lot of tiny betting. On the high paired boards, you get to use bigger sizes. Okay, let's take a look at another example where if our only options were 1/3 pot, which is again what most people do. They usually continuation bet about 2 big blinds. So here we are, button versus big blind, 40 big blinds deep. Flop comes 8-4-4 with a flush draw. On 8-4-4 with a flush draw, notice we do have some 4s, but not a ton, and the big blind is going to have a ton of 4s. So in this scenario, we don't get to do much betting at all. They also have a lot of 8s. We have some 8s, etc. We have a lot of unpaired stuff. So this is a spot where we don't get to bet all that often at all. If we're using a 2 big blind size, we only get to bet about 1/3 of the time. Okay? What about on 3-3-2, if we could only bet 1/3 pot? We do get to bet very frequently here because now neither player has a ton of 3s, but at the same time, it's still not quite near 100% of hands. What if instead we use a 1 big blind size though? Using a 1 big blind size, we get to bet the 8-4-4 board with a flush draw 45% of the time very profitably. And if you look at this range, it's actually kind of intuitive. It's a whole lot of 4s, right? A decent number of 8s, decent number of overpairs. It's like a mix of everything else, right? So we're essentially betting the 4s every time, or close enough to every time, and everything else about 1/3 of the time, give or take. On the 3-3-2 board, this really shows you, though, where now we have a bit more of an effective nut advantage because overpairs are effectively the nuts on 3-3-2, even though, both players still have 3s, but overpairs are a little bit better on this board. On the 3-3-2 board, we get to bet, again, 85% of the time. So take a look at the 3-3-2 board. It went up from 82 to 85. On the 8-4-4 board, it went from 33 to 45. So we're getting to bet more hands using the tiny bet size. This is going to be a very, very common occurrence on these low and medium paired boards. So let's take a look at one more situation that's going to sort of highlight one more idea of nut advantage. Let's take a look at the 8-4-4 board with a flush draw. 40 big blind or 20 big blinds on the left compared to 40 big blinds on the right. When we're playing 20 big blinds deep, we actually get to bet far more often. Why do we get to bet far more often? Well, that's because on 8-4-4, playing 20 big blinds deep, hands like aces are just the super nuts, right? We can easily bet hands like aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, and very happily get our money in. Of course, we're not going to fold them 40 big blinds deep, but we're just really, really in good shape when we are playing 20 big blinds deep in this scenario. Also, playing 20 big blinds deep, when we raise button, the big blind's going to be shoving a lot of their overpair type hands, which means that they're lacking those in their range. We're not going to be running into those quite as often as when we are playing 40 big blinds deep. So playing 20 big blinds deep, we get to continuation bet this far more often, 62% of the time profitably, compared to 45% when we are using the one big blind bet, 40 big blinds deep. But notice, in all these scenarios that we're showing you, you get to bet more frequently as you're using the one big blind size. Still not 100%, especially when the board's kind of dynamic, meaning it's likely to change on the turn and the river, and you lack the nut advantage. But on most of these uncoordinated boards, if we go back and look at them, notice on 3-3-2, which is effectively uncoordinated because your opponent's not going to have a ton of straight draws, flush draws, etc. when there's no flush draw available, of course. You get to bet basically every time using a one big blind size. If we go back to this one, Queen 5-5, we get to bet 100% of the time, effectively, 89% of the time using a one big blind size. But that is not the case if you use a two big blind bet. So a lot of neat concepts happening here. So playing paired boards, recap. The size and frequency of the continuation bet is always on somewhat of a sliding scale. The smaller you continuation bet, the more of your range that you get to bet. And betting a large portion of your range is quite good because I think, if anything, most people overfold. Most people do not defend well enough. They definitely don't check raise enough. If you go through my tournament, or through the entire advanced tournament course at PokerCoaching.com, we'll discuss how to play whenever your opponent bets tiny. And the answer is raise a lot, but most people do not raise a lot. Also, constantly take into account these concepts. Who has the nut advantage? The more combinations of trips you have, essentially your small bet size can be larger. So like on the Queen 5 board, we have a lot of good queens. In that scenario, we get to bet using a bigger size. Also, ranged activity affects frequency and size. On Queen 4 or Queen 4-4 or 3-3-2, we get to bet very frequently using a one big blind size as the preflop aggressor. But on 8-8-4, 8-8-5, 8-8-6, 9-9-6, 7-7-6, etc., on these boards with a flush draw, you actually don't get to bet all that frequently at all because your opponent's going to have a whole lot of logical, natural check raising hands. Also, the stack off threshold is important. As the overpairs become essentially the nuts that you're happy just getting your stack in with, you get to bet more often. So go back to the 8-8-4 board, 40 big blinds deep, you don't actually get to bet all that often at all because hands like pocket nines are good, but not super nuts. Whereas pocket nines, 20 big blinds deep, are effectively the super nuts. So anyway, this is a spot that I think a lot of people screw up. I think a lot of people bet two big blinds on the flop every time. And very often that is not the right play on these low pair boards. And I know it may not seem like that big of a deal to bet one big blind compared to two, but it actually is. Every time these spots come up, you are costing yourself a decent amount of money by betting too big. And if you're like potting it on these flops, well, you're really torching your money. So please, please, please add this strategy to your arsenal and add a little bit more equity to your bottom line. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to give you the skills so that you can extract more money from poker. Today, we're going to talk about what you should do when you are card dead against calling stations. Before we get started, if you play with calling stations in your game, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button below. If so, this video is for you. I have a question from a poker coaching member. They say, I often find myself going dead in poker tournaments. Inevitably, it happens. In small stakes games where people are calling stations, what are you supposed to do because you can't get any bluffs through? Also, when you see a lot of flops and always miss, you get blinded down. What are we supposed to do to solve this problem? Well, here's the fact. Sometimes you will go card dead. It happens. And when you do go card dead, either because all of your reasonable preflop hands don't flop anything, or you just don't get dealt any preflop hands, or you lose all of your all-ins, well, you're probably going to lose. If I had to guess, in something like 30, 40, or 50% of the tournaments that I play, I never really get above a starting stack. It happens. And I think I play okay, right? And there's not a lot you can do about it. Sometimes you show up, you lose a bunch of hands, you hang out for a while, you lose some more hands, and then you lose. You're going to lose a lot of tournaments. You're not going to win every tournament you play. In cash games, you're going to have sessions where you go to the casino, you get dealt a bunch of garbage hands, maybe you defend the blind a time or two, maybe you try to get a button 3-bet through a time or two, maybe those fail. Nothing goes great for you, and you lose. And it is okay. Everyone is going to go on bad runs. So there were a few assumptions in the initial question. First was that my opponents are calling stations. Well, are they really calling stations? And if they actually are calling stations, is there a point where they stop becoming calling stations? Because, at least in my experience, most people don't want to put all their money in with Jack High. Some people do, but not everyone. So realize that most people in most small stakes games really don't want to have to put all their money in the pot with a bluff catcher, especially early in a poker tournament, or when it's for all of their money in a cash game, or when the board runs off really poorly for their likely range. Like say there's a 4 straight on the board and you think they have a hand like pocket aces, which is a marginal bluff catcher. A lot of people don't want to call off for a 1.5 pot size bet on the river with a bluff catcher. They just don't like to do that because whenever they call and lose, they're either out of the tournament or they have to reload or they have to go home. And if you can put your opponents in spots like that, even if they are kind of call happy, they're going to find folds. So you want to consider triple barreling. Give it a try using a large size, especially when the board is scary for your opponent's likely range, and especially when you have relevant blockers to whatever the nuts are. For example, if the board has 3 spades on it and you have the ace of spades, but nothing else, you have ace high, that's a pretty good spot to consider going for a check raise on the river, for example. If you think your opponent will value bet kind of thin with like 1 pair hands, as they sometimes should, if you think they'll fold the vast majority of that range to a river check raise them all in. They're probably going to fold because most people don't like calling a check raise all in on the river without a flush because it feels pretty foolish for your opponent to turn over a flush and then you just lose and then you're out. Also realize that in most small stakes games, many players make the mistake of literally never bluffing. And if you literally never bluff, that's going to result in you rarely getting paid off when you actually do happen to make the nuts. But if you put that little bit of doubt in your opponent's mind that you may actually put in the check raise on the river without the nuts and with just a bluff, well, now they'll start calling you more often when you actually do want them to call you, because most of the time when you check raise the river, you're probably going to have something pretty good. Realize, though, that a lot of people think their opponents are calling stations, but they aren't actually calling stations. They're kind of calling stations, but they're not super duper duper calling stations. Also, realize that even in loose games, you'll very often have solid preflop 3-bet bluffing scenarios. A good example of this is when you can squeeze, which is when you 3-bet, when you re-raise, against a raise and a bunch of callers. And you should consider using large sizes. Okay? You will often get one caller who will then fold 60% of the time or more on the flop to a continuation bet, which is fine. So, what is a pot size re-raise before the flop? Well, a pot size re-raise is 3 times the last bet plus any additional money in the pot. So let's say we're playing a game where somebody raises to 3 big blinds. 3 times the last bet is 3 times 3, which is 9. This would be the last call. Plus, let's say there was 2 callers in here, right? So 3 times the last bet plus the additional money in the pot, 3 plus 3, plus a small blind, plus a big blind, plus an ante in a tournament. That means a pot size raise would be to 17.5 big blinds. So imagine it goes raise, call, and it's on you. And you want to have some fold equity. Are you making it 17.5 big blinds? Maybe even a little bit more. Most people don't. They raise to like 12 big blinds here. Then everybody calls. And yeah, people are not going to fold when you give them good odds, right? So you want to make sure you're not giving your opponent great odds by going far too small. Some players make the blunder of always raising to 3 big blinds before the flop, assuming someone hasn't raised before them. But if it goes limp, 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 and then it's on you and you make it 3 big blinds, well, obviously they're all going to call you. They're not calling stations. You're just giving them great odds and they're playing well enough, right? You have to put your opponents in spots where they feel pressure if you actually want to have fold equity. There's another assumption here, and that is that getting short stacked is bad. And it is bad. You'd rather not be short. But realize that all you need is a chip and a chair, right? So while having a chip lead or a large stack is nice, if you know how to play short stacked well, and your opponents are all kind of deep stacked, let's say early in a tournament you start with 100 big blinds, you're down to 25 and everybody else still has 100, that's actually fine because they have to play a 100 big blind strategy against each other, which means they're going to be overvaluing hands like suited connectors, junky suited hands, maybe small pairs, etc. And you will not be playing those hands because you realize that those hands are not especially good with that stack depth, right? Well, you're 25 big blind stack depth. So they're playing a deep stack strategy, or at least deep stacked pre-flop starting hands, whereas you get to play the proper starting hands for your effective stack, which will very rarely be the effective stack for the 100 big blind players unless you're involved. So this is a very, 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 very good spot for you. Also, consider what happens when you have the shortest stack of, let's say, 1 big blind, and everybody else has 100. Well, quite often someone's going to raise. You're going to put in your 1 big blind. Other players may call or fold, but then by the river, usually everybody's going to fold out except for one player. So now you're taking your random hand against one player, except for you're getting amazing odds. If you're playing in a tournament, realize you're putting in 1 big blind to try to win the small blind, big blind, and ante, plus the 1 big blind from initial raiser. So realize you're putting in 1 to try to win, what? 1, 2, 3.5, 4.5 total. So you only need, what, 22.5% equity. Every hand has 22.5% equity, right? And if there are callers in there as well, then you need almost no equity, right? It's not hard to have almost no equity. Now, obviously, you don't want to get down to 1 big blind, but when you do see some of the best players in the world making these bets and leaving themselves 1 big blind, it's because they realize in this scenario, having a 1 big blind stack when everybody else has a lot is actually an extremely profitable scenario for you, even though it is only 1 big blind, right? So, understand that. Also, whenever you have something like 12 to 30 or so big blinds, you have a lot of great situations where you can shove over players' raises, especially if they're, again, all playing kind of deep stack, because they're going to be raising a lot of hands that cannot reasonably defend against an all-in. Say somebody raises with a pretty good hand, like 9-8 suited, and you're sitting there with 20 big blinds, you can just rip it in on them, and they're going to have to fold hands like that, or King X suited, or Queen X suited, or King 10 offsuit, right? All these hands are going to have to fold to a 20 big blind all-in. So especially against players who raise a little bit too wide pre-flop, you can crush them by shoving very, very wide. I actually talked about this in my first tournament book from a long time ago, about how the all-in shove over raises that are coming from ranges that are too wide is highly profitable because they are simply not defending anywhere near often enough. And that lets you win lots of small pots and consistently chip up. So getting short is actually not all that bad, especially when everybody else is playing substantially deeper stacked. Also, one more fact. Understand that you are going to bust most poker tournaments. It is okay. Accept it and be happy. Like I said, I probably lose 30% of the tournaments without winning many hands at all. It's not fun to fly across the country, play 3 tournaments, not win any hands, get on a plane, and fly back home. But it is part of the game. And realize you're going to hit those 30% of tournaments many, many times in a row throughout your career. I've had some really bad runs and some really great runs. It happens. So you want to make sure that you study away from the table a lot, and you'll be able to better identify the times where you simply were going to lose. Some players get it in their heads that if they played as if they knew their opponent's cards in every spot, which, hate to break it to you, most of us don't, that they could somehow magically not go broke in setup spots. Being scenarios where you have, let's say, pocket aces and the board comes 9-4-2 and you're playing 30 big blinds deep. Hate to break it to you, you're going broke. If you're not going broke there, you're probably playing really poorly, right? So there's spots where 2 players make hands and they run their stacks into each other and one of them wins and one of them loses. There's spots where, let's say you have ace king and you raise and someone shoves and you obviously call and you lose the flip and you're out. It happens, right? So understand that these scenarios are common and there's nothing you can do about it besides accept them and be happy. There's no point in being unhappy with your scenario because you signed up for a game where there's variance. You know there's variance going into these activities, right? Poker's a high variance game, and that is okay. So anyway, going back to what we said earlier, figure out spots where your opponents can actually fold to aggression, because a lot of players are calling stations when they're getting good odds, which is the time where they should be calling stations. They're also calling stations perhaps on the flop and maybe even on the turn because they want to see if they make something by the river. And then on the river, if you put in a lot of pressure, those are times where those players are usually going to fold. And also look for spots where when you do get short, that you can really push your opponents around by ripping your stack in. You know, the nice thing about ripping your stack in is that even when you do get called, sometimes you win. And then you get a hold of some chips, and then you can continue playing. What you don't want to do is you don't want to just sit there and blind out or call pre-flop raises and try to flop a set when you're playing 20 big blinds deep, because then you're probably going to blind out and then have no chance to win. So you have to get in there, ram and jam, play good, strong, deep stacked, and shallow stacked poker. I actually have pre-flop charts available at PokerCoaching.com. Make sure you check those out, because those charts are going to go a long way to ensuring you're actually playing well with your shallow stacks and your deep stacks. But a lot of people play shallow stack poker really, really poorly, and that results in them having little to no equity when they actually do get short stacked, which will inevitably happen.
My Black Friday sale is now live. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year on bundles for Poker Coaching Premium and Peak GTO. If you sign up right now, you will get full access to my brand new tournament masterclass powered by Peak GTO. It is my most refined and interactive tournament course to date, and I'm extremely excited that you can finally access it. Head over to pokercoaching.com/Black Friday right now.
Today, we're going to discuss how to tell if you are lucky or good at poker. Here's a question a poker coaching member asked me. How do you judge that a win was because you played well as opposed to being lucky? For example, I recently ran deep in a tournament where I found myself with 25% of the chips with 15 players left because you had pocket aces and 3 players shoved into you. Well, that's lucky. That was luck. True. But it also took some good decisions to have the stack you had before that point, or to have a stack at all, which is probably also true. So, how do you distinguish a heater from improved play? First things first, I'm going to presume that this player is a live poker player. If you're an online poker player, you can look at your EV big blind per 100, which will, to some extent, take out the variance from your results and tell you how much you're winning at each specific stack depth. But if you're a live poker player, you don't have those tools available to you. So you kind of have to estimate. Realize that it is tough to win in poker tournaments. If you're playing cash games, you can also get a much better handle on what your actual win rate is over the course of, let's say, 1,000 hours of play. Not necessarily so in tournaments. You have to understand that to win any tournament, you're probably going to have to get a little bit lucky. You're either going to have to spike and win some of your all-ins, or maybe all of your all-ins, or you're just going to have to get dealt numerous strong pre-flop hands. Or you're going to have to hit lots of flops and make lots of post-flop hands, etc., right? Anytime you win a tournament, you're going to have to get lucky. And that makes some people feel bad or like they don't deserve it because they think, oh man, I only won because I got aces 6 times or whatever. Realize, if you show up and play enough, you're going to get aces 6 times. Back here, I have 2 World Poker Tour titles. One of them, I was the chip leader or close to the chip leader almost the entire tournament. I got lots of good starting hands. I ran over my opponents. I consistently chipped up. It was great. And the other one, though, at the end of the first day, I was down to 6 big blinds. But then, I won every all-in. I was lucky in both of those, obviously, but in very, very different ways, right? And you can't feel bad about it because I have plenty of other tournaments where things did not go well and I lost. It is okay. So you want to ask yourself, if you're trying to figure out if you're lucky or good in tournaments, how are most tournaments going on average? And realize this does take a reasonably large sample of tournaments. Are you usually getting your money in good more often than not? Are you chipping up throughout the tournament more often than not? Right? These are the 2 main ways you're going to get chips. Either you're going to win a lot of all-ins, or you're going to consistently steal a lot of small and medium-sized pots. But realize that getting all in as the favorite should not necessarily be your only goal, because it's actually really easy to get your money in as a favorite. You just fold a ton and wait for the nuts. Easy. Imagine you fold every hand, wait for pocket aces, go all in with pocket aces. Maybe they call, maybe you win, maybe you double, or maybe they fold and you win the pot. Obviously, that's not going to work because you're going to blind out, right? One time, a long time ago, someone came to me and said, oh, I'm a really, really good short stack player. I play really conservatively. I get my money in good almost every time. And the only time I lose is when I get unlucky, for the most part. But realize that's clearly bad because this player did not realize they're playing 15 big blinds deep. They blind out until they get down to 7 big blinds. They get it all in. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. And, well, that does not work because they double up to what they started with. Realize that in order to win at poker, getting all your money in as a favorite consistently is not how you do it. You can also win a lot of small pots, but winning a lot of small pots is also not enough because winning a lot of small pots is easy. You just raise every hand and then blast off on every flop and turn and river, and usually they'll fold, unless they don't, and then you lose. And clearly that's not very good either, right? So understand that to win at tournament poker, you need to get your money in good on average, and you need to chip up on average. Now, I will say that if you chip up consistently and you get your money in kind of bad on average, you can still probably win. Because imagine you're winning lots and lots and lots of small, medium pots, and then when you get it in with, let's say, 40% equity, but you don't get it all in all that often. If you steal a ton of pots and then get it in good, or get it in slightly bad, it's not that big of a deal, right? Obviously, you're going to win sometimes when you get it in with 40% on average. The problem, though, is that even if you do generally get your money in good, and you generally do chip up, you will experience bad runs where you just show up and lose. I mean, if I had to guess, I don't know, probably half the tournaments I play, I show up, play well, don't win any hands, and lose the tournament kind of quickly, like in a few hours. It happens. It's normal. Do not let that bother you. Right? Don't get discouraged when you experience bad runs, because if that's going to happen in, let's say, 30 or 40 or 50% of the tournaments that you play, well, if you flip a coin, sometimes you're going to flip 7 heads in a row and you're just going to get crushed 7 tournaments in a row, right? And then in the other tournaments, you may get a double up and then lose. So realize that you are going to go on bad runs. So you want to make sure that you are always striving to improve, right? You want to share your hands with your peers. And you want to study a lot at PokerCoaching.com. At PokerCoaching.com, we have study sessions that take place most days now in our Discord. They're usually ran by passionate community members who are in there helping other players thrive. And they're always telling me about their wins. Sometimes they tell me about their downswings, right? But they're getting in there and they're studying and they're working hard. And if you talk about poker with your peers, people who are playing the same games as you or slightly bigger games than you, and you see that you are playing like the other winning players, well, you're probably good, right? You also want to make sure that whenever you are studying at PokerCoaching.com, you're looking at what some of the best players in the world are doing and asking yourself, is this what I actually do? If you play pretty much like the best players in the world, well, you're probably pretty good at poker. If you realize that every decision they make, you're doing it differently, well, it's probably not right. It may be right for your specific games, for your specific opponents, but it's probably not right. We actually have a lot of interactive quizzes at PokerCoaching.com where essentially I ask you what you would do in every single betting spot in a hand. So if they fold you pre-flop, how would you play this hand? Would you raise big, raise small, call, or fold? Let's say you're supposed to raise small, sure. Now, let's say big blind calls, flop comes, they check. Do we check, bet small, bet medium, or bet big, right? And we'll give you sizes, of course. And at every single decision point, you have to commit to your answer, and then you'll get feedback from the coach. That will tell you what they think the right play in that scenario was. And if you go through the thousands of quizzes we have at PokerCoaching.com, you're going to find that you probably play some spots pretty well, and you probably play some spots not so well. And those spots that you play not so well are spots you really, really, really want to focus on. Then you can go to the classes and study those particular spots. Let's say you're particularly bad in 3-bet pots on the flop, let's just say. Well, you have now pinpointed this flaw, and then you can go search the classes on that specific scenario and study them a lot. So you pinpoint your flaws, and then you fix those flaws. And then you've essentially fixed a leak in your game that will inevitably make you better at poker, right? Also, you want to make sure you prepare a lot away from the table. You want to make sure you're not doing anything to completely screw up your chances of winning. A lot of players, whenever they go to Las Vegas, they go there to party and play a little bit of poker. But in their mind, they think their goal is to actually do good at poker, but it's not. Their goal is really to party, right? So you want to make sure that you are in good shape to actually go to play the poker tournament. And then when you're there, you want to make sure you're playing your best and focusing well at the table. Don't do things to distract yourself and make it to where you're not paying attention. I mean, what a lot of people do is they bet on sports when they're playing a poker tournament. And if the poker tournament's happening here, what they're doing is they are looking over here at the TV screen the entire time. Poker, 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 TV screen. And obviously, that's not good because they are not focusing at all. And if you're not paying attention, inevitably a lot of your edge is going to go away. But really, the question of how do you tell if you are good or lucky, realize that sometimes you're going to be lucky. Poker is a volume game. At the end of the day, all you have to do to win at poker is number one, find a game you can beat. How do you know if you can beat it? You play it a lot. You demonstrate that you have a big edge. Okay? Next, you want to put in volume. You want to play the game a lot. Some people find a game they can beat, but then they never play it. You got to find a game you can beat. You have to play it a lot. And you have to keep a proper bankroll because inevitably in any game, especially games like poker tournaments where you very often lose and then whenever you win a ton, there's going to be a lot of variance. And what a lot of people do wrong, a lot of people who ask me this question, is they don't actually put in the volume. Or they keep a small bankroll to where they play, let's say, 10 tournaments and they go broke off their 10 buy-in bankroll, right? And like, yeah, I've been on 10 buy-in downswings many, many times throughout my career. Almost all the time you're in a 10 buy-in downswing. That's just how it goes. So people who usually ask this question just don't put in the volume to realize whether or not they actually are extracting an edge. I guess I should have said this at the top of this video. Keep track of your results, right? If you don't keep track of your results, obviously you're going to be oblivious to if you're winning. Don't trust the various online sites to track your results, to keep track of your results, because they don't track your losses. Your losses are very, very important. So to win, again, find a game you can beat, play it a lot, keep a proper bankroll. And if you do those three things, you will get good feedback in the long run of whether or not you're actually lucky or good.
Today, I'm going to give you 2 tips to win at the final table of poker tournaments. The first tip is to arrive to the final table with a big stack. It may make common sense, it may seem logical, and I realize it's easier said than done, but if you get to the final table with a big stack, you're going to have so many opportunities to push around these small and medium stacks. And that's going to result in a ton of money flowing your direction. For example, if you have a medium stack on your right and you're the big stack, the medium stack has to play way tighter from a game theory optimal point of view compared to if they don't have a big stack on their left who can easily bust them. So they have to fold way more often than normal, which means you are going to have way more open raising opportunities as the big stack, which you should fully take advantage of. So your opponents to your right have to play tighter, you get to play wider, and that's going to result in you being able to profitably play more and more spots. Another example is, let's say someone raises, let's say a medium stack raises and you call in the big blind. Anytime the flop is good for your range, usually low and middle cards, this is a spot where as the big stack, you can just lead flop, lead turn, jam river, and put your opponent in a miserable spot with all of their bluff catchers, which will be the vast majority of their range. And because of the payout implications at the final table, they have to drastically overfold in those scenarios if they are playing well. And that will result in lots of small and medium pots going your direction. Now, sometimes when you do take these aggressive lines as the big stack, you will get called and you will lose your big stack. And that's unfortunate. So make sure your opponents actually care about moving up the payouts and they are aware of those payout implications. Because if they're not, then having a big stack just lets you kind of hang out and collect their overly optimistic hero calls. The first tip is really just make sure you have a big stack, which implies early in the tournament, you're not just sitting there and blinding out and trying to survive. You are actively trying to get a hold of a lot of chips, which will allow you to run over the final table. If you actually look at a lot of the biggest winners in tournament poker, they only cash something like 12% of the time when 15% of the field gets in the money, which means they don't cash all that often, but they don't care so much about cashing because when you cash, you get 1.5 buy-ins, only half a buy-in profit. But whenever you win the tournament, you may get 50 or 100 or 200 buy-ins profit, which is a gigantic amount. And they realize they're giving up a decently high cash percentage in exchange for when they do get in the money or get to the bubble, they're gonna have a big stack and they can run over the small and medium stacks. And when they get to the final table, they're far more likely to win. And that's really how you make the big bucks in poker tournaments. The other way you win at the final table, specifically when you do not have a big stack, is by not actually trying to win the poker tournament. So many players think, I'm playing to win. But in reality, If you care about money, you should be playing to win as much money as possible. Very often, at the final table, let's say the big stack has 100 big blinds. You're sitting there with 30 big blinds, and then everybody else has 10 big blinds. That's the spot where, as the 30 big blind stack, your goal is to just sit there and blind out and outlast all the 10 big blind stacks. Because the odds you win the tournament is somewhat low, because even if you do get a double up, let's say, or you bust 2 of the short stacks, you have 50 big blinds, the big stack has 100. It's fine, but it's still not great. But if you just sit there and hang out, I'm not saying completely blind out, but be pretty tight, especially when the big stack is still in the pot. What's going to happen is you're going to get a somewhat free 3rd or 2nd place without taking much risk at all. And once you get there, then you can attempt to try to win the tournament. Especially in today's tournaments, the payout structures are relatively flat, meaning you get rewarded somewhat disproportionately for taking 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place compared to the tournaments of 2004. Back when I won my 2 World Poker Tour titles, 1st place was $1 million, 2nd was $500K, 3rd was $250K, and 4th was $125K. It basically went double, 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 which really, really, really incentivized you to try to win the tournament. In today's tournaments, though, perhaps if it was a roughly same structure, 1st would be something like $750K, 2nd would be $500, 3rd would be $375, and 4th would be $300. So way flatter, which means you're highly incentivized to try to just hang out and collect those free payout jumps, especially when you are the small or the medium stacks. So if you look around the table and your opponents are ramming and jamming and blasting each other, you should just hang out, realize you're going to collect free payout jumps and move up the relatively flat payout ladder, which is going to result in a whole lot more money going into your pocket in the long run. If you look at a lot of the best players, while they do win a lot of the time, they also take 2nd, 3rd, and 4th a lot of the time, especially when they come to the final table, 5th or 6th or 7th in chips. So in exchange for winning the tournament and getting the title and getting the glory and the prestige, they just get a big paycheck. Well, that's fine for most people. So that's it. Those are my 2 big tips for winning at poker tournaments. The first, remember, is to get a big stack so you have a very, very good chance of winning, and you need to make sure you make good use of that big stack. And the second is to make sure you are actually playing to win as much money as possible, as opposed to trying to win the tournament, because quite often those are very different things.
Let's discuss using your big stack to bully around your opponents at a final table. Today we're going to be discussing specifically when to do this before the flop, because I have 3 great examples of this, because I just took 2nd place in a $10,000 buy-in tournament at the US Poker Open at Aria in Las Vegas. The entire final table was streamed on PokerGo. Make sure you check out PokerGo, and huge thanks to them for letting us use this footage to make this video. So let's get right to it. I was the chip leader. It's always good to be the chip leader. And we've made up this graphic to kind of show you the scenario that we are looking at. So the low jack folds, and then it's on me and the hijack, okay? In this scenario, I am first in chips with 58 big blinds. And then, as you can see here, we have a 23 big blind stack in the cutoff, 18 on the button, 18 in the small blind, and then 11 in the big blind. And this is a spot where, if I raise, I should expect to get shoved on some portion of the time by my opponents, which is not really what I want, because if I raise with some garbage, I'll have to fold it to the shove, right? But, especially with hands that fare well enough or have good blockers to my opponent's calling ranges, mainly hands with like an ace or a king, these are really, really good hands to just rip it all in. Because if I go all in, the 23 big blind stack and the 2 18 big blind stacks have to be really, really cautious, because they want to move up the payout ladder, right? As we see, the payout jumps are pretty big. 6th place is $52,000, whereas 5th is $70,000, right? It's a pretty big jump. And the thing is that they really want to outlast the player in the big blind, who, could wake up with a hand and call, and also the player in the low jack seat, who's pretty shallow stacked. And the player in the big blind also has to worry about outlasting the player in the low jack seat. So this is a spot where everyone is very, very cautious, because they have to outlast each other. So this is a spot where I'm going to be going all in a pretty good amount of the time, and I expect to get called very rarely.
Yeah, it was like, yeah.
There we go.
6 players
I didn't
have
reach
2
the line.
cashes at the USPO. Shaq,
Oh,
Barry,
half of it now. You get a
Alex
second
Fox, and
chance, what do you
Hendricks,
think?
Shore, and Seidel.
Damn, I could stop and go.
We see Stephen Chidwick has arrived. You see Chidwick in the background.
Probably not. Wow.
All right, we get 2 folds.
All in again.
Folds around. Tonight is here with the ace and the king.
It's actually an annoying spot. I think he probably should call it off, but it's close. I bet if you gave him a hand like ace jack, it's probably supposed to be a fold with the 2 shallow stacks. I've not run this in an ICM calculator, and also you have to be aware of various player tendencies, because some players with a short stack are way more inclined to blind out than others, which will change the equation a decent amount. But ace king's going to call, and spoiler alert, I'm going to win this one. Funny enough, I actually ended up losing every other all-in after this one at the final table. Sometimes that's how it goes, but we do
Does
shove.
shove, and Nidus looks down at the ace-king of clubs.
whatever.
Unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Wow. What an opportunity for
Wow.
Nidus to keep on
the one I lose,
shooting
though, for sure,
up.
right? This has to be the one.
Funny enough, he won, I think, 3 all-ins at the final table already. He was very shallow stacked.
4 big blinds a moment ago.
It's hard to win them all.
He's just having a
I
blast.
appreciate it. I have no idea.
Fun final table.
I mean, no way. Losing.
Oh, this has to be the one I lose.
Nidus brings such a vibrant presence to the poker table.
Ace high guy. Ace
Never
high.
seen you lose the all-in with the king in your hand.
By the way, the nice thing about shoving in this spot is even if I shove and lose to a 1.4 million chip stack, I still have a pretty reasonable chip lead. Now, at least be able to apply pressure to these 2 medium stacks, right? So even if this fails, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's certainly not great, but it's not the end of the world.
No, the ace high.
Yeah.
I think you got it in
The
good
king.
this time, so you can't win.
Yeah, the king is just
The
the right
flop.
card for you.
10-4 deuce with 2 clubs.
All the drama.
With 2 clubs.
Yeah, it's close.
Nah, you don't have clubs.
Nah,
Good game.
Looking for a club or for a king.
Oh my.
Doesn't find it on the turn, but does find a couple more outs.
Oh, boy.
Nidus on his feet, 15 outs.
Is it too many outs, Jeff?
A club, a queen, or a king will get the job done for another
Sometimes
double
you just
up.
know with Dustin.
Way too many outs.
There's no chance I was winning this one.
The 3 of spades on the river.
How do you brick
Have
it?
fun today.
Nidus, the dream is over.
Oh,
You're fun to play with.
Opportunity to spin it up for 4 bigs.
All right, here we have another situation where we are playing now 5-handed, okay? I'm the hijack seat with a bunch of chips, 23 big blinds, 18 big blinds, 9 and 9. This is a great spot to shove because now, again, these 2 players have to be very, very tight with 23 and 18 big blinds, and the 2 shallow stacks are also going to want to try to outlast each other. So this is a spot where I can shove very, very wide, and there's really not a whole lot the opponents can do about it. And by making these shoves, we're just going to continue accumulating chips.
Jonathan Little up to now 78 bigs. He has accumulated up to 6.3 million.
I guess.
He knows what to do with that stack. He is going to attack
I'm scared of this.
and
little
put a
smile
ton of
that
pressure,
peeks out as he has the
specifically
chip
Adam
lead.
Hendricks and Shannon Shore.
Notice here we have the Jack 9. I think this is a pretty easy all-in. This is a spot where with different stack sizes, we would definitely consider just open folding or perhaps raising the minimum if we were the big stack. But with this exact configuration, I think we can get away with shoving really, really wide. And both of these 2 big stacked players have to be pretty tight calling here. And if the 2 shallow stack players calls, it's not the end of the world.
But they're not the shortest, but they are the most vulnerable and
Like right here, we see Shore with the ace 9. Easy fold, and it's like nothing you can do about it. And this is actually a pretty good hand, right?
have to be the most careful with their decisions, considering Osmus and Seidel.
Osmus, same spot with ace 6. This is a spot where I think if he had ace 9, it's probably close because he's significantly shallower than Shore is. But even here, I think ace 6 is going to be a fold.
Are oh so short.
Case in point, Little just says all of it with the Jack 9. Shore folds ace 9, Osmus folds ace 6, and Seidel folds Jack 7.
Jack 6 of clubs gets through.
All right, it's his big blind, boys.
Good luck.
It's going to be a team effort to take down Little, says Adam Hendricks.
Yeah, he's feeling good right now, Little. This is.
It was a team effort. They 3-outed me 2 times. Remember a big one, it was kings against ace jack. Brutal. Sometimes you're going to lose. Such is life. Let's take a look at one more spot. Here we are, 3-handed. I have a lot of chips. And Osmus is already folded. Okay, so Osmus is folded, and now it's just me and Hendricks. This is a spot where I can shove very, very wide. I don't especially want to raise in the spot small all that often because Hendricks is a good, strong, battling opponent. He will call and see the flop. He will, perhaps even get out of line every once in a while if he gets the vibe that I'm weak. So I think the right play in the spot is just to shove a ton and I think we're going to win the pot a large chunk of the time because he has to be very, very cautious because Awesomeness here on the button only has 10 big blinds. Let's take a look at one more spot.
All right.
King 10's obviously an easy shove, but I can already tell you I would be shoving a ton of hands here.
See you at the river.
King 10 for little. Says, let's dance.
Ooh.
And Hendricks.
1 point.
What is a close hand here? Take a second, think about it. What is a spot that's close? Because remember, he really wants to avoid any sort of hand that's anywhere near a flip. Maybe something like pocket 5-6s, something like that. Maybe something like ace 10, something like that.
Considering.
Yeah, it seems interesting.
You got to realize that a hand like pocket 6s is probably going to have, I don't know, like 55% equity. Ace 10 is probably going to have something like 55% equity, give or take, depending on exactly how wide I am shoving. So if you want to get it in with 55% equity in the spot where if you lose, you get third place. And the answer is no, you do not.
He's got a qualifier.
He's qualified.
By the
What is he
looks of
qualified
it.
with?
Supposed to be maybe like ace 10, ace
Has
9.
the
There
ace
it
9
is.
suited.
Yeah.
A
Definitely a close
fascinating spot here considering Osmus has less than 10 bigs.
And just knows it's the best hand. It's a matter of ICM and Jeremy Osmus being so short.
He's going to use
Bank
some time
used
banks.
for an additional 30 seconds to act. A 44K pay jump from third to second.
Obviously, I'm hoping he folds. You never want to get called in the spot. You just want to keep shoving as the big stack, and you want to pick up all the little pots until they blind out. That's what happens in the ideal world.
Race for the Golden Eagle trophy.
Has to realize he's probably 60-40, but there's a chance he could be 70-30 if he's dominating Little's hand in any way, shape, or form. Gone are the glory days of poker where you look down at this sort of spot and holding and you just stick it in, feeling like it's the best.
Eights, 9s, 8s.
Ace.
No, not 8s or 9s. No.
You want to see it one time?
Sure.
Okay.
Ace, jack.
Okay.
It was ace, jack.
But you see how Jeremy there is saying it's something like 8s or ace jack. I probably would call it a little bit looser. Like I said, what I say here, 6s or ace 10. So, but he had definitely had a very close spot. And, well, it worked out for me. So that is good. So those are 3 examples of using the big stack to push around your opponents at the final table.
In this video, we are going to be discussing 3 hacks to build a big stack in a poker tournament. So many players make deep runs on a regular basis, but they seem to consistently fall short at the final table. I know a lot of you have told me exactly that in the comment section down below. They let their stacks dwindle away because they want to consistently move up the payout structure. They want to add more money to their winnings. But in exchange for that, they never have a huge stack. And if you never have a huge stack, you're going to have to get an amazingly hot run of cards in order to actually win. And hate to break it to you, you're not going to run amazingly hot pretty much ever. So today, you're going to learn how to build a big stack. We're going to discuss some pre-flop hacks and why nits typically don't have the chip lead. Also, we'll discuss some deep stacked post-flop tips to help you stack more of your opponents. We're not trying to win small pots, we're trying to win big pots. And also, we are going to discuss how you can push around the bubble and steal a lot of pots that many players just simply let their opponents have. So first, don't be a nit pre-flop. If you want to build a big stack, stop being so nitty. You have to realize every hand that you play in a profitable manner adds chips to your stack. A lot of players, though, they want to be very patient. They want to know that they have the best hand before they put a lot of money in. And that results in them blinding out. If you play straightforward, honest poker, there's absolutely nothing I can do to help you crush at poker tournaments because you start off playing ranges that will result in you just not playing very many hands. And if you don't play very many hands, you're not going to get a hold of a lot of chips, and you're not going to make super duper deep runs where you actually win the tournament. Hate to break it to you, but it's true. Instead, You need to get in there, and you need to keep your opponents guessing. This is going to result in you winning lots of small pots, and when you do happen to get dealt a premium hand, you are going to be able to play big pots with those big hands far more often. You do this by 3-betting a lot. A 3-bet is a re-raise. So when someone raises, you need to be re-raising a decent amount of the time, perhaps more than the GTO strategy even recommends. This is going to result in you winning a lot of pots that do not belong to you. And once you re-raise pre-flop, you're going to be fighting hard for pots after the flop too. Yes, this will result in swings to your stack. You're not going to get it in with 95% equity every time, but that is okay. It's okay to not get it in with the super nuts every single hand. So let's discuss increasing your 3-betting frequency. Let's take a look at these game theory optimal charts. Let's take a look at this first one right here. These are straight from the Poker Coaching app. Here we are 60 big blinds deep in the cutoff versus a hijack raise first in a tournament, which implies no rake comes out of each pot, and it implies there's a 1 big blind ante in play. The hands in red are re-raised. The hands in green are called. Almost everyone re-raises the best hands. Notice here something like 9s and better is re-raising a lot of the time. Ace queen suited is 3-betting a decent chunk. Ace king offsuit's 3-betting a decent chunk. And then a smattering of bluffs. Notice where the bluffs come from. They come from big, high offsuit hands that essentially block your opponent's continuing range. If you have an ace or a king in your hand, it's way more difficult for your opponent to have a strong hand containing an ace or a king because you have one of them in your hand. And so we see hands like ace-jack offsuit, ace-10 offsuit, king-jack offsuit, and king-queen offsuit 3-betting a large chunk of the time. And if you get 4-bets, you fold. Fortunately for you, though, most people don't 4-bet at all unless they have aces, kings, queens, or ace-king. They don't 4-bet bluff often enough, which actually allows you to 3-bet wider than this chart that I'm showing you. Also, a lot of bluffs come from ace-x suited, king-x suited, and a few suited connected type hands, like 10-8 suited, king-9 suited, and queen-9 suited. Most people don't 3-bet any of these hands. They don't 3-bet the king-9 suited, or the 10-8 suited, or the ace-8 suited, or the king-jack offsuit ever. Instead, they either call or they fold, and that results in them blinding out. And if anything, I would recommend you 3-bet even a little bit more than this chart recommends. With king-jack offsuit, I think it's perfectly fine to 3-bet every single time. Yes, you are going to be bluffing a little bit too often, but that is fine if your opponents are not going to take advantage of you by 4-betting you far too often. Instead, they're just going to fold, or they're going to call and then check fold when they miss on the flop, which lets you win lots of small pots. You can also 3-bet with more suited connected type stuff, although you will see that when you are deeper stacked, we are 60 big blinds here, you want to be 3-betting mostly with hands containing an ace or a king, because again, that blocks your opponent's continuing range. Let's take a look now. 60 big blinds deep, small blind versus a button raise first in a tournament. Now, we're 3-betting a lot because the button should have a relatively loose range to begin with, right? And if anything, I would recommend 3-betting more than this chart recommends. And most people instead 3-bet far less than this chart recommends. Notice the hands that are 3-betting, again, are a lot of the best hands, something like 7s and better, ace-10 suited and better, ace jack offsuit and better. Then again, some bluffs containing blockers like ace-10 offsuit, ace-9 offsuit, king-jack offsuit, queen-jack offsuit, queen-10 offsuit, ace-x suited, king-x suited, and then a smattering of these suited connected type hands. Almost no one actually 3-bets with these suited connected hands, ever. They just call because they really don't want to 3-bet and then get 4-bet and have to fold. But it turns out if your opponent's raising really wide ranges and they have position on you, they are going to fold a lot and they're really not going to 4-bet a lot, which allows you to realize your equity very well with these suited connected hands. And especially if your opponents expect you to be on the cautious side from the small blind, as most people are, they're not going to 4-bet you much at all, which is going to allow you to see the flop pretty much every time with a hand like 10-9 suited. And then if the flop comes all high cards, you get to bluff and win the pot. When it comes all middle cards, you have the nuts. And when it comes low cards, your opponent's probably going to miss, which means you're actually in pretty decent shape to win the pot a large chunk of the time. And again, if anything, I would recommend 3-betting even more than the hands that are red in this chart that opt to 3-bet. All these suited connected type hands, just 3-bet them every time. These big offsuit hands, 3-bet them every time. And it's going to result in more variance, right? You're going to experience bigger swings, but you are going to be extracting a lot of chips from your opponents who play a little bit too tight and a little bit too cautious, as most players do. Next, before the flop, you need to defend your blinds better. A lot of players play far too tightly in the big blind. In this scenario, let's take a look at 60 big blinds deep versus a button raise. Okay, so button raises. Notice, we're not folding much of anything. The only hands that are folding are the junky offsuit hands, like Jack 3 offsuit, 9-5 offsuit, 7-4 offsuit, 4-2 offsuit. Everything else calls. And this chart presumes your opponent plays perfectly. Will your opponent play perfectly? I don't know. Probably not. I think a lot of players have some pretty clear post-flop mistakes. A lot of them continuation bet too often, which allows you to check raise a lot because they're going to defend poorly against it. Other players, alternatively, don't continuation bet nearly often enough, and they just let you steal a lot of pots where they miss. So I'm not going to say you should defend much wider than this, but you certainly shouldn't defend much tighter. Also, notice the 3-betting strategy, where we're 3-betting something like pocket 8s and better, ace 10 and better, king jack suited and better, and king queen, plus then some bluffs, with a lot of bluffs coming from ace x offsuit, king x offsuit, queen x offsuit, jack x offsuit that has some other decent kicker, but then a whole lot of suited connected hands, like the 69 suited and the 10-7 suited and the king 6 suited and the ace 5 suited. Most players do not 3-bet with these suited connected type hands much at all. They call them every time, and that makes their 3-betting range way too strong. Again, if anything, I would recommend 3-betting more than this chart recommends because your opponents are going to fold too often. By the way, when you are 3-betting from out of position, somebody raises and you're out of position, you're going to want to 3-bet to a relatively big size. If they make it 2 big blinds, make it something like 8 or 9. That's going to give them kind of bad odds, right? What a lot of people do very wrong is the initial raiser makes it 2 big blinds, and then you, in the big blind, make it 5. Well, if your opponent has to call 3 big blinds more to try to win a pot that's going to be, what, 11.5? 3 to try to win 11.5 is not going to result in your opponent folding very often at all. They should not fold anything. So now they're calling in position every time, and that's not necessarily what you want. You do want some fold equity in all scenarios where you're applying aggression, and you do that by using slightly bigger sizes. Next, let's take a look at 60 big blinds deep versus a low jack raise. Low jack is under the gun if you were 6-handed. So in this scenario, now we're not 3-betting nearly as often. 10s and better, an ace queen and better for value. And our bluffs come from a different selection of hands compared to when your opponent's raising with a much wider range. We have to continue with the tighter range because the opponent's range should be stronger to begin with when they raise from an earlier position compared to when they raise from the button. So we see now some ace x suited, king x suited, and then queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited, and 10-9 suited, 3-betting a large chunk of the time. Again, most players don't 3-bet with hands in the suited connected region all that often. Instead, they call queen 10 suited, jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited literally every time because they, in their minds, think I don't want to 3-bet and they get 4-bet. But notice, your opponent should not 4-bet all that often because your range, again, should be quite strong in general because it contains all the nuts, which allows you to sneak in there with some 3-bets with some suited connected type stuff. So do not be afraid to 3-bet with this range. And again, if your opponent's raising a little bit too wide from the low jack, perhaps you should be 3-betting even more. Do notice we are now folding a lot more of the offsuit junk, like 10-7 offsuit, queen 7 offsuit, king 5 offsuit, 6-3 offsuit, and all the worse hands. And I think that's probably reasonable against a low jack raise. So in both these charts, I'm not necessarily recommending playing a wider range total, but I am recommending 3-betting more than these ranges recommend. Next, you want to make a point to play pots in position when deep stacked. You have to realize as stacks get deeper and deeper, position matters more and more because you, in position, get to control the size of the pot because you always get to decide if you want to put one more bet into the pot. And in No Limit Hold'em, the pots grow exponentially, which means you get to put in one more gigantic bet, usually by the end of the hand. So you are going to really want to focus on playing wide ranges when you are in position to make a point to use your deep stack to your advantage. Let's take a look at a hand here. Here we have the low jack raising. We have 8-6 suited on the button. Some players think, well, I'm probably behind, so I should just fold. Well, obviously you're behind. 8 high is not very good, but we're in position with a hand that can flop very well. So we're going to call and try to flop the nuts. When I say the nuts, I don't mean the actual nuts. I mean the effective nuts, or a high equity draw, or a board that's just really bad for the opponent. Or maybe the opponent just checks and they just check fold and we win the pot with nothing. A lot of good things can happen in position, 200 big blinds deep, even 100 big blinds deep. All right, flop comes. Queen 6-6, that's good. The opponent checks. It's kind of a bummer. A lot of players think we should check it back here because we want to let them catch up or we want to let them bluff. You got to realize the low jack probably has some sort of marginal made hand, like ace high or like a pair lower than queens. And in this scenario, if we check, they're not going to put in a whole lot more money unless they improve a decent amount. And even then, if they do improve a decent amount, it's not like we can just load our money in the pot and expect to get all 40,000 chips in by the river. I realize we're probably not going to be able to get all the money in by the river in this scenario, but we want to start building the pot. And given most players check with marginal made hands like an under pair or ace high, they're not going to fold to a small bet. So just start getting money in the pot. We bet 500. The opponent calls, turns an ace of spades, and now the opponent leads. What in the world does that mean? Well, I think this pretty much screams of an ace. Most players are not going to lead with pocket sevens on the queen 6-6 ace. And if they do have pocket sevens, we're probably not going to win a whole lot more money from them anyway. Unless they spike a 7, which would be a disaster. And if they do have an ace, they're probably not going to fold to a raise. So here, given we are very deep stacked, we're going to want to raise, and we are going to want to use a large size. Now you may say, are we ever actually bluffing in this spot? Exploitatively, no, we're not going to be bluffing all that often in this spot, because I think the opponent has an ace. If the opponent has an ace, don't try to make them fold an ace. Probably don't want to try to make people fold top pair in general. We are going to raise, and we're going to raise pretty big. We want to be able to get a lot of money in on the river. Remember, pots grow exponentially. If we raise to 2,000 here, and the opponent calls, the pot's going to go up to 6,500, and we have, what, 37,000 remaining. It's going to be hard to get a lot of money in on the river. If we instead go big and the opponent calls, now we can conceivably use a pretty big bet size on the river. So they make it 1, we make it 6. You may say, are they going to call 6,000 with an ace? Yes, they are. They do call. Notice again, if they have pocket sevens, I don't care. If they have pocket jacks, I don't care. If they have some weird queen jack, I don't care. We're not going to get much more money from those hands anyway. River's a king. Opponent checks. Pot's 14,500. We have 33,000 remaining. A lot of people look at this and think, oh, they could have pocket aces or kings, so I guess I should check it back. Absolutely not. Checking back here would be a disaster. We want to bet, and we want to bet pretty big. In this scenario, we decide to go for the biggest bet possible, about 2 times the size of the pot, all in. You may say, will my opponent ever call with an ace here? Some people will, some people won't. This bet might be a little bit too big. I think in a lot of the early stages in a tournament, people don't want to go broke. If they don't want to go broke, then maybe 27,000 is better. Leave your opponent with some money to get a taxi, you know? So I think perhaps 27,000 is a little bit better in this spot. I do think when you go all in, you may lose a lot of fold equity, unless your opponent's the type of player who doesn't care if they re-enter. A lot of players really do not care if they have to re-enter because they just think they're supposed to try to gamble and win all the money. And if they have a hand like an ace, especially if they have a hand like ace king or ace queen, which, you know, maybe they can have, maybe they can't, they're always going to find a call. So I think this is a spot where we do want to go very big. The question of how big is very big is going to be dependent on your opponent. But I can tell you the right answer on the river when the pot's 14,000 is not 5,000 or 3,000 or 8,000. It's going to be something like 14,000 to all in, somewhere in that region. And also when you're playing live poker, sometimes you can just look and tell your opponent's not folding. If you know they're not folding, put all your money in. Yeah, we can be beat every once in a while, but not very often at all. This time, we do get called. They do have ace king, which actually makes a lot of sense, right? They check, call the flop, turned an ace, so they led. We raised, they did not fold. We blasted the river 2x pot and we stacked them. Again, compare this to what a lot of people do. Instead on the turn, their opponent bets 1, they make it 2,500. Their opponent calls. The pot's way smaller, and then you can't rip it all in for 6x pot on the river. That's not going to get called very often at all. So by using a big turn raise, and by playing this speculative hand in position, we stack our opponent early in a spot where when we make a hand that beats their hand, we're usually going to win a ton of chips. And when we have the worst hand on the flop, we usually end up losing almost nothing. Let's take a look at one more. King 5 of spades on the button. We raise it up. 2.5 big blinds. This is very clearly a hand you would like to raise on the button, but some people don't play King X suited. They think it's not very good. But study the pre-flop charts at PokerCoaching.com and in the Poker Coaching app, and you will see this is definitively a raise. We raise, big blind calls, Queen 10-4, 1 spade. You're going to find that an overcard and a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw is a pretty nice hand to put money in the pot. So opponent checks. We're going to bet medium. Pot's 1,300. We go 700. The opponent calls. Turns a 3 of spades, and the opponent checks. This is a spot where even if we didn't turn a spade, we might go for a nice little triple barrel in this scenario. That said, when we turn a spade, we're definitely going to bet. Notice if we bet and get raised, we can still call. King high flush draw is great, especially if you can randomly spike a king and win too. So opponent checks, and we are going to bet, and we are going to go big. We go 4,500 into the 2,700 pot. You're going to say, why in the world would we do this? Shouldn't we bet smaller? Well, think about the opponent's range. It's almost certainly not going to be 2 pair or better, right? A lot of players 3-bet queens and 10s pre-flop. If they have 4s, they're going to check raise. If they have 3s, they could have 3s. If they have queen 10, they're probably going to check raise. Queen 4, 10-4, they're going to check raise. So we're already missing a lot of combinations of strong hands from the opponent's range, which means it's very likely they have a queen or a 10 or 4. I do realize they could have pocket 3s or 4-3 or queen 3 or 10-3, but those are all kind of unlikely just because there aren't that many combinations of them. And the opponent's just way more likely to have a queen or a 10 or nothing. So in the spot, we are going to want to blast it purely exploitatively to try to get the opponent to fold out a marginal top pair or middle pair, which I do think a lot of people will do. Put yourself in your opponent's shoes. Give yourself king 10 right here, and your opponent 1.5x pots it. You're just going to fold. I know some people say, I'm not going to fold. I'm going to call, and then I'm going to call a river bet too. Well, sometimes it'll work out, not against most people. Maybe against me, but not against most people. Also, in GTO world, you want to be blasting it on very dynamic boards. A dynamic board is a board where the current strong hands are somewhat unlikely to be a strong hand on the river. And that's going to be when there are straight draws or flush draws available, but no made straight or flush available. So right here, notice there are 2 spades, which means there's a flush draw. Also, there's a queen 10 on the board and a 4-3 on the board, so there's a lot of straight draws available. This is a spot where in GTO world, you want to be blasting it. And I can tell you, your opponents are going to fold very frequently. Opponent does fold this time. They make our life easy and we move on. Let's take a look at one more scenario to help you win tournaments. That is to stop overvaluing a min cash. If you ever played the World Series of Poker main event or a whole lot of other World Series of Poker tournaments, when people get in the money, what do? They clap, they celebrate, they won. 1.5 buy-ins, congratulations. They are so happy to min cash that they watch the blinds increase and they watch their own stack decrease throughout the bubble. Understand that min cashing a tournament is not the goal. It is not something you should celebrate. The goal is to make the most money possible. And sometimes that means gambling a little bit hard before the bubble. Let's say you are 20 people off the money with 50 big blinds. Let's say 100 people get paid and there's 120 players remaining or something like that. You raise pocket jacks, your opponent rips it all in with ace king and turns his hand face up. So you know you're roughly 50-50. Getting a little bit of pot odds. Should you call? Well, most players in this scenario are going to fold because they overvalued the min cash. But this is one of these interesting spots where the expected value of your call is more than just the chips you stand to gain. Because if you win the flip, you will get to run over your table for the next 2 hours on the bubble. You're going to take your 100 big blind stack against all of your opponent's 30 or 40 big blind stacks, and you are going to completely run them over. You're going to get in the money with like 150 big blinds or something like that on average. This lets you pick up a lot more chips. So it is time to go for it. Whenever you can become the big stack on the bubble, and especially if you're against players who will let you push them around on the bubble, this is the prime time to look to gamble. Now, when I say gamble, I don't mean call it off with the ace-2 offsuit when you know they have a strong range. But if you think you're roughly flipping, this is a spot where you need to go for it. So many players do not. They think they're supposed to just sneak in the money And spots like this are exactly how a lot of people squander their chance to win. And it's how a lot of the best players maximize their chance to win. And you're going to find that a lot of the best players in the world, especially the online players who get in there and battle, they cash less than roughly 15% of the time. If 15% of the field gets in the money, they may cash only 13%. You may say, only 13%, they must be terrible. But no, they win the tournament far more often than everyone else. So in exchange for getting a pat on the back and 1.5 buy-ins back, they win far more often. And I can tell you, it's way worth it. That is how you make money in poker tournaments. Next, you want to make sure that you take advantage of passive chip leaders on the bubble and at the final table. Very often, especially in small stakes tournaments, the person with the chip lead does not realize the pressure they can put on the other players. They think they're just supposed to sit around and get in the money. So once you recognize that the chip leader is passive, it's time for you to act as if you are the chip leader, even though you obviously are not. Let's take a look at a couple examples of this. Here we have ace-5 offsuit, 5 off the money in a WPT. We're in the hijack with 40 big blinds. Notice the cutoff has 19. The big blind, or the button has 75, so the big stack here. Small blind has 13, big blind has 15, okay? This is a spot where this is normally a super duper duper easy fold. It's not even close. Ace-5 offsuit with a big stack on the button, very near the bubble, is a fold. In game theory optimal world, accounting for payout implications, we should be substantially tighter than we would be if there are no payout implications. But in this scenario, we have a player on the button who is not going to try to take advantage of us, either because they think we are going to be very tight, or because they think their goal is to just sit back and collect their min cash before trying to win the tournament. In that scenario, this is a great spot to min raise. It becomes an even better spot to min raise if you've developed a good camaraderie with the other short stacks at the table, to the point that they all realize that we're all just trying to get in the money so we can all be happy together. In this spot, you want to be hyper aggressive. And some of the best hands to get overly aggressive with are going to be hands that block the short stacks all-in ranges, which is going to be an ace or maybe a king. You don't want to start min raising with stuff like 6-5 offsuit, because with 6-5 offsuit, you don't block their shoving range at all, right? So here, ace-x becomes a very, very, very good hand to raise when we are nearing the bubble and the big stack will not get out of line to try to punish us. Notice in this spot, we do go to 18K, which is actually 2.2 big blinds or so. Maybe you want to raise to a slightly bigger size than 2 big blinds if you think it will disincentivize the big blind from just calling. But I don't think it matters all that much. On the bubble, a lot of people are just looking to not get involved. This time they all fold. Let's take a look at another spot. 5 off the money. Here we have a weak chip leader. Notice here, the hijack raises playing about 94 big blinds deep. Cutoff has 25. Button has 15. Small blind has 15. We have 40 in the big blind. So a reasonable stack with ace-5 offsuit. This is another spot where if the opponent will raise wide, they realize they're supposed to open it up a little bit, but they'll defend very tightly because they think we are never going to get out of line. Well, now we should get out of line, right? This is a spot where, again, you really want to have an ace to re-raise because you want to block your opponent's calling and shoving ranges. So having an ace in the spot is very, 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 very valuable. So with ace-8 offsuit, we're going to go for it. They make it 16. How much should we re-raise to? Out of our 120,000 total stack. Take a second, think about it. This is a real quiz question. Write it in the comment section below. Go down there, pause the video. How much are you going to make it? Did you say 48,000? No! You want to go big. We want to go to a size that will give us a reasonable amount of fold equity while still looking reasonable without risking an egregious amount of our stack. So in this spot, I think 64,000 is quite nice, maybe even a little bit bigger. If you said 70, I think it's fine. I don't think you want to go something like 100, because when you start going 100, now when we do get jammed, I think we just lose money unnecessarily. But this is a spot where a lot of players make a mistake of going to something like 36 or 40 or 48 even, thinking, well, it's a lot of chips. But you have to realize your big stacked opponent in position, if you give them good odds, they are going to continue, even with a marginal range, because they realize, well, maybe we can push them around after the flop. But if you make the pot already decently big before the flop, that's going to result in them folding out all of their non-premium hands. A lot of people think, well, what if they just go all in on me? Well, remember, we've already pinpointed this player as a weak chip leader who's not going to go all in on you without a good hand. So we have the ace blocker to make it more difficult for them to have a good hand. But if they do go all in, then you fold. We don't have anything. We are bluffing. It is okay to fold whenever you are bluffing. If they call, we're probably going to throw out a continuation bet. It's going to feel dirty. Pot's going to be, what, 130K? This time they just fold and make our life easy. Pot's going to be 140K. We're going to make a medium continuation bet at something like 40,000 or 50,000 or 60,000 on a lot of flops and hope they don't have anything good. We especially don't want it to come medium big cards like Jack 10X. Jack 10X is going to really nail the opponent's range. But even then, it's probably okay to put out a bet, and you are going to find you pick up this pot far more often than you should. Don't be afraid to act as the chip leader if the chip leader will let you act as the chip leader. So that's it. These are 3 hacks to help you build a big stack. Again, tip number 1, stop being a nit pre-flop. You want to be 3-betting more often, and you want to be defending your big blind wider. You especially want to be 3-betting your big blind aggressively if your opponents are going to fold to pre-flop aggression, or they'll play too weak, tight, and passive post-flop. Tip number 2, you want to be playing a lot of pots in position when deep stacked. You want to be splashing around with hands that have the potential to make the nuts, and then when you do make the nuts, you want to be using large bet sizes when you are deep stacked to really make a point to get maximum value. And tip number 3 is to stop overvaluing a min cash. I know it feels good to get in the money and not lose. You have to realize that second place is first loser. Is that true? Barely in the money. It might as well be a loser. So, on the bubble, especially when you can have an opportunity to get a hold of a big stack, you really, really, really want to get out of line and try to get a hold of a massive stack that will let you push your opponents around, get all the chips, and then use all those chips once you get in the money to give yourself the best chance to actually win.
Whoever makes the best decisions controls the flow of the game. Every hand matters, every chip counts, and every tournament must have a winner. I'm Jonathan Little, and this is everything I have learned about tournament poker. This course is a culmination of all the knowledge I have learned throughout my entire poker career, as well as coaching some of the biggest winners in poker for over 20 years.
I don't care who you are. Nobody in the world was going to beat Justin Saliba today.
All the wins, all the losses, all of it has resulted in this course. From level 1 to the final table, learn how to master tournament poker with my fully revamped Tournament Masterclass.
In this video, we are going to be discussing 3 exploits to help you crush live poker tournaments. Live poker tournaments are absolutely booming right now, and I fully understand that it is no fun to consistently make almost deep runs, but to never actually win. It is frustrating, and I want to be sure that you, hello, I see you there. I want to be sure that you have an excellent shot of winning every single tournament you enter. In order to run deep and actually win, exploits are the way to make it happen. And in this webinar, you are going to learn 3 major exploits that I recommend you add to your strategy immediately. The first is going to be my number 1 exploit for pre-flop play. Next, continuation betting exploits of various types. And finally, 1 gigantic exploit on the river to make sure that you stop going home early. Let's get right to pre-flop ranges. Number 1, you should exploit wide pre-flop ranges, and you, perhaps, should make a point to try to cultivate a very loose, battle-y image. I definitely recommend you play pretty crazily, pretty wildly from the button, and even more wildly when you're facing a button raise. This is because whenever everyone folds to you on the button, you're in position and against only 2 random hands in the blinds. And if your opponents are competent, loose, and aggressive, they realize the same thing when it folds to them on the button, which should result in you getting after it. Whenever the button raises, you should 3-bet them relentlessly. Almost no one 3-bets often enough. And a big benefit of raising a little bit crazy on the button and fighting kind of crazy when the button raises is that you are going to get paid off when you make a good hand. Not just in these scenarios where you're battling hard against the button or from the button, but also when you are in early position. I do not recommend you change your early position and middle position ranges at all. Just play good, solid GTO poker. But from late position and against late position raises, especially the button, I definitely recommend getting after it. Let's take a look at this range right here. This is an 80 big blind button raise first in range. I want you to ask yourself, honestly, do you raise this range? Every single hand in this range is profitable to play, assuming you play well after the flop, and assuming your opponents play perfectly from the blinds. Just to be perfectly clear, this is when everyone folds to you on the button. If somebody raises before you, this is not the chart for you. We have plenty of other charts for those scenarios at PokerCoaching.com. This is when everyone folds around to you. These are the hands that you should be playing. Notice, you should be raising pretty junky hands like King 5 offsuit, 10-7 offsuit, 7-4 suited, 10-2 suited, 4-3 suited. These are all going to be profitable to play. And the exploit here is that I recommend you actually raise even wider than this range recommends, because most players in the blinds do not 3-bet adequately. You can add essentially any hand on the cusp of this playable range. I think that's all going to be fine. Yes, you're going to be raising with a range that is too wide from a GTO point of view, but that is fine if your opponents are not going to take advantage of it. And the way that they should take advantage of it is by 3-betting a ton. Let's take a look at a small blind 3-betting range. That's this chart here. 80 big blinds deep against the button raise. The hands in red are the hands that should be 3-bet. Ask yourself, honestly, do you 3-bet the 9-7 suited most of the time, the 9-8 suited every time, the 6-5 suited sometimes, the King 5 suited sometimes, the Jack 10 offsuit sometimes, the Ace 10 offsuit every time? Most people do not. Most people in the small blind 3-bet something like 9s or better for value, Ace 10 suited and better, Ace Jack offsuit and better, King Queen, maybe King Jack, and that's about it. They do not 3-bet very many of these weak suited aces. Definitely no King X suiteds, and a lot of these junky suited connectors also do not get 3-bet. I realize it feels a little bit scary to 3-bet with a hand like 9-7 suited, because you realize you can easily call and see a flop and not get 4-bet off your hand. But you have to realize most players on the button aren't just going to 4-bet you every single time you open. And to be fair, in GTO world, they should not. They should be calling a lot. And you have to realize that if your opponent's raising too wide from the button, or they just won't defend well against a small blind 3-bet, you should be 3-betting all these hands in red, and perhaps even more. Really, if you want to take all these hands that have any red in them, any 3-betting, and 3-bet them, that's going to be very, very beneficial for you, because your opponents are going to fold too often. And when they do call, they're usually just going to fold too often on the flop. I do want to make it clear. You want to use kind of big 3-bet sizes from the small blind. What a lot of people do wrong is, let's say it folds around to the button and they raise to 2.5 big blinds. In the small blind, a lot of players make it 7 big blinds. And that would be a mistake, because you're going to get called, or 4-bet, almost every time, because your opponent's getting amazing odds in position, closing the action. Instead, when they make it 2.5, you want to make it something like 10. You want to apply a lot of pressure to them so that they're not getting great odds, and that's going to result in you having a lot of pre-flop fold equity, which is excellent. Plus, you're going to have a lot of post-flop fold equity just in general, because your opponents are going to misassess your range, and they're going to think that it is way stronger than it actually is. When your opponents think you're playing ranges that you're not, that's usually going to work out well for you. This concept also applies from the big blind, by the way. The big blind should be 3-betting more than the recommended GTO range as well, because, again, most players raise the button too wide, and then they do not defend well against 3-bets, because, to be fair, most people are not accustomed to facing 3-bets from the blinds, because most players in the blinds only 3-bet the nuts, and, well, if they only 3-bet the nuts, your life is easy. So, this exploit is to raise wider from the button and to 3-bet wider against button raises. Exploit number 2 is to continuation bet small and often against wide ranges. You want to force your opponents to fight hard against you by giving them good odds when you continuation bet, which means you want to bet frequently and small, because almost no opponents will fight hard enough. Also, by increasing your aggression in general, by putting out lots of bets, you are helping your image. so that whenever you do actually get a good hand, you're going to be a little bit more likely to get paid off. Let's take a look at a few examples. Here we have 7-4 suited in the small blind. Folds around us, 40 big blinds deep. We raise it up. You may say, should we just limp this hand every time? Limping is fine if your opponents are going to play very, very well. But if your opponents are going to fold a little bit too often, you want to apply aggression and maximize your fold equity. Notice we're not raising to 2,000 to 2 big blinds, not even to 3 big blinds. We're going a little bit more than 3 big blinds. If you told me you wanted to go even bigger, like 3.5, I think it's fine. Pre-flop fold equity and fold equity on all betting rounds is valuable. All right, we do raise, big blind calls. King 5-5. What do you think? What do you think? Take a second. Write what you would do in the comment section down below. Play along. We have a lot of quizzes like this at PokerCoaching.com. If you like having quizzes and testing yourself and improving your skills, check it out. This is a spot where I think you want to bet every time using a small size. Yeah, we're going to run into some kings and fives sometimes, but most of the time the opponent's going to have nothing. This is also a pretty good hand to bluff with because it has lots of backdoor, straight, and flush draws, which you'll sometimes make. And even if you don't make it, you'll turn one of those draws on the turn, which will give you pretty good equity to continue betting. Notice we are betting 2,000 into the 6,900 chip pot. You may say, well, my opponent's going to call that every time. Okay, so what does that mean? If they're going to call the flop bet every time, because they are getting good odds in position, well, we know that we are going to need to be continuing to barrel the turn and quite possibly the river. You may say, but doesn't that risk losing a lot of chips? Yeah, and that's okay. You got to realize you're putting your opponent in a spot where they're also risking losing a lot of chips, and most players are not going to find hero calls for all their chips in situations like this because you have to remember it's very, very easy for the small blind to have a king or a 5, which will obviously want to bet the flop and bet the turn and blast the river. So we bet, opponent calls. Turns at 3. It's a beautiful card for us. We have a gut shot. If we turned literally no equity, it's probably fine to check and then just get out of the way. But when you get any sort of draw at all on the turn, a very strong exploit is to just keep betting. Because, yeah, you're going to be running into the king or 5 sometimes, but quite often you are not. Pot's about 11,000. We're going to use a medium-sized bet at this point. We want to try to get stuff like any hand worse than ace-high to fold. I don't think anyone's going to fold a pair, any pair at this point. I don't think anyone's going to fold any draw at this point. So keeping that in mind, you already know what we're going to do on the river, right? We bet 7, the opponent calls. A nice thing about this spot is if the opponent does have a 5 or a king, a lot of players are going to rip it in right here because they don't want to get outdrawn by the random diamond draws or the random straight draws, which is not good logic because if we have a random straight draw or a random diamond draw, we're not going to get there very often, and we're going to feel very inclined to bluff the river, which the opponent could easily gobble up with a king and a 5. But a lot of players, especially in small stakes games, will raise right here immediately, which is great because if you think about what that does to their calling range, it makes their calling range far weaker because it's going to not contain any kings and 5s or way fewer kings and 5s. And as their range is not protected very well, their calling range, I mean, that's going to allow us to drastically overbluff the river. River's a 9 of spades, complete blank. Kind of a bummer. That's okay. Not a bummer for us. We're going to put all of our money in. So many players blunder this spot by betting 10,000 into the 25,000 chip pot. That would be a mistake. Your opponent's going to call with any sort of pair. But whenever you put them all in, some players will even find a nitty fold with a king. Now, if you can get your opponents to fold out a king, obviously this is a huge success. I don't think we're going to get people to fold out a king. But if you can get them to fold out a king, you're going to absolutely smash them. And if you can get them to fold out pairs, you're also going to smash them. This is a spot where the opponent's going to have a lot of busted draws and a decent chunk of ace highs, and they're going to fold a large chunk of the time. We're going to win the pot. And again, I know this feels a little bit risky. This may be out of your comfort zone. Sometimes when you run this bluff, you are going to run into top pair or into trips. And that is okay. You're going to win this pot way more often than you should on every single betting round because most players are not going to defend often enough. Let's take a look at another one. 6-5 suited on the button. We raise. Big blind calls. Flop comes. Ace. 8. 3. Opponent checks. How much should we bet? With our 6 high. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Well, the answer is tiny. This is a spot where we want to just put in a little bit of money. And if the opponent has nothing on this board, they're going to be kind of inclined to fold. I mean, put yourself in your opponent's shoes with Jack 10, Queen Jack, 9-7. All these hands are just in an annoying spot because they could be against an ace. And if you're against an ace, you're drawing thin. So this is an excellent spot to use a tiny bet. Pot was 5,500. We're going to go 1,500. You may say, isn't my opponent going to call every time? No, they're not on this board because they can easily be against an ace. Because remember, we're going to raise every single ace from the button. And remember, they're going to 3-bet some of their aces from the big blind. So we have a lot of aces proportionally in our range compared to our opponent in this scenario. Also, this hand is particularly great to bet because, kind of like the previous hand, we have all sorts of backdoor straight and flush draws, and we can continue barreling no problem on a whole lot of those. This time the opponent just lets it go, and we move on with our life. So that's exploit number 2. Continuation bet, small and often. I realize the GTO strategy does involve a lot of frequent and small continuation betting, especially when you have a bit of a range advantage. But quite often the GTO strategy does a lot of checking when you do not have the range advantage or the nut advantage. And in these scenarios, exploitatively, if your opponents are not going to call often enough or raise often enough against small bets, you can bet frequently and small, and you're going to crush most opponents. Exploit number 3 is to stop hero calling on the river. The goal in poker is to make the most money that you can. The goal is not to be right or to let people know that you got outdrawn or even to play perfect GTO frequencies on the river. In small stakes, live poker tournaments especially, people are simply not bluffing often enough. So, if your opponent is not bluffing often enough, what should you do on the river when they want to put in a lot of money? Well, the exploit is to never hero call on the river in spots where you don't beat any value hands. If you don't beat any value hands, and you think they're not bluffing often enough, you just have to fold. It's annoying. I hate folding. Against people who bluff a ton, you should not fold very often at all. You should drastically overcall. But I'm telling you, in most small stakes tournaments, people simply do not bluff often enough on the river. Therefore, you should drastically overfold when they bet the river. Let's take a look at a few examples. Under the gun +1 raises, 50 big blinds deep. We call king 10 of spades in the big blind. In a $1,100 live tournament, flop comes king, queen, 5, 2 hearts, no spades. We check, opponent bets small, we obviously call. Turns to jack of spades. Not a great card for us, even though we do pick up a straight draw, because now we lose to queen jack, pocket jacks, ace 10, and 10-9. All of which the opponent could have. Plus, we were already losing to a whole lot of hands, too. Opponent bets 6,000. We cannot fold right now with top pair into straight draw. We call. River's a 4 of spades. We check. Opponent bets pot. 20,000 into 21,500. What should we do? Well, a lot of people who are trying to live in GTO world just call every time. They think, oh, top pair, what can you do? But absolutely not. This is a spot where we have, in my mind, a trivially easy fold against a player who is not insane. If your opponent's playing reasonable, normal poker, and especially if they're on the tight side, and they're on the not so inclined to load their money into the pot without a good hand side, that should make you very, very inclined to fold in this spot. Now, this is about the best hand I'm going to fold. I'm not going to fold queen jack here, for example, or king 5 if I happen to have it. 2 pair is probably good enough because the opponent could be value betting ace king. I wouldn't be shocked to see ace king. But even then, bad 2 pair is not loving this scenario at all. Because you have to realize the opponent's not going to be bluffing. If you give them random ace X, are they just going to run a triple barrel bluff? Probably not. And also, they have a ton of nuts in their range. Don't forget, the opponent logically has a whole lot of premium hands. Literally every single premium hand that's available, the opponent could logically have in their range. And when they can have all the value hands, and their range doesn't even contain that many logical bluffs to begin with, you just have to find big, big folds. And right here, this is a spot where king 10's an easy fold. We let it go. But I'm telling you, I see players all the time find calls here thinking, well, I have top pair, I have a blocker to the straight, I got a call. Then their opponent shows them pocket queens or queen jack or ace 10. I'm like, oh, so unlucky, so unlucky. Not unlucky, just a bad call. Let's take a look at another one. Pocket 9s. We raise it up. 40 big blinds deep in the low jack seat. Big blind calls. Flop comes 8-6-3. What could go wrong here? Opponent checks, we're going to continuation bet using a rather big size because here the board is very dynamic, meaning hands that are currently very good right now on the flop are somewhat likely to not be very good by the river. Anytime there's a flush draw and or a straight draw, but no flush or straight available already, those times you usually want to be betting using a large size. If the board was instead 8-6-5, where there's a straight already available, in that scenario, we'd want to be using smaller sizes in general. Or if there were 3 spades already on the flop, we'd want to be using small sizes in general because there's a flush already there. Anyway, this is a spot we're going to want to be betting big, especially with our hands that are almost always good but vulnerable, and the lowest overpair to the board almost always wants to bet big. Also, top pair, top kicker almost always wants to bet big on dynamic boards. That would be pocket 9s, maybe pocket 10s, ace 8, king 8. These hands want to go big on 8-6-3. Opponent calls. Turns a queen of hearts. Opponent checks. So here, I think we could go either way between checking or betting. Again, the problem is on this very dynamic board, we certainly do want to err towards betting using a large size. But if we use a large size, given we only have 34K left and the pot's 13,500, we're starting to get close to being all in, which is certainly not ideal. If we bet the turn and get jammed, it's miserably bad. And when you start using medium or large sizes on the turn, I do think we are going to start to get jammed some portion of the time with the opponent's draws. So that's not great. Let's just check it back. Try to get to a cheap showdown. River's a 2 of spades. Flush comes in. Some straights come in. Opponent bets 12,000 into 13,500. This is one of these spots where in GTO world, it's just a call. It's an annoying spot, but it's just a call. We do block some flushes with the 9 of spades. However, we do block a lot of logical bluffs too, with 10-9 and 9-7 and 9-5 suited. So this is a spot where if we were trying to call at reasonable frequencies, you just got to call here. But you have to ask yourself, do we beat any value bets? What would value bet in this spot that we beat? Would ace 8 value bet or 10-8 value bet? Probably not. Not when the spade comes. So we're logically not beating any value bets. Next, will the opponent bluff in this scenario? Too often. If they do have a hand, like 9-7 or 7-5, will they bluff it every time? A lot of players don't because they're worried about us having the flush or a queen that's just going to call. So if the opponent's not going to be bluffing often enough and we lose to every single value bet, we should fold, which is what we do. This is a spot where, look, I have a tough time folding. In the previous hand with King 10, that's just an easy fold. Hopefully everyone knows top pair in that spot's an easy fold. I think this one's way closer to a call because there are a lot of busted draws, and we do have the 9 of spades, which does block some value hands. That said, most players in most small stakes $1,000 buy-in tournaments, I realize $1,000 may not be small to some people, but it's not a gigantic high stakes tournament against players who bluff at adequate frequencies. In this spot, you should probably just fold. And we do fold. And when we fold here, you got to realize we don't know if we folded out the best hand. Some players hate that. They hate the idea of not knowing if they made a good fold or a good call. They want to know definitively, and they're willing to pay for it with their tournament life, or at least a lot of their chips. Don't be that player. Realize that most players in most small stakes games do not bluff often enough, especially for large amounts of chips. And the way you exploit someone who doesn't bluff often enough is to drastically overfold. So do it. Be willing to make the play that results in you winning the most money possible. So that's it. 3 exploits to help you crush live tournaments. And when I say crush, I don't mean sneak in the money and cash a little bit more often. I mean win the tournament more often. First, exploit wide preflop ranges. Open the button wider. That's going to let you play probably a few hands more profitably, which lets you win more money. Also, you want to 3-bet against wide ranges relentlessly, which will result in your opponents overfolding either pre-flop or on the flop or on the turn or on the river. And you're going to pick up lots of pots that don't belong to you, which is going to let you get off to a very good start in the tournaments. Next, continuation bet small and often because people aren't fighting hard enough. If people will not fight hard enough, meaning they're just overfolding on all betting rounds, put them in spots that are terrible for them by using frequent and small bets because most people do not continue often enough, which is again going to result in a lot of small and medium pots being pushed in your direction. And finally, stop hero calling on the river. You got to get rid of your ego or the need to know that you made the right play. I'm telling you right here, every good player in the world will also tell you, most players in most small stakes games do not bluff nearly often enough on the river, so your exploit is to fold, 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 fold. You may say, but if I fold every time, won't I be easy to play against? Yes, you will be, if your opponents decide to start blasting off their stack every time on the river. But they won't do that. No one does that. No one is trying to bluff all of their money off way too often in gigantic pots. They just don't do it. Now, obviously, I want to make everything clear here. If you are playing against someone who plays very differently than the typical small stakes player, say you are playing against someone who likes to 4-bet every single time they get 3-bet, well, don't 3-bet them so wide. 3-bet more for value, right? If you're playing against someone who seems to always bet the river and they play loose ranges on all betting rounds, well, now you need to start calling those players. But these are general tips that are going to result in you drastically exploiting the small stakes player pool, which is what we're going for. You still have to use your brain, you still have to think, you still have to exploit your specific opponents, but these 3 tips will help you massively exploit the opponents in small stakes games. So get out there, do it, let me know how it goes. Come back to this video, let me know in the comment section below how it goes. Sometimes you'll win, sometimes you'll lose, there's variance, but on average, these tips will result, these tips will result in lots of chips being added to your stack. I'm often asked by people in the YouTube comment section, should I late register for a poker tournament? First things first, understand that whenever you buy in for a poker tournament after it has started, you're playing a poker tournament that has a different structure than the initial tournament that started. If you played the tournament and you bust on the first hand by gigging in with pocket aces, it should not matter to you at all that you just lost with pocket aces. The question becomes, would I play this tournament if I just showed up to the casino? And the answer in that scenario should very often be yes, because you're just missing one buy-in from your bankroll, and obviously you should not care if you get unlucky in poker. That happens. Don't be a baby. Okay. A different question becomes, should you register very, very late? A lot of casinos will let you buy in 8 hours into the tournament or 12 hours into the tournament, where you only get 12 big blinds or 15 big blinds. And this is a scenario where you want to ask, should I play that tournament? Because it is another individual event. Should I play a tournament where I start with only 12 big blinds? Well, understand, you may have a decently large edge, bigger than you think. A lot of people think there is no edge to be had right then. Also, realize you're very close to getting in the money, assuming they let you buy in super duper late. And also, you won't actually need to spend much time studying deep stack poker because you're never going to have a deep stack, which may let you hyper specialize. So let's go through each of these 3 points. Understand that you may have a decent edge. As you get closer to getting in the money, or whenever there are payout implications, such as at a final table, you profit by folding. As an extreme example, say you can buy in when there's 15 players remaining in the tournament and 14 get in the money. So we're on the bubble. Let's say somebody goes all in for 20 big blinds, somebody else with 20 big blind calls, and you have a 2 big blind stack. Well, you should be folding almost everything here, because by folding, you guarantee that you get in the money. So your 2 big blind stack, which is worth almost nothing in terms of chips, is actually worth a whole lot in terms of dollars, because you're going to collect the minimum cash every single time. So you make money by folding. Now, most tournaments won't let you buy in exactly on the bubble, but it's not so uncommon for there to be, let's say, 15 people getting paid, and you're able to buy in with 30 people remaining. And in that scenario, you are going to turn a small profit purely because every time you fold, you're making a little bit of money. And as you can register closer and closer to getting in the money, it becomes very, very difficult to actually lose. A world-class poker player and tournament director, Kenny Hollert, has an article where he goes through and tries to convince tournament directors to not let people register really late, because it's really bad for the people who buy in on time if people can buy in late, because every time someone buys in and they extract a 5 or 10% return on investment just by being close to the money, that comes out of everybody else's money in the prize pool, right? And that's not good. So make sure you check out that article. We'll put a link in the description below if you feel inclined to read that. Long story short, if you buy in late into a tournament that doesn't rake a lot and you're kind of close to getting the money and you play well short stacked, you're going to have a tough time losing. You're not going to be some gigantic winner. You're going to win 5 or 10% return on investment. but it's not really a, call it a crapshoot like a lot of people think it is when you have only 12 big blinds. That said, if you play short stacks poorly, obviously, buying in late's not going to work out for you. If you start with 12 big blinds and you don't know how to play with 12 big blinds, you're torching your money. So you got to study, obviously. Also, if the rake is large, it's not going to work out for you. If you're playing a $100 buy-in local poker tournament and they take $20 out of that as rake, late buying in with 12 big blinds is not going to work for you at all because the rake is going to crush you. So if those two things are happening, either you're bad at short stack or the rake is large, late registering is bad for you. Next, you're getting closer to getting in the money when you buy in late. And this is kind of similar to the same point, or the previous point, but I want to make it clear in this scenario, what I'm talking about here, a benefit of this is that you only have to play for a few hours before you get in the money and have some sort of return. If you are a busy person, maybe you work 9 to 5 and you can late register up until 6 p.m., late registering could be very good because you get to work your job, make your money, and then go play poker and still have an edge, which can be amazing. Also, you may experience less variance due to getting in the money a little bit more often. Because you're going to get in the money more often in exchange for not winning the tournament as often. Understand that whenever you buy in late with 12 big blinds or 20 big blinds, you're not going to have the big stack very often, and that is okay. So you're rarely going to have the big stack, and that's going to result in you winning the tournament less often. But from the previous slide, you actually can have an edge in these scenarios. So you can invest less time, which will give you a higher potential hourly rate. Now also, if you go to play poker to get to actually play some poker hands and get in there and battle hard and get to gamble at the table for 12 hours, well, late registering is not for you. If you go to the tournament and you buy in with 12 big blinds or 15 big blinds or 20 big blinds, you're gonna double up or be out soon, like within an hour or two, a lot of the time. So understand that late registering will result in your time spent at the table going down drastically. And you will see a lot of the best poker players in the world almost entirely buy in late. They don't even show up on time because they realize if you can buy in super late, it's a good use of time. Next, you do not need to know deep stacked strategy if you buy in late. There are some training sites out there that only teach 40 big blind poker and shorter. They completely ignore deep stacked play and they recommend all of their players just buy in short. That way you can specialize. And I am actually a big fan of specializing. However, I do think there is a decent amount of edge to be extracted early from the players who are especially bad. I mean, imagine all the bad players show up early and all the good players show up late. If you're the only good player showing up early, that's going to be a really good spot for you. That said, if you do only register late, you will almost never have a big stack. And if you never have a big stack, you don't really need to know deep stack strategy. So you can focus all of your time on studying shallow stacked, medium stacked, ICM, final table strategy. And that might be a good use of your time, especially if you are very new to poker and you're really working hard to improve your skills initially. Like if you're a cash game player moving into tournaments, I realize you may have deep stack skills, but perhaps you do want to spend a lot of time hyper-focusing on playing the shallow stacked game. And if you are, let's say, a good cash game player, you can spend the day playing cash games and then late register the tournament playing your 12 or 15 or 20 big blind strategy you're working on, play for 2 hours on average, bust, then go back to cash games and continue winning money. Such a bad idea, right? That said, like I did just say a second ago, there are many profitable opportunities in the early levels, especially in tournaments that are overly soft, like main events or tournaments where a lot of players satellite in, because when people satellite in, a lot of the players are coming from much smaller average buy-in games, and they're playing a bit out of their comfort zone. So I personally try to buy in on time every time, because, like I said, a lot of the absolute best players, or some of the best players, they buy in very late, and that results in the beginning levels being abnormally soft. And I think it's worth it for me. That said, I mean, I could easily be convinced that maybe we should just all be buying in late. Could you imagine if we just all decided to buy in late and no one showed up on time? Oh, that would wreck the casino. That's actually why in a lot of the highest stakes tournaments now, they charge you $0 rake if you show up on time. Because they want the game to get running, because they realize that it's actually kind of bad for you, especially if they allow late registering. So to incentivize you to show up on time, you get it rake free, which is quite nice. So anyway, that is it for today. I wanted to give you the 3 main reasons why you should late register for poker tournaments. Again, number 1, you could have a decently large edge because you're already kind of close to getting in the money and you profit by folding. Number 2, you're close to getting in the money, which allows you to make very good use of your time. And number 3, you can hyper-focus by studying only shallow stacked, medium stacked, and play when there are big payout implications. That's me for today. If you enjoyed today's video, click the like and subscribe button below. Click the notification bell. If you have a friend who hates
late registering, show them this video. If you have a tournament director that lets you late register for a long time, show them this video. I do not like reentry tournaments at all. I think maybe at once you should get one reentry for like for a short period of time, because every time a good player reenters, they extract value from the rest of the players, and that results in return on investments across the board going down. That said, casinos love reentries because they get to rake the tournament again. They love rake. They love gobbling up the money. And that's money coming out of your pocket. I know from all the questions you type in the comments down below that you all have trouble playing flush and straight draws. And to be fair, flush and straight draws are quite difficult to play. But if you play them correctly, they have the potential to be incredibly profitable hands, even though you will miss a decent chunk of the time. It's important to realize, before we even get started, that all flush draws and straight draws do not have the same value. For example, the best straight draw, even if it's a gut shot, is pretty good, whereas the worst gut shot is terrible. The nut low flush draw is usually pretty bad. The nut flush draw is usually pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Hopefully this is common sense, but it's very worth noting. All right, 3 things for playing flush draws more profitably we are going to be discussing today is that you should be raising them far more often when the bet you are facing is small, and far less often when the bet you are facing is big. You should also raise them far more often from out of position and far less often from in position. And you want to make a point to not raise with high equity draws that would have to fold to a re-raise, especially if a re-raise is a somewhat likely possibility. If your opponent's almost never going to re-raise, well then raising them is probably fine. But if you're likely to get shoved on, as is the case when you're playing 40 big blinds deep in a tournament, or in a 3-bet pot when you're playing 100 big blind deep cash games, these draws very often want to call and not raise, because if you raise, your opponents can then jam, and then you have to fold out a hand that has 30, 35% equity, and that's a disaster. So let's go through a bunch of examples. Now, all these examples are game theory optimal examples. If your opponents make some sort of blunder one way or the other, you need to account for that. But it's very important that you know how to play against someone who is playing well, and then the adjustments to take advantage of people who play poorly are often pretty logical. We discuss them thoroughly in PokerCoaching.com so that there is no confusion at all. Okay, raise more often against small bets is tip number 1. Small bets typically indicate a, call it merged range of hands that are medium strength. Typically, when someone raises and then continuation bets the flop small, it often indicates either they're betting with everything, which includes a lot of marginal stuff, or hands that are not their best hands and not their draws, which will usually be hands like top pair bad kicker, middle pair, under pairs, etc. Either way, against that range, you're going to want to raise decently often and put pressure on all of your opponent's marginal made hands. So we're going to go through a few examples to make this very clear. So 40 big blinds deep, the low jack raises, which is under the gun if we were playing 6-handed, in a tournament, and you call in the big blind with all of these hands that are not gray. The grayed out hands are 3-bet pre-flop if they're good, or folded down here if they are bad. Flop comes 8 of spades, 4 of hearts, 2 of spades. You check, and the low jack bets 1.5 big blinds. As we can see in this scenario, you should be raising 22% of the time with something like jack 8 and better. Most of the time, straight up for value. You're just check raising jack 8 here and getting it in. Yes, you are going broke with the jack 8. And you're also going to be check raising with some additional 8s that have some backdoor equity, like 8-6 for pair and straight draw. You're also going to be check raising with some gut shots, like 7-6, 7-5, 6-5. You're also going to be check raising a lot of flush draws, like King 6 of spades, King 3 of spades, King 9 of spades, Jack 10 of spades. And then some real junkers, like Jack of spades 10, Jack of spades 9, Queen of spades 9, Ace of spades 9, stuff like that. So when we're check raising here, we have our best hands that are almost always good and often vulnerable, hands that are just happy enough to get in. But our draws are going to be some flush draws, some straight draws, and some really bad draws, like overcard with backdoor flush draw. Okay? So understand that in this scenario, we are using a mixed strategy with a lot of our draws. Like 8-7 off, or 8-6 offsuit for it. Not 8-6. What am I saying? I really don't want to see this 8 on the flop for some reason. 7-6 offsuit. It looks like we're check raising it about a third of the time or a fourth of the time. That means we're calling it the rest of the time. Now, if you want to develop an implementable strategy here, maybe you would check raise 7-6 every time and then check call 7-5 and 6-5 every time. I think that's probably reasonable. You're going to find that playing every hand a specific way 100% of the time is nowhere near GTO, but it's way easier to do. So maybe that's something you want to do. Maybe you want to check raise like every 9-6 suited, 9-5 suited of spades, 10-6 of spades, 10-5 of spades, Jack-6 of spades, Jack-5 of spades, then call the rest of these junky ones. That's probably fine. Again, whatever you decide to do, realize you do need to mix it up. And that's because when you check raise with all of your flush draws on the flop, well, when you don't check raise and then the turn's a spade, if your opponent has any idea of what you're doing, it's going to be clear to them that you have no flushes there. And if you have no flushes in your range, your opponent can blast off. Or say you do check raise all the spades and your opponent calls and turns a spade, they know that perhaps your range is heavily weighted towards spades. And then they can just drastically overfold because you have far too many flushes in your range. So you have to mix it up, especially from out of position. But whenever you're facing this small bet, you do raise a pretty good amount of the time. And in this scenario, 22%. What if instead the opponent used the GTO strategy, which does involve multiple bets, but this time, exact same scenario, except for now they're betting pot. When your opponent bets pot here, they should be far more polarized to the best hands that are almost always vulnerable, plus some draws, right? And this is going to mean that their range in this pot contains a lot more overpairs. And now you'll see because of that, we're raising far fewer 8s. Notice against the small bet, we're raising a lot of 8s, right? But against the big bet, we're raising only ace-8 and maybe king-8. And that's it, right? And then we're also raising far fewer draws. Notice now, the gut shots are just folding against the pot size bet a lot of the time. Notice 7-6 is just folding, 6-5 is sticking around, but it's not loving it. 7-6, 8-7, same thing sticking around. Or gosh, I do not know why I want to think there's not 8 on the board. 7-5 is folding, right? 6-5 is a double gut shot, so it's obviously better than 7-6. And then you'll see fewer flush draws raising as well. Like we see here, 10-5 of spades, 10-6 of spades, 9-6 of spades, 9-5 of spades. These hands are just check calling. We do see some king high and queen high and ace high flush draws check raising. Notice we are not check raising with hands like king 9 of spades. That's because if you check raise that and get jammed, you'd actually have to fold, and that would be a disaster. So you check call it. That goes back to point number 3. We'll talk about that later. But as you see here, against this bigger bet, we're raising far less often for value, which means we should raise far less often as a bluff. And the bluffs we're raising with are bluffs that can check raise and then either have an easy call off or have an easy fold, like ace of spades 9, for example. We see over here check raising and then folding. But instead of raising 22% of the time, as we do against a small bet, now we're raising only 6% of the time. Let's take a look at another example. 40 big blinds deep, low jack raises. We call big blind, ace, queen, 7. We check, they bet 1.5 big blinds. Okay? Notice again, we're raising 15% of the time. On ace, queen, 7, though, we don't have a whole lot of logical draws. The only logical draws are king, jack, and king, 10, and those can actually win at the showdown sometimes. And if we check raise and get jammed, it's actually an annoying spot, and we'd have to fold, and that's pretty bad. So instead of check raising with those draws, we instead check raise with different draws. So notice in this scenario, we have a decent amount of aces, right, that are almost always good. When the opponent bets small, 1.5 big blinds, that often indicates a marginal-ish range, like we said. And that means they're going to have bad aces and worse a lot of the time. So that allows us to check raise something like ace 9 and better, ace 8 and better a lot of the time, and just get the money in. Notice we are not check raising the lower aces all that often. We're check raising the best aces way more often because those are way more likely to be good. Then we're check raising with some total junkers down here with backdoor flush draws. 6-5 suited, 5-4 suited. That seems optimistic to me, but that's what GTO does. Notice they're check raising the pocket 2s. This is something almost no one does, but you definitely should work that into your play. We discuss this thoroughly in the poker coaching homework. We do a homework question every single month, and you'll find very often on boards where you don't have a whole lot of logical draws, the small pairs are sometimes used as bluffs. Feels dirty. Also, in scenarios like this where there aren't a whole lot of logical draws, bottom pairs very often used as a bluff. And as we see here, that is definitely the case, with a lot of the bottom pairs putting in the check raise. And when that is the case, you're usually check raising the bottom pairs that have the most live kickers first. And which kicker is most likely to be live? Well, that's going to be a 2. So we see if you have the 7-2 suited, you actually check raise this scenario a lot. basically every time. Most people don't do that. They just check call or check fold, and that's a mistake. They're leaving money on the table. But it's important to note here that draws may not be the draws that you're thinking of. I'm not sure a lot of you think of 5-4 of spades on the ace queen 7 as a draw, but we see very clearly here it is, and it is check raising every time. Same thing with 6-5, and I think a lot of you don't think of bottom pair with the nut low kicker as a good draw to raise, but it is, and you need to get aggressive with these hands. And if you do check raise the 7-2 and they go all in on you, you fold, and that's fine. The nice thing about the 7-2 though is that it's actually a pretty clean 5-out draw. Right? You have 2 7s and 3 2s, and if you get any of them, you're almost always good and you have pretty much the nuts. Now, obviously, it's not the super nuts, it's the effective nuts. You could lose, but if you make 2 pair, 40 big blinds deep, it's okay. What about if they bet bigger, though? If they bet bigger, let's say they pot it, now you raise only 5% of the time, and all of these junkers start folding or calling. We see now you're raising far less often, almost entirely for value, right? This weird Jack 7 suited is putting in the raise. That's a bluff, but all these others are kind of interesting. I think I would probably be a little bit more linear than this even. I may not check raise hands like ace 3 here at all ever and just be like ace jack and ace 10 only. Maybe put in another bluff or two with something like, maybe put in the check raise with the king 10 offsuit every once in a while if you feel like it. But as you see here, you're not raising very often at all against the pot size bet. That's because when the opponent bets pot on this flop, their range should be incredibly strong, like aces, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 type stuff. And against that range, you just don't get to mess around. So you see, against a small bet, you're raising 15% of the time. Against the big bet, you're raising 5, which is almost never. All right, what about when you're out of position? From in position, you're going to realize your equity pretty well, because if your opponent bets the flop and you call, on the turn, if they bet, you can just call again and try to get there, or fold. And if they check, you can then either check it back and try to see the river for free, or you can bet the turn and then blast the river and try to get them to fold out all their marginal hands. Both those are great. From out of position, though, if you check call the flop, very often it's going to go check, check on the turn. And then if your opponent has any sort of medium strength hand on the river, they can just let it go check, check. And then you lose, whether you're 9 high or you're 10 high or whatever it is. Or if you bet the river and they have any sort of medium strength hand, they can just call because they're in position closing the action. And that's great for them. So because of that, from in position, you realize your equity well, and from out of position, you will not. And because of that, you have to rely more heavily on fold equity, which means you need to be raising far more often from out of position. So 40 big blinds deep, low jack raises, you call big blind. Ace, 7, 6. You check, they bet 1.5 big blinds. Against a small bet, we're going to be raising a pretty good amount of the time. What are we raising with? Best top pairs and better. And a bunch of draws. Notice we're mixing it up with the draws. We see the 8-5, 8-4, 9-5 raising. This 9-4 is a fun one with backdoor flush draw again. Remember, you're check raising some good draws and some trash draws. 9-4 is a pretty trash draw. 5-4, 5-3, and 4-3 are raising a lot. Interesting to see 9-8 not raising, and 9-8, 10-8, and 10-9 not raising all that often. That's because you don't really want to raise these and have to fold to a shove, right? So you see these raising a little bit less often. And that's good to know. So the junky draws here are going to be draws mainly with some sort of backdoor straight, backdoor flush potential. So we see the 9-4 suited. We also see king 8, queen 8, jack 8, 10-8. Well, 10-8 is a gut shot, but king 8, queen 8, jack 8, king 9, queen 9, jack 9, backdoor flush draw raising sometimes. Perhaps also worth noting, king 8, queen 8, jack 8, king 9, queen 9, jack 9 with a backdoor flush draw. Don't fold. They call or raise every time here. I think a lot of people on the ace high boards think that jack 9 is just terrible and they let it go. But facing that 1.5 big blind bet, you got to get in there. What if we're in position, though? Same scenario, except for now, the low jack raises, and we call on the button. So now we're in position. Now, the ranges here are totally different, and because of that, the opponent should be checking far more often from out of position. Because they're checking far more often from out of position, their range when they bet usually should just be stronger, okay? So that alone should make us raise less often. From out of position, if you've studied the tournament or cash game masterclass at PokerCoaching.com, you know that both players' ranges have roughly the same amount of equity a lot of the time because the ranges kind of line up on top of each other. And because of that, the out of position player has to check more often, and when they do bet, they need to be polarized. So against a polarized range, a strong range, we should be raising less often to begin with, but also in position, we don't necessarily want to raise, make the pot big, and give the opponent the opportunity to shove all in, because then that completely kills our positional advantage going to the turn in the river. So, same scenario, except for we're in position. Opponent bets 1.7. We raise only 8% of the time for all of those reasons I just outlined, right?
And you see the draws are very rarely raising now because we're very rarely raising to begin with. Let's take a look at another scenario on 9-8-7. Lots of draws available now. Low jack raises, we call big blind. 9-8-7, we check. They bet 1.7 big blinds. Here we're also going to raise a lot. Take a look at the draws on 9-8-7. It's going to be a lot of 10s, probably a lot of 6s, right? So lots of random 10s, lots of random 6s. So king, ace 10, king 10, queen 10, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, and lots of 6s, right? King 6, queen 6, jack 6, etc., etc., etc. Which makes a lot of sense because we have a lot of very strong hands in this scenario. Notice we have the straights, we have lots of straights, we have 2 pairs, we have sets, etc., etc., etc. Notice we're not raising all the sets here, which is kind of interesting. I would have presumed we should probably fight even harder on this flop, but apparently not. Even still, though, we're raising 17% of the time, which is kind of a lot because we're out of position. In position, though, we're going to raise less often. Not too much less often here, but less often. And we're raising more often in this scenario just because we are going to have more of the straights and pair plus draw combinations here than the initial raiser, because they probably don't have stuff like 8-6 suited and whatnot that makes 2 pairs. One more thing to be concerned with is that you should not raise fold high equity draws. This comes up all the time. I've already pointed out a few examples earlier in this video. You can go back and watch those. And that's because with draws that have decent equity, if you raise and then get shoved on and you have to fold, well, say you know you're going to win 28% of the time or something like that. You really don't want to fold if you're going to win 28% of the time, because based on the pot odds, you may only need to win 33% or something. So it is a fold, but you're folding away a lot of equity. Folding away a lot of equity is usually a very, very, very bad result, which is why, especially when you're playing 40-ish big blinds deep in a tournament or 100 big blinds deep in a cash game in a 3-bet pot, when you raise, you usually have either a very good draw that's going to raise and then call it off, usually a very good draw, a junky draw, like a bad gut shot, or just some really bad draw, like overcard with backdoor flush draw or something. So let's take a look at this scenario. 40 big blinds deep, low jack raises, you call big blind. 6-3-2. This is very good for the big blind. You check big blind, low jack bets 3.5 big blinds. When they bet 3.5 big blinds, they're already announcing I'm pretty polarized. If you've studied at all, you know that on 6-3-2, you should not continuation bet all that often, because look at how this board interacts with the big blind's range. The low jack has almost none of these hands, whereas the big blind has lots of these hands. So because of that, you should not continuation bet too often. So knowing that, when the low jack does continuation bet, they're usually very polarized. Against a very polarized range, you know you shouldn't raise all that often. However, this is a spot where we should be raising a decent chunk of the time purely because the board nails our range. So what are we raising with? Obviously our good hands, but then let's look at the draws. We have 7-5 for a gut shot, pretty bad hand. 6-5 for pair and gut shot, 6-4 for pair and gut shot. These are actually perhaps better than you think because they always have some clean outs to the nuts. 5-4 is the nuts, 5s, pair plus gut shot, 3s and 2s are the effective nuts. And then what else? 6-3-2 with a flush draw. So we are raising in this scenario with very few 5s and very few 4s. So why would we raise very few 5s and 4s here? Well, when the opponent bets 3.5 big blinds, if we want to raise to something like 9, they can easily rip it in for 38 total. And then we'd have to fold out the 5s and the 4s. If the opponent bets smaller, though, we would be raising far more often in this scenario, because then they won't just rip it in for 38 all that often. So when we do raise here, we are raising mostly with, again, very high equity draws or pretty low equity draws. The high equity draws are going to be straight draws with flush draws. So all of these, or at least the majority of these that are raising, are straight draws plus flush draws. We're not raising with too many total gut shots. Like the 7-5 here is going to have a spade with it, I presume. Although, to be fair, maybe not. I'm not sure. And then we're also check raising with some junkers down here, like the ace-8, ace of spades 8, and ace of spades 7, and ace of spades or queen of spades 9, king of spades 9, stuff like that. So when we do check raise, we either have very high equity draws that can easily call it off, or trashier draws that can easily fold. Notice in this scenario, we're not raising though with hands like ace-5 and ace-4 too often. These are good examples where you don't really want to check raise the ace-5 offsuit too often, because ace-high is sometimes good, and the gut shot's usually good when you get there, right? Notice we're not check raising hands like king-queen of spades, and king-jack of spades, and king-10 of spades, and ace-jack of spades. You really don't want to check raise with a hand like a flush draw, and they get jammed on if you don't have additional equity that, to improve.
because when you do get shoved on, you're getting kind of the right price to call, right? You have to call 30 into a pot that's going to be 80, which means you need to win, 40-ish% of the time. And that's about how often you're going to win. So you're in this weird break-even spot. You don't want to be in break-even spots. So while you're happy to check raise the ace 4 of spades, and the king 4 of spades, and the queen 4 of spades, and all these flush draw with gut shots, you are not happy to check raise a lot of the best flush draws that have a decent amount of equity because you do not want to get jammed on. It's a very important point. Also, a lot of people make the mistake in the scenario of check raising all their flush draws, like I said earlier. And if you check raise all your flush draws, well, when you check raise and then the flush comes in, your opponent knows you're very flush heavy and they can just easily fold. And if you check raise none of them, as some other people do, well, also, then in that scenario, when the flush does come, they know you're going to have a whole lot of flushes. And that's also really, really bad if they have some idea of your strategy. So that's it. 3 tips for playing flush and straight draws. Raise more often against small bets, raise more often from out of position, and do not raise high equity draws that have to fold to a re-raise when they have pretty good equity. Instead, you opt to just call. Hope you learned a little bit today. If you did, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button down below. If you want a whole lot more examples, situation tips like this, make sure you click the like and subscribe button and the notification bell because we have a lot of videos here on YouTube and we have a whole lot of concise, well put together courses at PokerCoaching.com that will go a long way to making sure you understand all the thought process that go into playing these types of hands so that you can then figure out at the table in real time roughly what you should do with each hand in your range so that you make the best play in all possible scenarios. So check it out at PokerCoaching.com. Good luck, have fun, and hope you win with all your draws. Having a solid pre-flop strategy is absolutely vital to becoming a profitable poker player. And whether you're a cash game or tournament player, your pre-flop ranges are the foundation that which your entire strategy is built upon. I see far too many small stakes players not using the correct pre-flop charts at all. They just use the wrong ones. Or they blindly follow pre-flop charts and never deviate to take advantage of what their opponent's doing correctly. And this leads to them making many mistakes on the future betting rounds that could otherwise be avoided. Learning when to 3-bet, call, or fold before the flop will make a gigantic difference in your win rate. So make sure to watch this lesson closely so that you can master pre-flop poker. And to help you even more, I'm going to give you a completely free gift that will help you with your pre-flop strategy later in this video. So be on the lookout for that. Let's go ahead and get right to it. We're going to be discussing the top 3 pre-flop mistakes that poker players make. Understand that pre-flop poker is the most important aspect of poker because if you do not execute and play well before the flop, it's going to be impossible to play well after the flop. If you start with bad pre-flop ranges, you're going to be in a mess after the flop because either you're going to have way too many nut hands, and your opponents can easily get out of your way, or you're going to have way too many bluffs, in which case your opponents can easily call. You don't want to make poker easy for your opponents. So today, I'm going to teach you the 3 biggest pre-flop mistakes that I see small stakes players make, and we're going to discuss how to fix them. So, mistake number 1 is playing too passively before the flop. Playing passively causes you to bleed chips constantly while waiting to cooler someone. And that's not how to become a big winner. One time I got a call from one of my poker playing friends who is not a professional poker player, but a recreational player. And he was really proud of how he survives late in tournaments. He folds, gets it in good, usually doubles up, and he's happy. But he didn't realize that he'd actually blinded out half of his stack. So when he got it all in and doubled up, he was right back where he started. But he's going to go broke 30 or 40% of the time. That is not how you win. You win by slowly chipping up and stealing a lot of small pots that don't belong to you, so that when you do get it all in, roughly flipping, you either lose back to where you were, or you get a whole lot of chips, right? So, I have 3 rules for you that will make sure that you are generally playing aggressively. When you open the action, when it folds around you and you want to play, always raise first in. That means you are raising. You are not open limping pretty much ever. There are a few corner cases for this, but for the most part, if they fold to you, you should be raising. Also, you should 3-bet, constantly. Now, when I say constantly, I don't mean literally every hand or literally every time you're going to play, but you should be 3-betting probably more often than you do. And you always want to make sure to have bluffs in your range, assuming your opponents are not super, super weak type players who only raise with the nuts. Also, as you get shorter stacked, you should be looking to move all in over the top of preflop raises often. You're going to find you don't want to do a ton of calling when you start getting relatively shallow stacked from any position besides the big blind. So let's take a look at a few examples of this to make it clear. Sorry to interrupt. Well, actually, no, I'm not. That's a fib. I'm going to give you something completely free right now. Are you ready? Are you ready? We have a drum roll. As promised earlier, you can actually download and keep all of the preflop charts used in this video for free. Costs you $0. Head over to PokerCoaching.com/charts right now to claim it. If you do, let me know in the comment section. I'm curious how many of you are going to do that. And let's get right back to the video. First, let's talk about raise first in ranges. When you enter the pot, you usually want to be raising. And this allows you to have preflop fold equity, meaning you just win the pot sometimes. And you get to play postflop as the aggressor, which will often result in you being able to continuation bet the flop, and maybe bluff the turn, and maybe bluff the river, and have a lot of pots pushed your direction. So these two charts here presume that everyone folds around to you. So in the low jack seat, which is under the gun if you're playing six-handed, the hands in red should be raised, and the hands in gray should be folded. Simple as that. You'll see some hands that are, let's call it partially red, partially gray. You can mix it up with those. To be fair, though, I think you can probably just raise with those in general every time as well, because these charts presume your opponents play perfectly, and your opponents are not going to play perfectly. Usually, your opponents are going to be a little bit too weak and a little bit too passive. They're not going to be 3-betting you often enough, which will result in you being able to raise probably a little bit wider than these charts. Not a lot wider, but some of these hands that are on the cusp of playability, like King 5 suited, Queen 8 suited, 8-7, 7-6, 6-5 suited, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, pocket twos. If you told me you wanted to raise those from the low jack seat, 60 big blinds deep every time, I think it's fine. Something else I want to make really, really clear before we move forward is that you need to make sure you're using the right chart for the right scenario. You're going to find that 40 big blinds deep, you should play a slightly different strategy. 15 big blinds deep, you should play a pretty different strategy. Also, from a different position, you should play a different strategy, right? 60 big blinds deep in the low jack, you're raising these hands, but 60 big blinds deep on the button, you're raising all of these hands. So as you can see, you're raising substantially wider from the button. There's no open limping. You're making a raise in all scenarios in these spots. Also, you want to be 3-betting very, very often. And you're going to find that 3-betting with a balanced strategy, which includes bluffs, allows you to stay unpredictable. And it helps you to get paid off when you actually do have a strong hand. What a lot of people do wrong is that when they do 3-bet, they only have the nuts. And if you only have the nuts, your opponents can just easily fold. I'm sure you've played with players where they really just do not re-raise at all. And then when they finally re-raise 6 hours into the session, either the opponents call with hands that have good implied odds, like suited connectors and small pairs, or they just fold. It's easy, right? So to make sure that you're not really easy to play against, you need to 3-bet with more than just the nuts. Let's take a look at these two spots. Here we have the button versus a cutoff RFI. RFI means raise first in. So it folds to the cutoff, they raise, and now here we are on the button. This is what we should be doing. We should be 3-betting the hands in red. We should be calling the hands in green and folding the hands in blue. So, as you can see, we're 3-betting the best hand, something like pocket 10s and better, ace queen suited and better, and ace king offsuit. Then we're going to 3-bet a smattering of bluffs that are, barely good enough to call or not quite good enough to call. And you're going to find some of the best hands to 3-bet bluff are hands containing good blockers, which make it more difficult for your opponent to have a strong hand, like ace jack, ace 10, ace 9, ace 8. Whenever you have a random ace in your hand, it makes it less likely that your opponent has an ace in their hand, which makes it less likely they have a good hand. Or you want to be 3-betting hands that flop decently well. That's going to be ace x suited, king x suited, and these junky suited gapped hands. Those are usually pretty good 3-bet bluffing hands as well. So that's what we're doing. Notice we are calling some hands, but we are 3-betting with a lot of marginal hands. And when you do 3-bet and your opponent decides to 4-bet you, you fold all of your garbage, you continue with all your good hands. Simple as that. What a lot of people do wrong here is they 3-bet stuff like ace-10 suited and king-jack suited, thinking it's probably the best hand. But when you do get 4-bet, then you have a hand that you have to fold, but it's actually a pretty good hand. You don't want to take a pretty good hand and have to fold it. That is usually not ideal. You want to have your continuing decisions very easy, and you want to have your folding decisions very easy in most spots. Now that I've said that, here we have an interesting spot where we are in the small blind versus a cutoff raise, and you're going to find that when you're out of position, you generally want your 3-betting range to be a little more linear, meaning you just have better hands in it, because you're going to get called more often because you are out of position, right? When you're in position, button versus cutoff, you're not going to get called all that often. You're going to get often 4-bet, or your opponent's going to fold, although they will call sometimes. But whenever you're out of position in the small blind 3-betting against the cutoff RFI, you are going to get called more often. So you want to have a hand that plays better post-flop. So now you see we're 3-betting roughly the same best hands, right? Plus similar bluffs, but slightly better bluffs. You may be a little bit surprised here to see some of these kind of junky hands calling in the small blind. This presumes a 2 or 2.2 big blind raise, something like that, a small raise. If your opponents are raising big to like 4 big blinds, as they do in some small stakes games, you should not call nearly this wide. But assuming your opponents are playing good, strong, perfect poker, you do get to call decently often in the small blind with all of these hands in green, because they're good enough, you're getting pretty good odds, and the big blind should not re-raise all that often because they have to put in one more big blind to see a flop into a pot that's going to be 7 big blinds. They don't really want to mess that up by 3-betting and then getting 4-bet. And, they're out of position, so they can just call, see the flop, and go from there. So this is a spot where you should actually call decently wide. But you do see you're still 3-betting with some bluffs out of position 60 big blinds deep, like ace-x suited, king-8 suited, queen-9 suited, 10-8 suited, king-10 offsuit, ace-10 offsuit, etc. And like I said, if you do 3-bet these hands at the bottom of the range and you get 4-bet, you're folding. Also, you want to play very aggressively with a short stack. Going all in as a short stack allows you to get maximum fold equity, which allows you to chip up slowly, which is the opposite of what a lot of people do, where they just kind of blind out. So let's take a look here. 20 big blinds deep, button versus a cutoff raise. As you see in this scenario, we're shoving all in for 20 big blinds, the hands in red, and we're calling the hands in green. Something a lot of people do wrong is they use a shove or fold chart in this scenario, and that's actually a problem, because if you take a look at this, we actually do get to call with some hands, usually hands that flop decently well, like ace-x suited okay cards, and a few offsuit high card hands, right? And if you use a shove or fold only strategy, you essentially don't get to play any of these hands at the bottom of the range, which results in you playing fewer hands profitably. Ideally, you want to play as many hands profitably as you can. And also you see, in order to allow you to call these kind of junky hands, you do need to slow play sometimes with aces, kings, and queens. Okay? You may be surprised to see if the cutoff raises and you're on the button with kings, you should call every time. You should not be going all in. A lot of people screw that up. So this is the strategy, but notice that we are going all in with more than just strong hands, right? Like you see these ace-x suited shoving. We see like jack-10 suited shoving. You're going to find hands in this vicinity really like to shove in a lot of scenarios. Playing 20 big blinds deep, we see a lot of small pairs shoving. This is another mistake a lot of people make. They call with hands like pocket 6s or pocket 3s trying to flop a set, but you're going to make way more money by just ripping it all in. 12 big blinds deep. Let's take a look at an interesting spot that people, again, mess up. Big blind versus button. So here the button minimum raises. You're in the big blind. You may be surprised to see you actually do get to call a very large chunk of hands here. And that's, again, because you're getting very good pot odds, right? Getting good pot odds, closing the action, you get to call a lot. And your shoving range should just be a lot of ace-x offsuits, a lot of pairs, king-x suiteds, and a few of the best hands, like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, etc. Again, you may be surprised to see a lot of pretty good hands calling in this spot, but that's because by calling with hands like aces and kings and king-queen suited, you get to call with a whole lot of other junky hands that you would otherwise have to fold if you did not slow play the aces and kings sometimes. And also, you get to realize your equity with these hands. These hands are all okay, right? This is another spot where a lot of people screw up thinking I either have to go all in or fold because I only have 12 big blinds, but that is completely inaccurate. You want to make sure you are playing good, strong, fundamentally sound strategies and realize this is not all in or fold hold'em. You get to have many options. As you take away your options, the value of your strategy overall decreases. So if your only options were all in or fold, You can develop a chart for that, but it's going to be substantially worse than if you have the option to call in there, right? Make sure you use your options. All right, mistake number 2, cash, is that people play cash games and tournaments as if they are the same game. Meaning, a lot of people think, I'm going to go play No Limit Hold'em today, without properly assessing the game, the specific game they're going to play. Tournaments and cash games are different, and they require slightly different strategies. So, what makes you need to use a different strategy? Well, essentially, the games are structured differently. And the primary differences are that in tournaments, there's an ante in play, and in cash games, they take a rake out of each hand. I realize maybe in your tournaments, there is no ante, or maybe in your cash games, they take a time rake, or you pay money to go into a club, and then you don't pay a rake afterwards. But in most cash games worldwide, there's an ante in most games worldwide, there's an ante in a tournament and a rake in cash games. So, if there's an ante in the pot, what happens? Well, the pot is now bigger, right? Which means you're going to be getting better pot odds. As you're getting better pot odds, you get to play more hands profitably. What about if there's a rake taken out of the hand? Well, if there's a rake taken out of each hand, now the pot is smaller. If the pot is smaller, you're getting worse pot odds, which means you have to play fewer hands. And in most casinos, in cash games, if you win the pot before the flop, you do not pay a rake. If you don't pay a rake, or the rake is very minimal if there's no flop, you really don't want to see a flop, right? Which will result in you doing a ton of 3-betting in cash games compared to tournaments. In tournaments, you get to call way more often. In cash games, you should often be 3-betting more often. So, let's take a look at a few examples of this. In tournaments, you're going to defend your range much wider than in cash games. Now, here we have 2 charts that are not exactly the same scenario, but somewhat close. Here we have 60 big blinds, button versus a cutoff raise in tournaments, which again presumes no rake out of each pot and an ante in play, meaning a much bigger pot than in a cash game, where we have 100 big blinds deep, big blind versus cutoff raise first in. And let's compare these 2 strategies. As you can see, in a tournament, you should actually be defending quite wide. This is something a lot of people do not do. They fold out a lot of these junky offsuit hands and a lot of the junky suited hands. And that is a mistake. They also, again, do not 3-bet bluff properly with hands in this vicinity and these hands down here. They just 3-bet very linearly with only the best hands, and again, that makes them really easy to play against. Let's take a look at the cash game chart. This is something else a lot of people do very wrong. You're going to find that in cash games, a lot of players are very loose and very splashy. I don't know why, but a lot of people are. You're going to find that in cash games, if you raise to 5 big blinds, you may get 4 callers, including the big blind who calls with Queen 8 offsuit thinking, oh, maybe I'll flop a straight. But that is a disaster. You absolutely cannot play anywhere near that loose if you want to have any chance of being profitable. So, you're going to find that in a cash game, if the cutoff raises and everyone folds to you in the big blind, you're supposed to 3-bet with a good, strong, mostly linear range, and then call pretty tightly. You may be surprised to see, like Ace 8 offsuit should be folded to a 3 big blind raise. Easy fold to a 3 big blind raise. 9 8 offsuit. 10-9 offsuit, Jack-7 suited, 7-4 suited, right? These are hands that a lot of people automatically call every time thinking, well, I'm closing the action, getting good pot odds. But when they take a rake out of the pot, you just can't justify calling. You will not profit in these scenarios. If you're in the small blind, by the way, you should probably be 3-betting even more. Let's take a look at how in tournaments you get to cold call way more in position than in cash games. Cold calling is when someone raises and then you call without having any money invested in the pot. So let's say 60 big blinds deep, cutoff raises, and you're in the, low jack raises under the gun 6-handed, and then you're in the cutoff seat in a tournament. You can see you actually have a decently wide calling range, these hands in green, right? All the hands that flop decently well. But if you compare that to the similar spot, but 100 big blinds deep in a cash game, you do a lot of 3-betting. Your range 3-bets more often. So as you see, hands like King Jack suited call every time in a tournament, but 3-bet the majority of the time in a cash game. Same thing like Queen Jack suited, right? King Queen offsuit, etc. You're going to find that in this spot, if you told me you wanted to 3-bet every hand you wanted to play, I wouldn't tell you it's all that bad. But if you were to use that strategy in a tournament, you're just torching your money. So you want to make sure that you are accounting for the structure of the game that you are playing. And this is something a lot of people do not do. So, a few rules. In tournaments, you typically want to play a loose, aggressive strategy. From a GTO point of view, due to there being no rake and an ante in play because the pot's bigger. As the pot's bigger, you're getting better odds. If you're getting better odds, you should play more hands, right? And in cash games, you should play a tight, aggressive strategy due to a rake taking money out of the pot and the fact that there is usually no ante. Okay? Mistake number 3 is stacking off too lightly pre-flop when deep stacked. You're going to find that a GTO pre-flop strategy often calls instead of re-raises with non-nut hands like pocket jacks or ace king when facing tight pre-flop ranges. Also, you're going to find that most players in most small stakes games are not bluffing at anywhere near the proper frequencies, meaning they don't have as many bluffs. And if they don't have as many bluffs, it means they have more strong value hands. And this allows you to adjust and make big folds to avoid, we'll call them coolers that other people think are unavoidable. Okay? So, let's take a look at the GTO charts here. 100 big blinds deep, low jack versus a big blind 3-bet in a cash game. So, in this scenario, you raise low jack seat, folds around to the big blind, they 3-bet you. They should be pretty strong in this scenario. So, what should you do? Well, you should 4-bet with aces and kings sometimes, and then a smattering of good blocker bluffs, some ace-x suiteds and some king-x suiteds. And that's it. As you see here, though, kings actually does call a lot, queens, jacks, tens calls a lot. You may be shocked to see 9s, 8s, and 7s and 6s fold some portion of the time, but they do. I would probably not recommend that in most live cash games, but, you know, if your opponent is playing perfectly, you actually should. And again, this is because your opponent's range should be very strong and there's a rake in play. And then you just call the best strong suited high cards, right? Plus a few suited connectors. You may be surprised to see queen jack suited folding a lot, but that's because you're going to be dominated a lot by the 3-betting range, whereas something like 6-5 suited is very rarely dominated. You may be surprised to see ace queen offsuit folding. I mean, these are just spots where a lot of people call every time, and if your opponent is playing the GTO strategy, you're going to be torching your money. And again, remember, most people don't actually 3-bet bluff nearly often enough, which means you should maybe even fold a little bit more than this, especially with hands that are very likely to be dominated. Again, notice though, there are some bluffs. You want to make sure you always have some bluffs in your range if your opponents are playing well. Let's take a look now, button versus a small blind 3-betting cash games. In this scenario, you are going to continue wider because you're playing a wider range to begin with, which means they're going to 3-bet with a wider range. Also, GTO strategy from the small blind in a cash game is to 3-bet a lot, perhaps with their entire range, which means they have a range that contains some non-nut hands, right? So in this scenario, we're doing a lot of calling, right? Pretty good amount of calling with hands that flop well. Notice, though, to be fair, complete lack of calling with hands that don't flop especially well, like these ace-x offsuit, king-x offsuit, queen-9, 10-9, etc. But again, very little 4-betting. Only with aces, kings, queens, ace-king, and then a few bluffs. Which again, surprises people. They think they're supposed to just re-raise and get it in with their pocket 10s or their ace-queen suited. But no. You're supposed to call in the scenario and see the flop. You're going to find that, especially when you're in position, facing an out-of-position 3-bet, you do a whole lot of calling. And the nice thing about calling with a hand like 10s or ace-queen is that you avoid the coolers to some extent when you do run into aces, kings, queens, and ace-king, and you strengthen your calling range a bit. Because ace-queen suited is like a good hand, right? You want to see the flop with it. And that allows you to call a little bit wider with hands as junky as, 5-3 suited, because you are going to have strong hands on various boards. But again, a lot of people just re-raise and get it in every time with hands like 10s, thinking, oh, well, 10s is pretty good. What can you do? But if your opponent is playing a good, strong, fundamentally sound strategy, you do not want to do that, because when you do get it in, you're going to be in bad shape. And exploitatively, if your opponent is re-raising with fewer bluffs than normal, then you're really going to be in bad shape. Let's take a look at a hand from a $1,000 tournament that one of my students played the other day. They raised it up to $2,500 at $500, $1,000, playing 100 big blinds deep early in the tournament. Low jack, 3 bets to $9,000. Right off the bat, we are going to call this 3-bet. We are not 4-betting. A lot of people get it in their minds. All right, pocket jacks, here we go. We're all in. But no. If you 4-bet here and your opponent shoves, or even if they call, you're going to be in pretty bad shape, unless they're insane. Now, if your opponent is insane and they're 3-betting a ton, I guess you could justify 4-betting and getting in if you know they're going to play really, really wide and really, really splashy, but most people are not going to do that. Okay, gets around to the big blind, and they make it $22,000. This is now a very trivially easy fold. Take your cards and deposit them in the muck. Queens would be a tougher spot. I'm not going to say this is definitively a fold with queens, but you got to realize you opened early position. Another early-ish position player 3-bet you, and now the big blind, who has no reason to put any money in the spot, decides to put 22% of their chips in the middle. They probably have literally aces, kings, queens, and ace-king. So you may say, if I have queens, I'm flipping against ace-king. You know, that's not so bad, and there's some dead money in the pot because the low jack's going to fold a lot. The problem, though, is that while that all may be true, the low jack is going to show up with a strong hand a lot of the time, and when they do get it all in, your queens are going to be in terrible shape. So queens are definitely borderline. Jacks, though, are an easy fold. Ace-king offsuit, I think, is also a reasonable hand to fold at this point. I don't like folding ace-king often at all because it blocks your opponent from having aces and kings, but when this kind of insane action takes place, you can start to remove hands like jacks and tens and ace-queen from this player's range, unless they're, again, loose, splashy, and battly. Which means this player's going to have aces and kings and queens a lot, right? So it's probably okay to sidestep the spot with ace-king as well. Ace-king suited, I'm probably going to be all in. So I'm really just getting it in very, very strong here. Aces, kings, and ace-king suited. I know that sounds nitty, but early in a tournament, unless your opponents are insane, I think this is a fine spot to sidestep it and get out of the way. They do end up getting it all in. Aces, ace-king suited, not shocking at all, right? So realize that whenever you're facing ranges that should be strong and your opponents are kind of incentivized to not be out of line, they're just going to have strong ranges. And if they have strong ranges, hands like ace, queen, and pocket jacks are nowhere near the nuts. So make sure you're avoiding these spots that some players think are unlucky coolers. So again, let's recap. The top 3 pre-flop mistakes that people make are playing too passively before the flop. They don't raise enough, they do not re-raise enough, etc. They treat cash games and tournaments as if they are the same game, which they are not. And they stack off too lightly with deep stacks. If you stop making these very common pre-flop errors, you're going to start seeing a massive change in your win rate. So, let me know. Do you have any of these problems? And if so, what are you going to do to fix them? Write it in the comment section below. I always want to do everything I can to help all of you improve your poker skills. So make sure you strive to put these things into action to change your game.
My Black Friday sale is now live. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year on bundles for Poker Coaching Premium and Peak GTO. If you sign up right now, you will get full access to my brand new tournament masterclass powered by Peak GTO. It is my most refined and interactive tournament course to date, and I'm extremely excited that you can finally access it. Head over to pokercoaching.com/Black Friday right now.
Let's discuss one of the most important topics in all of poker strategy, and that is, how do you decide when you should fold, call, or raise when someone bets? First things first, you need to always consider the minimum defense frequency. Now, you're not always going to strictly adhere to the minimum defense frequency, but the main takeaway from it is very important. The minimum defense frequency is 1 minus the bet you are facing divided by the bet plus the pot. And essentially, as you are facing a smaller bet, you should defend more often because you're getting way better pot odds. And as you are facing larger bets, you should defend tighter. Let's take a look at the calculator real quick. Let's say we are facing a pot size bet. Well, in that scenario, the bet would be one pot size, divided by the bet plus the pot, which would be our opponent's 1 bet plus the pot size, which is 1. So we'd have 1 divided by 1 plus 1, which is 2, which is 0.5. So we have 1 minus 0.5. 1 minus 0.5 is 0.5. You clearly know that. 1 minus 0.5 equals 0.5. This means that we need to defend with roughly 50% of our range. Now, when you're in position, you're often going to defend a little bit more. When you're out of position, you're often going to defend a little bit less. But if you're folding in this scenario, something like 80% of the time when your opponent bets, you're probably folding way, way, way too often. What if instead the opponent bet 20% pot? Well, now you'd have 0.2 divided by a pot size plus 0.2. 1.2 equals minus, whoops, lost it. Minus 1 equals 83%. So now we need to defend with 83% of our range, roughly. Again, a little bit more in position, a little bit less out of position. But in that scenario, if you're folding half the time, as a lot of people do, you're going to get crushed. All right. So as you're facing bigger bets, you should defend less often. And as you're facing smaller bets, you should defend more often. However, you're going to find that you should often defend tighter when you are not going to realize your equity well, which is usually going to be when you are out of position. So if someone raises from early position and you call the big blind, you check the flop and they bet, you're going to be folding way more than minimum defense frequency because you're out of position against a strong range. That's not really where you want to be. Also, every hand in your defending range that you call a bet with needs to actually be able to realize its required equity based on the pot odds. It's important to note, minimum defense frequency and pot odds are different. If we go back to the pot size bet example, remember you needed to defend with 50% of your range, right? Roughly. But your pot odds are 33%. Every hand in your range needs to realize 33% equity, which would be your bet divided by the entire pot after you call, which would be your opponent's pot size bet, your pot size call, and the previous pot, right? So every hand in your range in that scenario needs to realize 33% equity or more. Okay? Realize it's been a little bit math heavy so far, but we'll shy away from the math. All right. A common flop scenario that you're going to face is when there's a bet and then it folds around to you, or if you're heads up, someone bets and it's on you. We need a way to generalize these situations because they come up all the time. We need to develop a framework so that we can implement a strong, robust strategy. And you're going to find that when you're facing a bet, there are 4 main factors that will determine how you should continue. And those are your hand type, who has the nut advantage, the stack depth, and also your position. So let's discuss each of these before we get into specifics. So factor number 1 is your hand type. If you have junk, what is junk? Junk is a hand like 1 overcard and no backdoor draw whatsoever. Or a really, really, really bad pocket pair on a board like Jack 10-9, like pocket 2s on Jack 10-9 is junk. These hands are just going to fold. Simple as that. You don't need to be running insane bluffs with total garbage. Just get out of the way. Next, if you have a marginal made hand, you're usually going to call. Marginal made hands are going to be hands like middle pair, bottom pair, top pair bad kicker, sometimes ace high, sometimes king high, depending on the board. And then, if you have a premium hand or a draw, you're usually going to call or raise, depending on the other factors. A premium hand is usually a hand that you're happy getting a lot of money in with, like a set or 2 pair or a straight or an overpair. And a draw can vary in strength from being like a really, really good draw, like a straight flush draw or overcards with a flush draw, all the way down to a really junky draw, like a bad gut shot or even 2 overcards with a backdoor flush draw. Next, the nut advantage is very important. This is essentially who has more nut hands in their range. For example, if someone raises under the gun and you call in the big blind and it comes Jack 6-6, well, under the gun has almost no 6s, but the big blind does. So big blind, even though they're going to be way behind the under the gun's range in general, they're going to have more super high equity hands, which leads to a lot of raising. Whenever you have the nut advantage, you usually respond with a lot of raising. And when you do not have the nut advantage, such as on ace, king, jack, when under the gun raises and you call in the big blind, in that scenario, you do mostly calling. So as your nut advantage increases, you raise more often, and as it decreases, you call more often. Whenever you do decide to raise, by the way, whenever you're in position, this is when someone raises and you call from, let's say, the button. If you're going to raise, you usually want to raise to a somewhat small size, like 2.5 times your opponent's bet, maybe a little bit more. But when you're out of position, you're usually going to want to go a little bit bigger. Usually going to want to go something like 3 times the opponent's bet or more, because if you are check raising with your draws and your best made hands, with your draws, you don't care if you build a big pot, and with your best made hands, you don't care if you build a big pot, and with your draws, you don't care if your opponents fold. Also, there's a big key adjustment factor in this spot, and that is your opponent's range connectivity. Essentially, you want to raise larger when your opponent is likely to have obviously strong hands in their range. For example, you're going to want to check raise huge on a board like King Jack 4, about 70% size the pot or perhaps more, because if someone raises and you call from, let's say, the big blind, and it comes King Jack 4 and you decide you want to check raise with a hand like bottom set or maybe a gut shot straight draw, you're going to want to go very big because your opponent's likely to have something that's pretty decent, right? Which means they're not going to fold. And whenever you do have a set, well, you want to make sure you're playing a big pot. And you're going to usually want to raise small when your opponent is unlikely to have, obviously, strong hands. Again, if they raise under the gun and you call the big blind and it comes 7-5-4, that's the spot to check raise, usually using a smaller size because they have almost no straights in their range. And if they don't raise pocket 4s or 5s pre-flop, they just fold them or they limp them, then they have almost no sets either. So in that spot, they don't have very many strong hands, and in that case, you don't really care what pot odds you give them because they're usually going to have nothing. Next, stack depth is very important. As you get deeper stacked, you're going to find that you get to call bets with implied odds hands wider. So you're going to find that hands like backdoor flush draws become decently valuable as you get deeper and deeper stacked, because if you do happen to improve to a backdoor flush, you're very likely to get paid off for a huge amount of chips. Also, when you do decide that you're going to raise, playing deeper stacked, you usually want to raise larger, because when you do raise, you're raising with your best hands and your draws. And that is a very polarized range. And with the best hands in your range, like your sets and straights and two pairs and whatnot, you want to get all of your money in by the river, and you do that by raising larger initially. If you compare this to when you are shallower stacked, you're going to find that you should call these implied odds hands a little bit less often, because if you do happen to get lucky and make a backdoor flush, you're not going to win all that much money because you don't have all that much money in front of you. And when you do raise, you're usually also going to raise smaller because you don't need to raise big to build a pot, because you can only win so much money because you're playing shallow stacked. Okay? Let's take a look at position. This influences how you go about constructing your ranges. A very important point is that you want to be more inclined to raise when you are out of position due to having a difficult time playing the weak draws on the turn when they fail to improve. You don't really want to call with a bad gut shot straight draw out of position and then just have to check fold it a lot on the turn. That's not what you want. So you're going to find that whenever you check from out of position, someone bets, you should do a decent amount of check raising, which is the exact opposite of what a lot of people do. They just call a lot with their bad draws out of position and then check fold them later, and that results in them getting completely run over. And if your opponents win all the small pots from you, it's not going to work out for you. That said, when you're in position, you can be way more inclined to call with a larger chunk of your range, because quite often on the turn, your opponent's going to check, and then you can bet and pick up the pot. Or if they do call you on the turn, you have another chance to bluff them on the river. So you want to make sure that you are check raising far more often when you are out of position compared to raising when you are in position. And you'll find that if you look at GTO solutions, quite often the out of position players check raising 20, 30, 40% of the time on some boards, depending on the range advantage and nut advantage, whereas the in position player very rarely raises all that often when facing a bet. So we have these four big factors here: hand type, nut advantage, stack depth, and position. And we can put all of this together into the bet response flow chart. And this is how my brain works. This is how I'm figuring out how I play in most scenarios. So when we are facing a bet, first things first, what type of hand do we have? Do we have nothing? Do we have junk? If you have junk, fold. Life's easy. Do we have a marginal made hand, like top pair bad kicker, middle pair, ace high, etc.? Well, if that's the case, call. Easy. Gets a little bit tricky though when we have a premium made hand or a draw. In that case, we want to ask, do we have the nut advantage? As we have more and more really good hands in our range that our opponent either cannot have or they have relatively few of in their range, if we have the nut advantage, we should be more inclined to raise. And our sizing is usually 2.5x or so in position, 3x or bigger from out of position. If we do not have the nut advantage though, we opt to just check call with pretty much our entire range. If this flowchart has been helpful for you, I have built tons of them for all different spots, like when you should be bluffing or when you should continuation bet. when you should bluff catch, and much, much more. And you can download all of them for free right now at pokercoaching.com/flowcharts. Okay? Another point is that the deeper the stack to pot ratio, SPR, gets, meaning the deeper stacked we are, the more premium of a hand that we need to have to actually raise, because when we're playing, let's say, 25 big blinds deep, if you get a hand like top pair, top kicker, you're usually fine just getting all of your money in on the flop, and if you go broke, you go broke. But if you're playing 300 big blinds deep, if you're getting it in with top pair, top kicker, and your opponent wants to put in 300 big blinds, you're probably going to be in very, very bad shape. So that's it. That is the bet response flowchart. Whenever you're facing a bet, go through this process every single time, and you will usually find the best play. And if you find the best play more often than your opponents, you're going to make more money from poker than they do. So that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did enjoy this video, do me a quick favor. Click the like button, click the subscribe button, and also in the comment section, let me know if you were doing anything incorrectly. What a lot of people do incorrectly is they don't fold all their junk. They splash around way too much. Also, a lot of players raise some of their marginal made hands every time. Remember how I said hands like top pair, bad kicker opt to check call the majority of the time or call a bet the majority of the time? A lot of people raise every top pair, and that results in their raising range not being polarized. It becomes what's referred to as linear, where it's just like your best hands. But think about what that does to your calling range. If your calling range contains no reasonable hands, well, now your range is all pretty bad hands. And if your range is pretty bad hands, all your opponents have to do to crush you is just bet the flop and bet the turn and bet the river, and then you cannot win. Something else a lot of people do wrong is that they always raise their draws, or they only raise with their really good draws, or they don't raise anything. You are supposed to raise a decent chunk of the time. Some people only raise with the nuts. It's also a big problem because, again, what does that do to the rest of your range? It makes your calling range very weak, and it makes your raising range really strong. And if your opponents know every time you raise you have the nuts, their life is easy. They can just get out of the way. And as you play against better and better opponents, you have to make sure you are playing a better and better strategy. And following this flowchart will ensure you are doing that. So anyway, let me know the mistakes you made, and hopefully this video helped you clear up a leak or two. I am frequently asked by many, many poker players out there, how do you know when you should call with a bluff catcher? And in today's video, I'm going to explain exactly how to go about deciding when you should call with a bluff catcher and when you should fold with a bluff catcher. So, first things first, what is bluff catching? Bluff catching is a situation where you are facing a bet, and today we're going to be discussing on the river, where you beat all of your opponent's bluffs, but you lose to all of their value hands. So, for example, on the river, you have a hand like middle pair. Your opponent bet the flop, they bet the turn, they bet the river. They're probably not value betting worse. Therefore, you lose to all of their value hands, but you do beat bluffs like busted flush draws or busted straight draws or queen high or whatever's available to bluff with. In this scenario, if your opponent is a good, strong opponent, they are trying to put you in a position to make a zero EV call, a neutral call. And you'll find that if you can choose when to bluff catch correctly and when to fold correctly, that will give you a gigantic edge on your opponents. And against players who are not the best players in the world, you will often be able to pretty reasonably determine when you should find a hero call with a bluff catcher or when you should make a somewhat big fold. It is worth noting that your hand is not a bluff catcher when it beats hands that are likely value bets from your opponent. For example, say someone raises, you call on the button with queen 9 suited, okay? Flop comes queen 7-3. They continuation bet, you call. Turn is a 6. They check, you check it behind. You could bet, but you check it behind. River is a 10. So queen 7, 3, 6, 10. If they bet the river, you have a really, really, really easy call because they could very likely value bet with a hand like a 10, like ace 10, king 10, jack 10, right? They could also value bet with pocket jacks. So in that scenario, your hand is really good and is not a bluff catcher. If your hand is a good hand, you definitely should not be bluff catching with it. But if instead you had a hand on queen 7, 3, 6, 10, like say you had 3-2 suited somehow, or ace 3, or pocket 2s, a bad pair, that would be a bluff catcher because they're not going to value bet a hand like a middle pair in that spot. So your ace high type hands and bottom pairs would be bluff catchers in that scenario. All right, Here we have my bluff catching decision flowchart. Let's go through this line by line. The way it works is essentially you want most of your answers to these questions to be yes when you're going to call, and if you're going to fold, most of the answers will be no. Now, sometimes there is an overriding factor. I'll discuss that as it comes up, and we're gonna go through a bunch of examples to make it really clear how to use this bluff catching decision flowchart. Before we even get to any of the questions, question number 0, am I beating any value hands? If you're beating value hands, your hand is good. It is not a bluff catcher. It's just an easy call. Everything else doesn't matter. Okay, once we've decided that we are not beating any value hands, so we actually do have a bluff catcher, now we need to ask these 4 questions. Does my opponent's range have enough obvious bluffs in it? Now, I fully realize from a GTO point of view, quite often when you do have a busted draw, you should not necessarily bet with it. But a lot of players will at least consider betting the river if they have a hand like a busted draw. So if there are a lot of busted draws available, because let's say there was a straight draw and a flush draw on the flop and turn and it all missed, in that spot your opponent's just naturally going to have a whole lot of busted draws, and people will consider bluffing those. So if there are a lot of obvious bluffs, you should be more inclined to call. If there are not a whole lot of obvious bluffs though, perhaps because all the draws came in, or perhaps because the board was incredibly uncoordinated to begin with, just to where they would not have a whole lot of draws, you should perhaps be more inclined to fold. Next, is your opponent capable of finding the right number of bluffs? A lot of players just will not bluff often enough, especially in the small and medium stakes games. When people put in a big river bet, they usually just have a good hand because they are not capable of finding the right number of bluffs. They're not going to bluff with all the random queen highs that somehow got to the river. They may not even have the junky hands in their range that should get to the river. And if that's the case, you should be more inclined to fold against them because they don't have enough bluffs in their range. Next, is my opponent capable of turning weak showdown value hands into bluffs? From a GTO point of view, again, you'll find that quite often it is right to bluff the flop with bottom pair or under pairs, and then sometimes keep bluffing them on the turn in the river. But a lot of people do not run bluffs with hands like bottom pair because they think they have some showdown value, even when they clearly do not. So if your opponent's not going to turn some showdown, or hands that seem like they have showdown value but don't, if they're not going to use those hands as bluffs, you should be more inclined to fold because, again, their range does not have enough bluffs. And if they will use those hands as bluffs, perhaps because they are a good studied player or because they're a maniac, you should be more inclined to call. Next, this last point here, it's a little bit convoluted. We'll take it slow. Does my hand unblock the most obvious bluffs? For example, let's say the board is 7-6-4-2-2. 7-6-4-2-2, okay? In that scenario, if you're facing a river bet, which cards do you not want to have in your hand when you call? Take a second, think about it. 7-6-4-2-2. Let's say you bet the flop, or they bet the flop, you call, they bet the turn, you call, they bet the river. We're deciding if we want a hero call. In that scenario, you do not especially want to have a 5 or an 8, because a 5 is an obvious straight draw on the flop, 7-6-4-2-2, right? And an 8 is an obvious gut shot straight draw. So if your opponent has a hand like King 8 suited, they'll probably bet the flop and they'll probably bet the turn, and then they'll be there with King high on the river, and they'll probably bluff it, or at least consider bluffing it. So when you have an 8 or 5 in your hand, it makes it less likely that your opponent has those busted draws because you have some of those cards in your hand, right? And so when you have those cards, you should be more inclined to fold. And when you do not have those cards, you should be more inclined to call because they make up a larger portion of your opponent's possible range. Okay? So those are the questions. And in every spot you're facing a bluff or facing a bet on the river, when you have a bluff catcher, you're going to want to go through this process. So let's go through a few examples. If you found this flowchart to be helpful, I've created many more for you, discussing all sorts of common topics that come up on a regular basis at the poker table, such as when to continuation bet, how to defend against continuation bets, and many, many more. And you can get them all for free right now at pokercoaching.com/bluffcatch. Let's say you raise to 3 big blinds preflop from the button with queen jack of diamonds and get a recreational player who is playing tightly to call from the big blind. Okay? We raise, button, big blind calls. We continuation bet 33% pot on the flop of ace 4-4, so we have a flush draw. The turn checks through on the 7, and on the river, the big blind overbets 110% pot. Okay, let's use the flowchart to decide if we should call. Might want to pause the video, take a second, think about it. You know what? While you're pausing the video, why don't you actually ask yourself, what would you do in this spot with the queen high bluff catcher on the river? Would you call or would you fold? Pause the video and write it in the comment section below. All right. Are you beating any value hands? No. Does my opponent's range have enough obvious bluffs? Probably not, because they're playing tightly. And also, if you look at this flop of ace 4-4, what are the most likely hands that would want to bluff the river? Well, it's going to be busted flush draws, right? And queen jack of diamonds blocks a lot of busted flush draws, which means it's more likely they're going to be value betting. Is your opponent going to be capable of finding the right number of bluffs? Probably not, because they're playing tightly. Is your opponent going to turn a weak showdown value hand into a bluff? Probably not, right? Are they going to be bluffing with a hand like queen high? Like, probably not, right? Next, does your hand unblock the most obvious bluffs? Well, like I said, the most obvious bluffs are diamonds, which means we really, really, really do not want to have diamonds in this spot. And we do. And therefore, that is bad. So this is a terrible spot to bluff catch. So just fold, move on with your life. Example number 2. You raise the 3 big blinds pre-flop on the button with queen jack of diamonds, and a semi-professional player calls in the big blind. They probably played pretty well. You continuation bet 33% pot with queen jack of diamonds on king 8-7. Kind of dicey, but whatever. Your opponent calls, turn goes check check on the 2, and on the river 7, your opponent overbets 110% pot. How do you feel about this scenario? A lot of people just automatically put that queen jack of diamonds in the muck. I'm not so sure though. Let's think about it. Well, are you beating any value hands? Clearly not. So we are bluff catching. Next, does your opponent's range have enough obvious bluffs? Well, on king 8-7, 2 spades, there's a whole lot of busted spade draws and a whole lot of busted straight draws. And if they did have a backdoor flush draw with a club, they turn to flush draw and they may feel like betting those on the river as well. So there are actually a whole lot of busted draws here. Next, is your opponent capable of finding the right number of bluffs? Maybe, probably. They're a semi-professional player. So they're going to look at a hand like jack high or 6 high or busted spades and think, maybe I should bluff this, right? Next, will your opponent turn a weak showdown value hand into a bluff? This question is not necessarily relevant in this spot because like if they're bluffing with a 2, it's obviously not good for us, but this is a spot where I don't think very many people are going to bet with a 2. So this question is not so relevant in this scenario. Does my hand unblock the most obvious bluffs? Well, the most obvious bluffs are spades. We have no spades. Clubs. We have no clubs. Jack 10, which we do block a little. Jack 9, which we do block a little. 10-9, 9-6, and 6-5. And we don't have any of those. So this is a spot where we do not block their bluffing hands at all. So take a look at this. This is a situation where we are going to call, and we are probably going to call more than the minimum defense frequency in this scenario, because this is a spot that is going to be overbluffed by a lot of people, because the GTO strategy for the opponent in this scenario is not to bet with every busted draw at all. They have to give up with some draws, and a lot of people will not do that, especially if they are a little bit active and a little bit aggressive. You may say, but they bet 110% pot. Doesn't that mean they must have a good hand? You can't really read into bet sizes too much from pretty good players. Obviously, though, if you know something about your opponent, if you know they only use big bets with the nuts, well, then fold, right? If they only use big bets with bluffs, obviously call. This is a spot where you may actually lose to some of their bluffs, so you have to be a little bit careful in this spot. But if you think about it, a lot of players will not bluff hands like ace-10 of spades on the river because they can just let it go check-check. So I don't think you have to worry too much about them having ace-high or like pocket threes. I think a lot of people check those in this scenario. So this is a spot where I would call a lot. And I know it feels a little bit dicey making a call with the queen high, but if you think about the opponent's range and realize how many busted draws are available, it's just a call. So you call. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But you got to realize you're getting pot odds. You only need to be good 35-ish% of the time. And when there's a whole lot of draws available and your opponent's capable of bluffing, you're probably going to be good way more than that. Let's take a look at one more example. You raise the 3 big blinds, pre-flop, on the button with queen jack of diamonds, again, our favorite hand. Actually, it's not my favorite hand. My favorite hand is pocket aces. We have queen jack of diamonds this time, though, and an unknown player calls in the big blind. We continuation bet a 3rd pot on the flop. It goes check, check on the turn. On the river, we have a jack. We make a pair on the river, and the opponent bets 110% pot. Ugh. Should we call or should we fold? They check call our small flop bet, check on the turn, over bet the river. All right, let's go through the flow chart, see what it says. Well, are you beating any value hands? Probably. Because in this scenario, they are not going to put you on a whole lot of jacks. They're going to put you on a whole lot of ace highs, under pairs, unpaired hands, right? Now, you certainly could have some jacks, but this is a situation where you will beat some players' value bets in this scenario. Now, again, if your opponent literally only overbets with a king or nothing, then maybe we do have a bluff catcher. If let's just pretend like that was the case in this scenario. Against normal players, it's just an easy call. But what if we know our opponent only value bets with a king and will never value bet a worse hand? If that's the case, does the opponent's range contain enough obvious bluffs? Probably not. Is your opponent capable of finding the right number of bluffs? Probably not. Will they turn weak showdown value hands into a bluff, like a 2? Probably not. Does your hand unblock the most obvious bluffs? There really aren't very many obvious bluffs here now, are there? If that's the case, this actually might be kind of close to a fold. So if you know your opponent is very weak and very tight and very straightforward, this can easily get swayed towards a fold. But against anyone who is decent or competent or just unknown to you, you got to find a call. So that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you reference this flowchart whenever you are facing a bet and you have a bluff catcher. It's going to make your decisions way easier and also more systematic. And if you develop good, robust systems that essentially line up with the GTO strategy, and you make a point to adjust and take advantage of whatever your opponents do wrong, you're going to be way better off than if you get to the river and just guess. Today, let's discuss 2 huge post-flop mistakes that you must avoid if you want to have any chance of succeeding at poker. The first thing you must understand is that winning poker is not about making sick bluffs, huge laydowns, or fancy plays. I promise you, it is not. I know that's what's shown on TV, but you have to realize a lot of televised poker is showing the most exciting 8 hands out of an 8-hour session. Okay? Most poker is just about making fewer mistakes than your opponents and having good, strong fundamentals. In this webinar, I'm going to teach you how to avoid making these big errors in the pots where these errors are the most costly. Mistake number 1 that most people make is overplaying very clearly marginal made hands. Losing big pots with a medium strength hand is a massive leak that I see commonly in people who come to me asking how to improve their skills. Whenever poker players come to me asking for help, I say, so show me some hand histories. And a lot of players make the mistake of drastically overplaying medium strength hands. You're going to find that from a game theory optimal point of view, you should often be taking passive actions with your medium strength hands. Let's take a look at a hand that someone sent me from 1-3 at Aria the other day, wondering where they messed up. Let's take a look. We raise it up with Queen 10 suited. Big blind calls. We're playing 1-3 no limit hold'em. Flop comes 10, 9, 5. Opponent checks. We continuation bet. They call. So far, so good. Turns to 6 of hearts. They check. Check behind. I realize that when you're playing against the absolute worst players in the world, perhaps you can value bet here. Sure, if you think they're going to play really straightforwardly against you. If they're going to play really straightforwardly against you, such that they mostly or only raise with better hands, and they call with some worse hands like a random 9 or a random 6 or a random ace high, then sure, feel free to value bet. But if you do value bet against these players, you must fold when they raise you. So what does this player do? They make a bet. Fine. You know, it's at least reasonable because the opponent can call with some worse stuff. But then the opponent raises to $40. You can see me, my hands are, I'm just like annoyed. This is a spot where you cannot continue with this hand. You simply must fold. You likely have the best hand when you bet and get called, but when you get check raised, you are done. But this person called. And I hate to break it to you, at 1-3 no limit especially, if you bet the turn and then call a raise, you are not going to make it. River's a queen. Oh boy, well, you're doomed now. Opponent bets 75. Most people just find a call, but if you think about the opponent's range, assuming you don't think they are bluffing all that much to begin with on the turn, and the river doesn't really change much at all, they probably are still drastically under bluffing, this is just a fold again. This is an annoying spot, but you probably just don't have the best hand ever, given the way this hand is played out. This player called, though. Where did they go wrong? Opponent shows the nuts, of course. They went wrong by betting the turn to begin with, because they presume the opponent is really straightforward. But then, if you do bet the turn, presuming the opponent's really straightforward, you must fold when they raise you. This is a big blunder that's going to make it hard for this player to win if they do not plug that leak. Let's take a look at another hand from 2-5 at Ari that someone sent me. I think this was actually a good hand. We raised it up with the King 7 suited. Perfectly fine from the cutoff. Big blind calls. 9-7-4. They check. We can check or bet. I think either play is reasonable. But on these connected boards against players who play well, you definitely want to do a lot of checking behind because the big blind's going to have a whole lot of 9s and a whole lot of 7s. I realize our hand is like actually okay against that, but in general we want to do a lot of checking. So we do let it go check. Fine. Turns a 3. They bet 20 bucks. Easy call. River's a 2. Whatever they bet, we're going to call. They bet 35. Feels kind of value heavy, but realize we're getting good pot odds. We only need to be good 25% of the time. Easy call. And we beat the 10-8. Good. This is how you're supposed to play the medium strength hands. Notice that if we instead bet the flop and got check raised, this would have been a miserable spot where we probably call the check raise or maybe fold, but if they keep blasting it on the turn, we probably need to find a fold. And we end up getting blown off for our equity. So this hand was played perfectly well. Medium strength hands want to check behind. I cannot make this any more crystal clear to you. Mistake number 2 is not playing balanced strategies. Balanced essentially means playing a mix of both strong and weak hands in the same manner to avoid being predictable. And if you're always balanced, you keep your opponents constantly guessing, which will result in them making way more mistakes. So many players make the blunder of playing all of their strong hands in exactly the same way, and all of their weak hands in the same but different way, right? Like they put a lot of money in with the nuts, they don't ever bluff. Or maybe they always check raise huge on the flop with only draws, right? A lot of players, especially in the small stakes games, make the mistake of being very unbalanced, either because they just have not studied poker very well, or perhaps because they think their opponents are so bad that they can get away with whatever they want to do. And I hate to break it to you, we're not playing poker in 1999 anymore. A lot of players are actually kind of decent even in these small and medium stakes games, which force you to play at least somewhat balanced strategies unless you definitively know what your opponent does wrong. And I hate to break it to you, just like it's not 1999, you will not definitively know what your opponent is doing wrong very often. Let's take a look at a hand where we raise it up with ace-king, playing 1-3 no limit. Again, these are hands that my students sent me. Flop comes king, 10-6. Big blind checks. Easy bet. We bet 13 bucks. Opponent calls. Turns a 2. Big blind checks. Definitely go for a bet again. We go for the overbet. Ooh, I love this. This is a nice hand. This is a spot where a lot of people do not go for overbets, but when the turn brings backdoor draws and the board is very coordinated and we're playing pretty deep stacked and your opponents are probably a little bit calling stationy, this is a great spot to go for value with your best hands that are likely to be vulnerable to being outdrawn, like top pair, good kicker. Opponent calls. River's a 2 of spades. Opponent checks. Easy, all in. This is also a spot where if you felt like being balanced, you could conceivably have some bluffs. Notice there are various backdoor flush draws we could easily have. We could also have various gut shot straight draws and open-ended straight draws on the flop. So if we have all those draws and we want to be able to win the pot with those hands by bluffing some portion of the time, we also need to make sure we are going for value. And this is a spot where even a hand like king-queen can go for value, maybe even a hand like king-jack. And you may say, isn't that too thin? What can call you? You have to realize, though, if your opponent's folding out a king in the spot, they're probably overfolding, and that's quite good for you because it lets you get away with all of your bluffs. We do go for full value with the ace-king, though. Opponent does have king-jack. which is, to be fair, one of the best hands they can have within reason. And we scoop a nice pot. But notice this is a spot where we definitely would have some bluffs. Here's another spot, 7-6 of spades. We raise it up, big blind calls, king 10-4. Is that the same thing we had last time? King 10-6. Again, these are hands that were sent to me by my students. Flop comes, king 10-4, similar to the previous spot. Opponent checks, we go for a bet. Opponent calls, turns it 2, giving us a backdoor flush draw. Or you know how this one's gonna go, right? Opponent checks, we are going to bet, and we bet big, just like we would do with ace-king. Nice hand. Opponent calls, rivers a 7. They check. You know, if we did not river the 7, we would probably go for the bluff in this spot. But when we river the 7, I think checking it back becomes reasonable enough because we actually do have some showdown value because we now beat hands like queen jack and ace queen and ace 5 suited, etc., right? So I don't think we need to bluff this hand anymore, but if we did have a worse hand at this point, like 8 high, busted flush draw or whatnot, we probably would go for a sizable bluff. Check, check, though. They showed the king jack. They probably weren't folding, and, you know, we probably got a little bit let off the hook in this spot because we rivered the 7. So, that is it. 2 huge post-flop stakes that you must avoid if you want to succeed at poker. Again, tip number 1 is to stop overplaying marginal made hands. Please take more passive actions, like checking and then just calling, with your good but non-premium hands. And tip number 2 is to stop lacking balance in your post-flop strategies. You must play both your strong and your weak hands in the same manner in similar spots in order to stay unpredictable. And if you do not do that, then anyone who's paying the least amount of attention is going to have a really clear idea of what your bets indicate. And once your opponents can figure out what your bets indicate, like if you bet big, you have the nuts. If you bet small, you have a marginal hand. If you check, you always have nothing. If they can figure that out, you are doomed and you are not going to win. And I want you all to thrive at poker. That's going to be it for today. If you enjoyed these 2 huge post-flop mistakes you must avoid, do me a quick favor and click 2 buttons below. Click the like and subscribe buttons. I would appreciate that. Let's discuss how to play more aggressively and win more money from poker. It's very, very important to realize that in order to thrive at poker, you have to play more aggressively than you most likely are. You have to use power poker. The days of playing rigid, tight, passive, weak, very straightforward poker are well over. And if you want to win, you must learn when to be more aggressive. Now, I'm not going to say you should be mindlessly aggressive. You should not be a maniac. But if you use aggression intelligently, you're going to pick up a lot of pots that do not belong to you. So, in this video, I'm going to give you 3 tips on aggression and how to use them to win more money from poker, including how to be more aggressive pre-flop, with a few examples, how to be more aggressive post-flop, with a few examples, and also how to adjust your strategy as you get deeper and deeper in the tournament to really push around the players who do not want to go broke. Because, let's face it, no one wants to go broke. All right, tip number 1. I know I've said this a few times on this channel, but it's important and a lot of you still don't do it. Tip number 1 is to stop only 3-betting with your best hands pre-flop. If you only 3-bet when you have a good hand, you are going to be easy to play against. Simple as that. I cannot make it any more clear. Let's take a look at these charts here. Here we have 60 big blinds deep, button versus a hijack RFI, raise first in. So this means it folds to the player in the hijack. Remember, it goes big blind, small blind, button, cutoff, hijack. So they raise, and now it's on to us on the button. Take a look at this chart. The hands in red are re-raising. The hands in green are calling. This is what you should do if your opponent plays perfect poker. Now, I realize everybody does not play perfect poker, but assuming they do play perfect poker, here is what you should do. And if you take a look at this strategy, we see that we are 3-betting that best hands, which most people do. Pretty much everybody 3-bets their aces and kings and queens and jacks and tens and ace king, ace queen suited, ace jack suited. But then also a smattering of other hands. And take a look at these other hands. These other hands mainly contain a suited ace, a suited king, an offsuit ace, ideally with another big card, maybe a hand like king 10 suited, or a decent suited connected type hand. So let's take a look at each of these hands. The suited aces have an ace, blocker,
this makes it more difficult for your opponent to have a hand that can reasonably continue. Because if you hold an ace in your hand, it's less likely they have an ace in their hand, which means they're more likely to not have a premium hand. Just by a little bit, but it does matter. Same thing goes for these ace X offsuit hands in this vicinity. Same thing for king X suited, right? If you have a king in your hand, it's way less likely your opponent's sitting there with pocket kings or ace king or king queen, hands that can very easily continue. So you're gonna find that hands containing an ace and hands containing a king are very good to 3-bet with, especially if they're suited, because they can actually flop decent hands like flush draws. The other type of hand that you will 3-bet whenever you are playing somewhat deep stacked are suited connected type hands, because these hands flop very well. When you get called, it's nice to be able to connect with various straights when the board comes 8-7-6, right? It's nice to have that 10-7 suited in your range. So these are the hands you usually want to 3-bet. But again, I want to make it really clear that what a lot of people do wrong is they only 3-bet the best hands. They may 3-bet 9s and better, ace-10 suited and better, and ace-jack offsuit and better. And when they 3-bet, they just have the nuts, or the effective nuts. And if you know your opponent has the effective nuts, life is easy. You just fold and get out of the way. So by adding in more of these bluffs, you are going to pick up a lot of pots that many other players would not pick up because they would instead call and try to flop well. And you're usually not going to flop well. Let's take a look at this other chart. Big blind versus a cutoff raise. Notice here, we are still 3-betting with all of our best hands, roughly pocket 9s and better, all these good hands. You're going to find that when you are out of position, as we are in the big blind against a cutoff raise, you are going to 3-bet with a bit more of a linear range, but you're also still going to have some bluffs, mainly ace X suited, king X suited, some ace X offsuit, and some suited connectors. Turns out this pattern usually holds true when you're playing somewhat deep stacked. Now, this will change as you get shallower stacked. We have extensive game theory optimal charts at PokerCoaching.com, so make sure you check those out if you are interested in that. But you do see that you're not just 3-betting the nuts, right? So many players only 3-bet with the best hands. And if you only 3-bet the best hands, your opponent's life is so easy because they know what you have, right? If you tell your opponent what your cards are, or effectively what your cards are, it's not going to work out too well for you. I hope that's pretty obvious. So you have to mix in some 3-bet bluffs. This is going to make you way more difficult to play against and is going to result in lots of small and medium pots going your direction that otherwise would not go your direction. Tip number 2 is to bluff more post-flop in good spots. Now, certainly you can just look at a GTO solver and figure out what the good spots are, but I want to give you 2 very, very clear spots where you can increase your post-flop bluffing frequencies. First is on the flop, you can just continuation bet more often. I am starting to see that players are toning down their continuation betting frequency. A long time ago, whenever I first started playing poker back in 2003, most people knew to continuation bet every single time. And that was probably way too much. Now people have looked at game theory optimal solutions. They know now they're supposed to not continuation bet so often. So they're continuation betting at closer to the optimal frequency. The thing is, though, is that most people do not defend adequately against continuation bets. So if your opponent's not going to defend adequately against continuation bets, what should you do? Well, you should continuation bet more often, and you should continuation bet using a smaller size, just in general. This is, again, going to result in lots of small and medium pots going your direction at almost no risk because you're actually not risking all that much money to try to win the pot. So if your opponents do not raise the flop enough and they do not call the flop enough when you bet, you in turn should be betting much more frequently. Also, on the turn and river, you should be blasting it when the board changes against all but the most calling station-y opponents. So if a hand like top pair becomes marginal on the turn or river, you should usually be betting again, especially if you have any sort of equity whatsoever. Let's take a look at some examples here. Let's go to this one first. Here we have queen 10 suited. We raise it up. Big blind calls. We flop a gut shot. Backdoor flush draw. Overcard. This is everything we could possibly want. Opponent checks. This is a spot where we just want to continuation bet pretty much every time. The opponent then calls. I will say, if you think your opponent's going to check raise this flop a lot, then maybe you don't continuation bet here because you really don't want to bet, let's say 3,500 and get raised to 12,000 with overcards and gut shot, right? But that said, this is a spot where you can probably get away with continuation betting somewhat infrequently because the 9-8x connects pretty well with the opponent's range, but you still want to be betting with some draws and your best made hands. And this is obviously a pretty good draw because you can bet this hand and get your opponent to fold out ace high or king high or maybe even an under pair. And if they do call, well, you get to bluff on a lot of turns. Notice in this scenario, the 9 becomes substantially worse on the turn.
And realize it's not as if your opponent has a 9 every time. Sometimes they're going to have an 8. Sometimes they're going to have a 4. Sometimes they're going to have ace high that did decide to float, like ace 3 of diamonds or something like that. And whenever all of those hands get a whole lot worse on the turn, you pretty much always want to keep betting with anything you bet the flop with that wants your opponent to fold. So in this scenario, if I had any sort of draw, I would definitely keep betting, and I would bet using a somewhat big size. I want to make my opponent feel immense pressure. This is a situation, again, where we're going to be betting pretty polarized with our best hands, usually a king or better, and then draws, right? So if we have mostly kings or better, we may still keep betting a hand like pocket 10s here if we had it, I suppose. But whenever you have a pretty good hand or nothing, you usually want to be betting using a large size. Here we bet big, opponent just folds, we collect a nice pot. This is a spot, though, where a lot of people just check back the flop, and then they check the turn, and then maybe they put out a river bet. But then it's easy for the opponent to find a hero call into a small pot with a hand like an 8. But by applying immense pressure, you get your opponent to fold out way more often than they should. All right, here we have the king 9 offsuit. One of my least favorite hands. Folds around to us on the button, we raise it up. Big blind calls, we flop. Backdoor flush draw, gut shot straight draw, overcard, everything we could want in life. We continuation bet, opponent calls, turns an 8. We have open-ended, opponent checks. So now the jack and the 10 did not get especially worse, but we have a draw and we lack showdown value. This is a spot where if the opponent does have a hand like a 10, they're going to call a turn bet pretty much every time. If they have an 8, think about the 8s they could have. It's going to be a hand like Queen 8 suited, 9 8 suited, maybe 8 7 suited. These hands are going to call a turn bet every time. So keeping that in mind, you should already know that when we bet this turn, we are going to be betting pretty frequently on a lot of rivers because it's very easy for the opponent to have a 10 or an 8. Now, of course, if they have a jack, they're probably just not going to fold unless the board runs out really badly for the jack. But this is definitely a spot where we want to bet the turn, understanding we're going to get called very frequently. And then sometimes we're going to improve on the river. And when we don't improve on the river, we're going to be bluffing. We already know it. We see the plan coming ahead of time. We bet, opponent calls, river's the ace of spades, opponent checks. Take a second. Think about what you would do in this scenario with the king high on this board when the board runs out, completing the flush. This is a spot where a lot of people see this board and think, oh man, there's no way I have the best hand, and it's easy enough for them to have a pair, so I guess I have to give up. But no. This is a scenario where when we have this magical king of spades blocker, it makes it impossible for the opponent to have the king high flush. And if you think about a lot of the flush draws the opponent could have, they would have been ace x of spades, which they obviously can't have anymore because the ace is on the board, and then king x of spades. But notice, that's not possible anymore. Also realize queen jack of spades is not possible. Queen 10 of spades is not possible, right? So we're really looking at just weak queen x of spades and then some lower flushes. And a lot of people don't even defend with hands like 8-2 suited before the flop. So we can, to some extent, discount those, although some people do defend those every time. What it amounts to, though, is that whenever a lot of the big cards are on the board, you're usually going to want to keep bluffing, especially when you further block that flush. So this is a spot where we want to bet. What are we trying to get the opponent to fold? Well, depends on your opponent's tendencies, right? Some players in this scenario will fold out anything besides maybe a straight or better or flush or better if we bet big enough. So what is big enough? Well, I think the answer here is all of it. You may say, would you ever go all in with a flush? Well, if you want to be balanced, you should, but exploitatively, probably not, because your opponent's going to fold a lot. This is a spot where I love shoving as a bluff. Almost no one calls here. I realize you're risking a lot to win the 19,000 pot, risking 51 to win 19, but this is a spot where when we have a relevant blocker to the straight and the flush, they're just not going to call unless they somehow have the flush, and a lot of players check raise the flop with flush draws, which again takes away a lot of those combinations out of their range, or some portion of those combinations out of the range. You may ask, why not bet something like 25,000? The problem with 25,000 into 19 is that when we get, well, we're going to get called by two pair every time there. And we may even get called by like top pair. And it's also just easier for opponents to find hero calls with hands like a pair when you don't put them all in. If you're playing a tournament like the World Series of Poker, this is a spot where you definitely want to apply maximum pressure because nobody wants to go broke. Or if this is the big monthly tournament at your local casino that's not a re-entry event, or maybe we're already in the money, or maybe not in the money, but at the end of the re-entry period has ended. There we go. Found the words. This is a spot where you definitely want to apply a lot of pressure, and a lot of pressure is usually enough to bust your opponent. So I like an all-in here. We do shove. This is a play most people don't use because they think no limit hold'em means maximum pot size bet only. hold them, but remember, you can use all the bet sizes, including all of it. And you're going to pick up this pot a ton. All right, tip number 3 is to increase your aggression when you get deep in tournaments. Most players are deathly afraid of going broke, and they are way too passive when the stakes and pressure are at their highest. And this is especially true in small stakes games where nobody wants to go broke. So you need to make sure you increase your aggression when you are deep in tournaments. Here are 3 tips that will help you do that. First is to rejam short stacks often. If somebody raises and they're shallow stacked, the term is rejam whenever you go all in, although it's not exactly a rejam if you think about English. But if somebody raises and they're shallow stacked and they're raising somewhat often, you can then shove all in on them and make them fold out far more than they should. Most people do not find calls with hands like ace 10 offsuit or pocket 6s when they raise 20 big blinds deep and someone shoves on them. They think, oh, I'll just fold and wait for a better spot, but without actually realizing that better spots are not going to come along all that often at all. So if somebody raises, you need to be shoving a lot. You can reference the poker coaching charts. We have game theory optimal charts for 12 big blinds, 15 big blinds, 20 big blinds, etc. And you're going to see there is a lot of shoving that's happening, assuming there are no payout implications. And if there are payout implications, you may want to shove even wider if you can make your opponent fold even more often, because they are then further incentivized to fold and move up the payouts. Next, assuming we're a little bit deeper stacked, you're going to want to 3-bet small very frequently. If somebody raises to 2 big blinds, make it 5. They're going to call decently often, which is fine, because on the flop, they're going to check, you're going to continuation bet, and they're going to fold. And you're going to win a lot of pots that other people do not, because they just call very frequently. And if you do 3-bet a hand, like let's say ace 10 offsuit, and your opponent shoves it all in, fine, you fold. You're probably nominated, right? So understand that 3-betting is good, assuming you have fold equity on the pre-flop 3-bet and the flop continuation bet. Of course, if your opponent is a massive calling station and they literally don't fold anything ever, then you can 3-bet very linearly and wider for value, because they're going to call and then stack off poorly. But most players deep in tournaments are not trying to just take their stack and hand it to you, because if they were that type of player, they would have been out already most of the time, even though I do realize sometimes they run hot. Next, you're going to want to raise, open raise, when they fold to you, slightly wider, and then continuation bet more often. If you would normally raise, let's say 20% of hands in this scenario, and you have a bigger stack than your opponents, and there are payout implications, this is a spot where you may want to raise substantially wider, maybe 25%, maybe 30%, maybe 40% if they're going to be really tight, passive, and straightforward. You're going to find that as you get deeper and deeper in tournaments, hands like ace X, any ace, become reasonable hands to raise, especially if you expect your opponents to call very infrequently, because having that ace in your hand makes it less likely they have a hand that can then shove all in, right? Turns out blockers are very relevant. You really want to have an ace in your hand to make it difficult for your opponents to have a hand that they can then shove on you. Also, after the flop, we discussed this earlier, but you want a continuation bet more often. A lot of players know facing a minimum raise, they should call the big blind very frequently. So they do that. Then on the flop, they check, and if you bet something like 1.5 big blinds into the 5.5 big blind pot, they're going to fold, I don't know, 30, 40, 50% of the time, which is quite often, way too often. If you can make your opponent fold out a large chunk of their range with a small bet, it's almost like you're checking, except for your opponent folds sometimes. And obviously, if you can just get your opponent to fold whenever they have any type of equity, that's clearly a very great success for you, especially if you open with a wider range to begin with, which means you have a junkier range naturally to begin with. So if your range is junkier and you can just win more pots with small bets, that's going to result in a lot of small pots going your direction. And that's really what this video is about. You must learn to play more aggressively, and that is going to result in you winning more money. So to recap, here are the 3 tips. Tip number 1, stop only 3-betting with your best pre-flop hands. You must 3-bet with a polarized range, including some hands that are essentially at the bottom of your playable range. Again, take a look at these hands in red here. These hands are all pretty marginal. Most players never 3-bet them. They think it's impossible to do it. They think they're going to get called, and they're worried that they're going to lose their chips. I hate to break it to you. When you're playing poker, sometimes you're going to lose your chips, and that is okay. If you only play the nuts, you're not going to make it. Tip number 2 is to bluff more often post-flop in good, logical spots. These are usually spots where the board changes substantially for the hands that are most likely in your opponent's check calling range on the flop. So if top pair or middle pair gets a lot worse on the turn of the river, it's a really, really, really good spot to continue bluffing. And also keep in mind, you're allowed to use overbets. And most people almost never call overbets. Simple as that. Tip number 3 is to increase your aggression deep in tournaments across the board. This is a scenario where most people really don't want to go broke. And to be fair, good game theory optimal strategy is to try to not go broke deep in a tournament. But if you know your opponents are going to take that to an extreme and overfold, then that's going to allow you to use lots of frequent and small aggression, and that's going to result in a lot of small and medium pots going your way, which will result in your chip stack increasing consistently throughout the tournament, which allows you to lose a few more coolers before you inevitably go broke. But realize, in most poker games, in most tournaments, you are probably going to go broke simply because everybody goes broke besides the winner. And if you think that the goal is to blind out and then get your money good, yeah, you'll get your money in good, but you will have blinded out and lost a bunch of your chips in the process, and that's not going to work. The way you win is by consistently chipping up and then, winning some hands.
Whoever makes the best decisions controls the flow of the game. Every hand matters, every chip counts, and every tournament must have a winner. I'm Jonathan Little, and this is everything I have learned about tournament poker. This course is a culmination of all the knowledge I have learned throughout my entire poker career, as well as coaching some of the biggest winners in poker for over 20 years.
I don't care who you are. Nobody in the world was going to beat Justin Saliba today.
All the wins, all the losses, all of it has resulted in this course. From level 1 to the final table, learn how to master tournament poker with my fully revamped tournament masterclass.
In today's video, we are going to be talking about one of the most important parts of no limit hold'em poker that if you do not master, you will fail. And that is starting hand selection. It's important to realize that you get dealt a hand, every single hand you play at the table, and you have to make a decision. And if you make incorrect decisions, even marginally incorrect decisions on a consistent basis, that's going to result in a lot of money leaving your pockets and going into your opponent's pockets. So if you want to succeed, you must really understand starting hand selection. Most players know that pocket aces are great. They're happy to load their money in. But how do you actually feel about ace king? Do you think it's a drawing hand? How do you feel about pocket jacks? Do you think they always get cracked? What about 8-7 suited or pocket twos? You got to realize thoughts like, oh no, I have jacks and ace always comes when I have jacks, or especially when I have kings. If you have thoughts like this in your head, it's all nonsense. You have to get the nonsense out of your head and start thinking from a fundamentally sound point of view, as I'm going to show you how to do in this video. The 3 main factors you want to be considering when choosing your starting hands are your position, the effective stack depth, and also the blind, ante, and rake structure. For example, if you have a hand like ace-king and you're playing 20 big blinds deep, you can be pretty confident getting all of your money in. But if you're playing 500 big blinds deep, you basically never want to get all your money in with ace-king unless your opponent is insane. So you have to realize that these 3 factors are vitally important because they are going to very much dictate how you play each specific hand. You must understand that you need to think in terms of hand ranges. A range is a collection of all possible hands that you or your opponents could have at a given time. You have to realize in all scenarios, you are playing a range of hands and not just one specific hand. And by playing a lot of hands in the exact same manner, it makes it impossible for your opponent to know exactly which hand you have. A big mistake a lot of players make is to raise to different sizes with hands of different strengths on a consistent basis. For example, say you're playing 1-3 no limit hold'em and it folds around to you and you normally raise to, let's say, $10 with most of your hands. But when you have exactly aces, kings, queens, jacks, and ace king, you make it 15. If anyone is paying attention at all, they're going to very quickly realize that whenever you make it 15, you have one of the best hands. And when you make it 10, you do not. And that's going to make you really easy to play against to the point that you're going to have a really tough time beating even the tiniest stakes games. So you want to make sure that you play your range in a way that makes it difficult to play against. So take a look at this scenario. in this hand, it folds around to you in the cutoff, and you raise to $10 with Jack 10 suited. Okay? Understand, though, that you could be raising any of these other hands here in red. These hands in red are solved using a game theory optimal program, and this is what you should be raising in this scenario in the cutoff, in a cash game, with high rake, with no ante, which we'll be discussing in just a minute. It's important to realize that you could have Jack 10 suited here, as you actually do, but you could also have aces, or pocket nines, or pocket fives, or King 4 suited. Something a lot of people do very incorrectly, by the way, is they just simply do not follow good, fundamentally sound pre-flop charts. It's important to realize that position is very important. You should play fewer hands in early position, and you should play many, many more hands in late position. For example, here we have 60 big blinds in a tournament, under the gun +1 RFI, which means raise first in. So this is when you are, let's say playing 7-handed in your first 2 act, okay? Or if you're playing 8-handed, the first player folds, now your second act. These are the hands you should raise when you are 60 big blinds deep. All these hands in red. All the hands in gray should be folded. Now, if you want to raise slightly wider than this, I think it's probably fine. But you can't get too carried away when there's a whole lot of players yet to act. You can't raise Jack 7 suited or Jack 8 offsuit or Ace 7 offsuit. If you raise those hands in that scenario, you are going to get crushed by any of your opponents who play decently well. Take a look though, 60 big blinds deep from the button. Now you can raise substantially wider, right? Now a whole lot of suited hands become playable, and like all the Ace X becomes playable, even stuff like King 5 offsuit becomes playable. And in basically all scenarios, as you have better position on your opponents, or as there are fewer players yet to act, you generally get to play wider ranges. So that's something you must fully understand. Also, the stack depth will greatly affect preflop hand selection because different types of hands do better at different stack depths. And in general, with deep stacks, post-flop playability becomes very, very important. Whereas whenever you're playing with a shallower stack, you usually want to have good, strong, big cards that can make a hand like top pair. And the reason for this is because a hand like top pair can very confidently put all the money in when you're playing 15 or 20 big blinds deep, but a hand like top pair, bad kicker, cannot confidently put all the money in when you're playing 60 big blinds deep. So if you take a look at these two charts, these are both under the gun +1 raise first in, except for on this chart we have 60 big blinds, and on this chart we have 15 big blinds. And you can see that when we're playing 60 big blinds deep, the game theory optimal strategy favors more suited connected type hands and fewer big offsuit cards like King Jack offsuit, Queen Jack offsuit, Ace 9 offsuit, etc. Those hands are not played quite as often or at all whenever you're playing 60 big blinds deep, but they're played way more often when you're playing 15 big blinds deep. And again, this is just because hands like Ace 9 offsuit, if you're 15 big blinds deep and you make a pair, you're happy to get it in. Not so much 60 big blinds deep. Also, whenever you are playing deeper stacked, whenever you do happen to make a premium hand with your suited connected hands or your Ace X suiteds, you are way more likely to win a lot of chips instead of just winning a few because your opponent has more chips in their stack. So with deeper stacks, post-flop playability becomes more important. With shallower stacks, you're usually going to be favoring big cards. Hello there. Sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to make sure that I give you completely free access to the preflop charts we are using in this video and many, many more. These charts are the foundation that pretty much every strong world-class professional poker player uses, and I want to be sure that you do not miss out. You can get the charts right now at pokercoaching.com/charts or click down there in the description below. Back to the video. Also, the ante structure and the rake structure also affects your starting hand selection, and that's because when there's more money in the pot for you to win, well, you want to fight a little bit harder for it. As a very clear example, in this scenario, we're 80 big blinds deep in a tournament. Say someone raises under the gun +1 and we are in the big blind. In this scenario, we can re-raise the hands in red and call all the hands in green and fold the hands in blue. You may be somewhat surprised to see that when there is an ante in play and there's no rake taken out of each individual pot, you actually get to defend every single suited hand. A lot of people don't do this, and it results in them folding a little bit too often on a very regular basis. You will notice that a lot of the offsuit hands are not actually all that good, but you do get to play a pretty wide range in a tournament facing a standard raise. I believe this chart presumes 2.5 big blinds. In a cash game, though, with no ante in play and a rake taken out of each pot, essentially what happens is if someone raises, the pot is not nearly as big in a cash game compared to when you're in a tournament, even if they use the same preflop raise size. So you see, you actually have to be substantially tighter in a cash game when someone raises. I mean, you may be surprised to see under the gun +1 raises and you have king 10 offsuit in the big blind, just fold. Jack 7 suited, just fold. 10-9 offsuit, just fold. And this is a big mistake that a lot of cash game players make that makes them stay at the small stakes games forever. They defend way too wide. Now you may say that my opponents are especially bad. Sure, maybe they are. If that's the case, you want to figure out what they do incorrectly and then adjust to take advantage of them. But there's pretty much no world where you can defend against a 3 or 3.5 big blind raise with a hand like queen 8 offsuit against an early position raise, because your early position opponent is probably going to be somewhat tight, and a hand like queen 8 offsuit is nowhere near playable. So perhaps you can play a little bit wider than this 100 big blind cash game chart in the big blind facing an early position raise, but you can't play a whole lot wider. And if you do, you're going to have a pretty tough time winning. So those are the 3 vitally important points you must understand in order to master starting hand selection. To recap them, number 1, play more hands in late position and fewer hands in early position. Also, make sure you adjust your ranges for the stack depth. Hands with good playability good post-flop playability go up in value as stacks get deeper. Hands with good, strong, high cards go up in value as stacks get shallower. And then you want to play more hands when there's an ante and no rake, and you want to play fewer hands when there is no ante and a rake, because as there's more money in the pot, you must be more and more willing to fight for the pot. So that's it for today. Again, to get the preflop charts that will help you very clearly see which hands you should be playing in all scenarios, assuming your opponents play well, make sure you click the link below to get them. That's going to go a long way to helping ensure that you do not make frequent common errors that most of your opponents in most of your games will be making. And if you don't make frequent common errors, you're going to find that you, don't lose a whole lot of equity in common spots all the time. Let's discuss when to continuation bet using a huge bet size. The days of continuation betting small every single time and having your opponents drastically overfold are over. Back whenever I was absolutely crushing the game a long time ago, all you had to do was raise a lot before the flop, continuation bet roughly a third of the pot every time, and your opponents would fold roughly half the time. You can do the math. You're going to print money if your opponents fold half the time and you're only betting a third of the pot. But now people are substantially more studied. They realize they cannot fold 2 small continuations bets all that often, and people raise more often than they used to. So you, hello, I see you there. You have to play closer to a fundamentally sound strategy when you're playing against players who are pretty good at poker. And, today, most people are actually pretty decent at poker. So in this webinar, you're going to learn when and how to put maximum pressure on your opponents the right way. And also, you're going to learn what types of hands you're going to be using for large continuation bets. So let's go through some general rules before we discuss specific spots. First, the better the board is for your range, the more often you should continuation bet. This essentially means you have a range advantage. As you have a larger range advantage, you bet more frequently, okay? And then the bigger your nut advantage, the bigger your continuation bet size usually should be. What is a nut advantage? That means that you have proportionally more effective nut hands in your range than in your opponent's range. For example, if you raise from under the gun and the big blind calls and it comes 3 big cards like ace, jack, 10. That's a spot where you have pocket aces, pocket jacks, pocket 10s, king, queen, ace, jack, ace, 10. You have all the nuts, right? And while your opponent has some of those, notice they would re-raise maybe aces and maybe jacks, maybe king, queen if they feel like it. They have a whole lot of garbage too, like 7-4 suited, right? That's just in really, really bad shape. So that's a spot where you can bet frequently, and if you feel inclined, you can bet very, very big. So as you have a range advantage, you want to bet more frequently. As you have a nut advantage, you want to bet bigger. Compare that to a spot where, let's say you raise under the gun and the big blind calls and the flop comes 7-6-4. Now, the best hand you, under the gun, can have is maybe a few sets, but a lot of overpairs, right? But your opponent could be easily sitting there with 2 pair sets and straights. So there, they have a nut advantage, which forces you to bet infrequently and usually not using such a big size. So the bigger the nut advantage, the bigger the continuation bet size you can use. So spot number 1 to use huge continuation bets are on dynamic boards. A dynamic board is a board that is likely to change on the future betting rounds. And due to this dynamic nature, you want to use huge sizes right away. Let's take a look at some examples of this. We raise it up playing 40 big blinds deep with Jack 9 of spades from early position, which is perfectly fine and standard. Big blind calls. Flop comes 8, 7, 3. Opponent checks. This is a spot where we definitely have plenty of hands that are good enough to get in for 40 big blinds. That's going to be overpairs, right? I know I just said a second ago, if we have a bunch of overpairs and your opponent has lots of straights and 2 pairs, you have to be a little bit careful. But in this scenario, notice there are no 2 pairs available, or no straights available, and also there's only one logical 2-pair combination with the 8-7, right? So in this scenario, especially as you get shallower and shallower, overpairs are going to be definitely good enough to get in. And overpairs want to bet big because quite often the board is going to change on the turn. Usually an overcard's going to come or a straight card's going to come, and that's going to substantially change what the effective nuts is on the turn. So you don't really mind picking it up immediately. And if you bet big here and your opponent wants to raise and they want to get it in and you're sitting here with, pocket 9s or better, or maybe even like king 8 suited and better, you can pretty easily get your money in because your opponent's range is going to contain a whole lot of draws and perhaps slightly worse made hands. So we're going to be betting big in this scenario, and I think a big bet size is something like pot. You may be surprised to see that we should be using a pot size bet in this scenario, but because the board is dynamic and because when we bet, we're betting with our strong overpairs and better, plus some draws, we want to use this big bet size. And notice we don't actually have a ton of logical draws in this scenario. If you think about the logical draws we have 10-9 suited, Jack 9 suited, Jack 10 suited. It's not that many combinations of those. We may have 6-5 if we got splashy, but probably not. And then we have some really junkier draws, like Queen Jack of spades. That's a hand that may want to bet as well. But if we don't have backdoor flush draw here, and maybe even backdoor straight draw, or a gut shot, or an open-ended straight draw, we probably want to be checking with a lot of our marginal stuff. So this is a spot where we're not actually betting all that frequently, but when we do bet, we probably are going to want to use a big size because our overpairs are good enough to get it in. And this is a spot where the opponent's going to fold a lot. Notice if we instead bet smaller on the flop, like 2,000, the opponent's going to call a ton, and then we don't know if we need to continue betting the turn or the river. Also, a nice thing about betting big, especially when we have a draw, is that your opponent's not going to jam you all that often because by betting big, we, to some extent, say our range is going to be a little bit polarized, either a good hand or a draw. And your opponent's not going to want to be shoving with a hand like a 7 or an 8 in this scenario. Whereas if you bet smaller, maybe your opponent puts in a raise and puts you in a nasty spot with a lot of your junky draws. So definitely a good spot to go for a big bet size. Let's take a look at another spot. We have pocket 10s. Now we are playing 100 big blinds deep at a 1-3 no limit game. We raise it up to $10 in the cutoff. Big blind calls. Flop comes 8-5-2. This is another very dynamic board. It would be even more dynamic if there was a flush draw available. This is a spot where we want to be betting big with our decently strong polarized range. Similar spot, right? If I had a hand like 9-7 for a gut shot, I would definitely be betting it using a big size in this scenario. Hands like pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks. These are hands that are almost always good, that want to get money in the pot, but are vulnerable to being outdrawn, right? And especially with hands that are almost always good, but are vulnerable to being outdrawn, these are usually the hands that want to go for the biggest size, especially when your opponent can call with a lot of hands that are worse than yours. Like right here, if the opponent has any 8, maybe even any 5, they're going to call any reasonable bet. So we just want to bet and get money in the pot. Notice again, this is a spot where there are some 2 pairs available, but not a ton of them, and also there's no straight available, right? If there were straights available, like say it was 8-7-5, or 8-6-5 or 8-5-4, we would probably go for a slightly smaller size. Because then we're going to be running into straights and more logical 2 pairs, right? So we go for a pot size bet. Opponent calls. Okay, good. They probably have a whole lot of 8s, maybe some 5s, maybe some draws. Turns a queen of hearts. Opponent checks. What do you think about this spot? Take a second, think about it. If you feel like quizzing yourself, write what you would do in the comment section down below there. This is a scenario where I think we need to go for a medium-sized bet. We have the best hand almost always. Almost always. You may say, but aren't we worried about the queen? Not really, because if you think about the hands that are going to check call our flop bet, well, it's not going to be a whole lot of hands containing a queen. Maybe your opponent would call with like queen jack of spades or queen jack of diamonds, but that's only 2 combinations, right? Maybe they could have queen 10 and queen 9 of backdoor flush draw as well. But even then, that's kind of optimistic for a pot size bet. So the opponent still just most likely has an 8 or 5 or a draw. So this is a good spot to go for a medium bet size. Notice also that I could easily have queens, because if I had a hand like queen jack of spades on the flop, I probably would have bet using a big size, because that's one of those essentially really junky draws. So we have a lot of very good hands here, and the opponent does not. So we're going to be able to bet this turn somewhat frequently, especially given we bet the flop polarized to begin with. So we bet 35. Opponent calls. In this scenario, especially from an exploitative point of view, and really from a GTO point of view as well, you want to use a medium size with your good but non-premium hands, because you're trying to get called by worse stuff, right? Notice if we potted it on the turn, then an 8 or a 5 would probably just fold. But I want the 8 and the 5 to call me, so we need to go for a size that can reasonably be called. Also, GTO usually bets medium-ish with medium strength hands. All right, river's a 5, opponent checks. Okay, so the 5's actually pretty bad for me because I have no 5s in my range, right? I would not bet the turn with a 5. So therefore, I should probably check it back. Yeah, the opponent could have an 8, but the opponent may not even call a river bet with an 8, especially given I bet the flop and bet the turn, right? And they could just be sitting here with a 5. So this is a spot where we got some value on the flop, we got some value on the turn. Unless the opponent's an extreme calling station and you think they're going to call with any 8 or maybe even any 2 or maybe even any ace high, then you just want to check it back in the spot. Check, check. Opponent has the 8-7. You know, maybe they would have called a bet, but realized they could easily have a 5 in the spot. And it is not worth the risk of betting and getting check raised, because then we have to fold every time. And that opens you up to getting bluff. Now, I realize a lot of people don't do the check raise bluff if you've watched the videos on my YouTube channel. You're here on the YouTube channel. If you watch the videos on the YouTube channel, then you know a lot of people don't check raise bluff. But if you do bet the river and get raised, you just have to fold this hand that's pretty good that can very happily just see the showdown. So those are 2 spots where you want to bet big on dynamic boards when the board is likely to change. Okay? Spot number 2 to continuation bet huge is when you are deep stacked. When you are very deep stacked, if you start using larger continuation bets right from the beginning of the hand, you end up getting to stack your opponents with your premium hands. Whereas if you use smaller bets, the pot just won't be that big by the time you get to the river, and then you won't be able to win your opponent's stack. So you need to use huge sizes right off the bat and stop losing value. You have to go for it. You have to try to stack the opponents. Let's take a look at some examples of this. Who are playing 100 big blinds deep. This definitely applies if you're playing even deeper. This is why you see, if you watch a lot of very deep stack cash games, people using bigger raise sizes pre-flop, bigger 3-bet sizes, bigger continuation bets, etc. So we raise, big blind calls, flop comes ace, queen, 7, opponent checks. This is another spot where we definitely have a big range advantage and a big nut advantage, right? We have lots of sets. We have lots of 2 pairs, maybe ace-7 suited only, maybe not ace-7 offsuit. And we also have a lot of logical draws, being gut shots, right? Gut shots are going to be really good draws to bet, and also junky backdoor flush draws are going to be good draws to bet. So we have a lot of pretty good hands in this scenario. So this is a spot where we're going to want to bet pretty frequently, and because we are deep stacked, we want to bet big. We do go big, pot. Opponent calls. When the opponent calls here, again, they're going to have a lot of aces, a lot of queens, maybe some 7s, maybe some draws, although whenever you start blasting it, draws start to become a little bit less likely. So we'll keep that in mind. We're probably not going to be barreling the turn too incredibly often unless we get some additional equity. This time, we get the super nuts. We turn the straight, so that's good. So now we definitely want to bet big on the turn because we want to get stacks in by the river. Opponent checks turn, and we overpot it. You may think, overpot, doesn't that look strong? Yeah, it looks strong, but it's a scenario where we get to include some bluffs in our range, mainly hands like 10-9 of spades, 10-8 of spades, 9-8 of spades, stuff like that. We can also value bet big here with sets. And we can probably value bet big here with even like ace-7 and better. Those are almost always good in this spot because the opponent would very likely 3-bet ace-king and ace-queen. Yeah, you're going to run into jack-10 sometimes, but again, jack-10 might just fold immediately to the pot size bet on the flop. So we have a really, really, really good spot to bet with our large pile of nut hands plus flush draws, maybe even some of the weaker gut shots we could get away with blasting it and have some fold equity. So we go big. Opponent calls. Good. When the opponent calls here, they're probably going to have a lot of 2-pair. I think a lot of 2-pair makes sense. They could maybe have hands like ace-x of spades, maybe hands like 7x of spades. River's a 5 of clubs, which is great. Opponent checks. We're definitely going to jam river. You may say, why not bet small to try to get called by ace-x? Because ace-x is probably going to fold to a half-ish pot river bet or a third pot river bet, right? And in this spot, if we do have our opponent kind of set up where they have 2-pair or a set, not that they have a ton of those, but they will sometimes. If they do have those hands, then we really want to get full value. And I will say, this is a spot where the opponent should almost certainly overfold because I don't think most people are finding nearly as many bluffs as they should in the spot. But in most 2-5 cash games or 1-3 cash games or 1-2 cash games or small stakes tournaments, your opponents aren't trying to fold 2-pair. We jam. They call. Some people even call here with like ace-jack or ace-10 if they get a little hero call-y. He has the ace-7 offsuit. We get lucky when we spike the king on the turn, and we win a very, very, very nice pot because we bet big right off the bat. Notice what would have happened if we instead bet, let's say, 15 on the flop. Well, maybe we get raised more often than on the flop, which would have been pretty bad because then we don't get to realize our equity, or we have to call and put a lot of money in, which is also not great with a gut shot. If we bet 15 and call, the pot would be $30 less on the turn. It'd be 60. Then on the turn, let's say we bet half pot. That'd be 30 into 60. If the opponent called, the pot would go up to 120. And the pot would only be $120 here on the river with, like, what, $400 in stacks. And then, obviously, you can't rip it in all that often for $400 into a $120 pot. But by betting bigger on the flop and the turn, we have made the pot big enough to where we can shove the river. Nice, 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 nice. Nice spot. All right, let's take a look at another spot where you need to be betting big. Here we are playing, again, 100 big blinds deep in a cash game. We raise it up. Big blind calls. King 10-7. Great spot to bet frequently. Notice we have sets, 2 pairs, etc. Anytime your range contains a lot of, or almost all of the sets and all of the 2 pairs, and a lot of good, strong top pair type hands or over pairs, it's a pretty good spot to bet frequently and usually using a big size. Whenever you don't have a whole lot of 2 pairs and sets, or if there's like a bunch of low straights available, those are times you usually want to be betting infrequently and using a slightly smaller size. Also, as your shallower stack, you should bet smaller. As your deeper stack, you should usually bet bigger. So here we're going to bet big on this flop. We go 2/3 pot. I could even be convinced a little bit bigger is better. Opponent calls. Turns a 2. Opponent checks. Definitely a spot to bet big. Another time you should be betting big on the turn is whenever a flush draw comes on the turn, a backdoor flush draw, like right here, whenever a second diamond comes. This is a scenario where if your opponent did float the flop with a backdoor flush draw, they just picked up a lot of equity, right? And you want to charge those draws. When there are 2 flush draws available, say it was king of clubs, 10 of clubs, 7 of diamonds, then 2 of diamonds, that's definitely a spot where you want to be betting big because then your opponent could have lots of draws. Anyway, on the turn, we go for overpot. Again, just trying to set up a river shove with this hand. Now you may say, would we have any bluffs here? I think the answer is definitely yes. You give us a very high equity draw, straight flush draws, we probably want to be betting very big. If you give us some junky draws, like maybe Queen 9 suited, Queen 9 no flush draw, that could be a pretty sweet one to go for a big bet. And that's going to get your opponent to fold a lot of the time. Now, look, in this scenario, I'm presuming our opponent's decent. We don't know if the opponent is going to drastically overfold on the turn or drastically overcall. I don't know. Maybe they're just going to play perfectly. I don't know. So if you don't know your opponent's tendencies, you need to make sure you're playing a good, strong, balanced strategy. And in this spot, I think you want to be betting big on the turn with something like king, queen, and better. I think king, queen, and better can go for a big bet. Bet big on the turn, jam river. And then you can also do that with some of your bluffs on the turn, the draws, and then continue bluffing some of them on the river. Not all of them, but some of them. So we go big. Opponent calls, which is great. When the opponent calls here, they're either going to have a good top pair type hand, maybe 2 pair. Notice we beat all that. And they're going to have very good draws. River's a 2. Fine. Not so worried about the 2 at all. They check river, easy all in for slightly more than pot. They call with king, queen of hearts. Good. Don't really fault the opponent for the way they played this hand. It's just a little bit unlucky, especially given there are a lot of draws available. And we got all their money. Go back to think about how this hand started, though. On the flop, we bet 2/3 pot instead of like a third pot, right? But then on the turn, very importantly, we use this big bet size to set up the river jam. A lot of people do not use this big bet size on the turn. They instead bet $50. Then the opponent would call, pot would go to 170, and the opponent would have 400 behind. Instead, by going 120, we end up stacking the opponent. And I realize a lot of people are very uncomfortable using overbets. But remember, we are playing no limit Texas Hold'em. We're not playing one bet size only Hold'em. All right. So far, we've been talking about if you don't really know what the opponent does wrong, we're just trying to play good, strong, fundamentally sound poker. What if you know that your opponent is a big calling station? Some players always feel like you are just trying to get the best of them. So they never believe you and they call you down really light. If you have a battly image, your opponents will really call you down really light. So the way you maximally exploit these players is to get rid of balance and instead take your value hands, bet big, and get full value. Stop betting small, stop bluffing so much, and just play your good hands like they are the nuts. People often talk to me about how they are playing in these loose, splashy cash games, and their opponents just never fold, and they don't know what to do because sometimes they get there on the river. Well, the answer is make the pot big and make them pay and get full value from them. Here we have the pocket sixes playing a 40 big blind deep tournament. We raise it up, calling station calls. If we get a set, we're going to bet the flop and bet the turn and bet the river. If we don't, this is a nice spot to not put so much money in the pot because they're not going to fold all that often. And if we get to check it down with pocket sixes, we win a decent chunk of the time. We do flop a set this time, so they check. We're just going to bet flop, bet turn, bet river. Setting up stacks to get it all in. Pot 6,000, we bet 4,000 on the flop on queen, jack, 6, 2 spades. They call, turns to 6 of diamonds, they check. We just want to make sure we can get in stacks by the river. We don't need to go too big on the turn because if we go too big, maybe they start folding out a jack or a 6. Not that they have a lot of 6s. But we definitely want to keep them in with a lot of their jack X. They're obviously never folding a queen. But if you do bet something like all in on the turn, they may start folding out a jack. Or if you bet 14K, they may start folding out a jack. But I think they're going to call 10. 8 may even be a little bit better in this spot. I know we're talking about when to use big sizes, but notice the pot's already big. If we were playing deeper stacked in a cash game, this would be a great spot to go for that overbet, like in the previous hand, especially against a calling station. River's the 7, they check, easy all in. They're going to call with any queen, probably any jack, maybe even ace high if they're a super calling station because a lot of draws miss. So definitely don't be afraid to go for value. What a lot of people do wrong here is they bet a third pot on the flop, right? Pot would be 10K. Then they bet a third pot on the turn, right? Pot would be 16K. And then they'd get to the river with, whatever, a lot of chips left in the stack, and they would not be able to stack the opponent. But instead, because the opponent's a calling station, bet big, stack them, and get all the money in. This time they call the jack 10, and we get maximum value. So that's it. Those are 3 very frequent and consistent times that you want to be using huge continuation bet sizes against your opponent. So again, number 1, on dynamic board textures, when the board is likely to change and you have the range and nut advantage immediately, you usually want to be betting big, like pot size. Also, when you're deep stacked and you're betting with a range/nut advantage is very important. As you have a bigger nut advantage, you bet bigger. So when you're deep stacked, you also want to size up and go for those big sizes. And then exploitatively, when you're playing against calling stations, just use bigger sizes on every betting round because calling stations don't like to fold and they don't really care how much you bet as long as your bet is not super duper egregiously big. So that's it. If you enjoyed this video, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button below. If you learned something, let me know what you learned in the comment section. I would appreciate that. If you have any other ideas for topics we can discuss or things that give you trouble at the poker table or questions you have, definitely let me know those in the comments too. I read every single comment and I want to make this YouTube channel as educational for you as I possibly can. So help me help you.
I'm asked on a regular basis if you should play cash games or tournaments. And in this video, we are going to discuss that topic to make sure you are playing the game that is right for you. First things first, if you are not already a good, strong, world-class poker player, I definitely recommend you specialize because all of your opponents are going to be highly focused on the exact form of poker that they are playing. You have to realize that tournaments and cash games are different. You cannot study tournaments and expect to be a cash game crusher, and you cannot study cash games and expect to be a tournament crusher. And if you do not have a ton of time to devote to studying poker, you should make a point to pick one or the other. So, now that you've decided you're going to pick either cash games or tournaments, you have to ask, what do you actually want out of poker? Some players want to get a lot of fame. They want to be on TV. Well, if that's the case, tournaments are definitely right for you because it's really hard to get famous and be on TV by playing cash games. Other players want a relatively consistent income. Cash games have the opportunity to provide a somewhat consistent income, whereas tournaments do not at all, because in tournaments you really only get a big payday when you take the top 1% of the field, whereas in cash games you probably win 50 or 60 or 70% of the time. So you have to ask, are you cool with variance? Some people are, some people aren't. So you really need to sit down and figure out, what do I want out of the game of poker? You also want to ask, how much time do I have on a consistent basis to play poker? Tournaments are great if you can go and sit down and play a 12-hour session, but that does not work for most people unless you just happen to have weekends off and nobody wants to spend time with you. So tournaments are actually kind of tough for most people because they don't have all that many full days to sit down and play. Cash games are especially good if you have a few hours to play, because you can go to the casino for 3 or 4 or 6 hours, however long you want, and put in that amount of time. Or you can play online cash games for an hour each night and get a decent amount of practice in, but it's way more difficult to do that with tournaments. Some players choose cash games over tournaments because they like monotony to some extent. They want to study 100 big blind stack depths all the time, and that is it. Other players like a little bit of variety, and they want to study 10 big blind stack strategy, and 20 big blind strategy, and 50 big blind strategy, and bubble strategy, and final table strategy, which is what you have to do if you play tournaments. You're going to find that a lot of the best cash game players are really good at one specific thing and studying that thing really in depth, whereas a lot of tournament players are better at studying a wider range of topics and being pretty good at them, but not the absolute best at it, because there's a lot of topics you have to study in tournaments compared to cash games. So you have to ask, are you cool studying the same thing on a very regular basis? And if that's the case, cash games are probably for you. You also want to ask, how big of a bankroll do I want to keep for poker? In cash games, like we said earlier, there's generally way less variance. Sure, you're going to have big downswings, especially if you're playing in games where you have a small edge, but you typically need a much smaller bankroll to play cash games compared to tournaments. Because in tournaments, especially if you're playing tournaments with a very big field, a bunch of players in it, you're going to go on downswings because it's really hard to take first, second, or third place out of 10,000 players. But that's it. Really what all this boils down to is, what do you want out of poker, and are you willing to set up your life situation to make good use of that structure and those opportunities that you have? For most players starting to play poker, I would generally recommend cash games, because if you're not already starting with a big bankroll, the natural swings of tournaments may bust you. Also, if you are not devoting your entire life to poker, which most people aren't because they have a family or they're going to school or they have a job, you cannot just sit down and play all day or play a 3-day long tournament, right? You only have a few hours a day to play and study, and that usually lends itself towards cash games. But as you want to win more and more money from poker, that's where tournaments really start to excel, because you get to play with generally weaker players for high stakes. And also you'll find that it's kind of difficult to find high stakes cash games against very soft players. So cash games are usually very good when you're starting out, and as you want to play for bigger and bigger money, you often find that you have to move a little bit towards tournaments. But really, at the end of the day, do whatever you want to do. Do what you enjoy and make sure you have fun with it, because if you do not have fun with it and you're not excited to play whatever game you are playing, you're going to probably do worse at it compared to if you really want to be doing it. So find something to love and then do it.
In this strategy segment, we are going to be discussing 3 mistakes for you to avoid when playing heads up, no limit Texas Hold'em, one-on-one, battling it out. Understand that heads up has the potential to be extremely profitable with huge edges available because you are playing against only one player. And if you have a nice edge on them, you are going to be able to consistently crush them, especially if you make fewer mistakes than your opponents and your opponents are making egregious mistakes at any point throughout the hand. In this webinar, we are going to be discussing heads-up pre-flop strategy to make sure that you are starting with good, strong, fundamentally sound ranges. We're also going to be discussing a few post-flop tips to help you gain an edge. And also, we're going to be discussing how to keep a good, strong, winning mindset when playing heads up, because variance is wild. Understand that when you are playing heads up, you have to play a ton of hands, way more than you may be accustomed to if you were used to playing six-handed or nine-handed poker. If you try to wait for a strong hand and then just try to load your money in, you're going to get run over and you're going to blind out. And that's not good. Understand, you do not have to play perfectly pre-flop against most players, but you want to be sure to focus on good, strong fundamentals. We're going to be just showing you some charts pertaining to these, but 3 main points I want to be sure that you're aware of is that you only raise or fold from the button. You do not want to limp, because when you limp, you let the player in the big blind see the flop for free, which is not ideal. You'd rather charge them with their weak hands. Also, from out of position, from the big blind, when the button raises, you want to be 3-betting with a good, strong, linear range. Not a polarized range like you often do when you're playing at a multi-person table. Heads up, out of position, you're going to be 3-betting with a good, strong, linear range. And then you're going to want to make sure that when you are in position and you raise, and then the player in the big blind 3-bets, that you call 3-bets in position quite often. You cannot fold and wait for only good hands. So let's take a look at this. We're going to be discussing playing 100 big blinds deep. You can extrapolate a little bit if you're playing a little bit shallower or a little bit deeper. From the button, you're going to want to raise to 2.5 big blinds with roughly this range. All the hands in yellow want to raise. All the hands in gray, you'll find not very many of them. Jack 4 folds, but not a whole lot else. All the junky hands in gray, such as Queen 3, Jack 4, 10 4, 8 4, 6 3, 3 2, offsuit. Those hands are folding, but everything else is good enough to play on the button. And you should raise it to 2.5 big blinds. If you're playing in a game that has a high rake, you can play tighter, but you want to play roughly this range from the button with a raise. And I realize it may feel uncomfortable to play Queen 4 and 10 5 offsuit, but these hands are profitable when you are in position against a random hand. Turns out you get to play a lot of hands when you are in position. Again, I want to make it clear, you're raising to 2.5 big blinds with all these hands. You are not limping with any of them. Just raise all these hands and you will be fine. Next, let's discuss playing versus the 2.5 big blind button raise. Again, 100 big blinds deep. In this scenario, we are going to 3-bet with all of the hands in yellow, but we need to pay attention to the frequency here. And all the hands that say 1, that means 100%. So we see ace 10 suited, 3-bets 100% of the time. Ace 9 suited, 3-bets 0.5, which means 50% of the time. And we see king 2 suited, 3-betting 0.2% of the time. I'm sorry, not 0.2, 20% of the time. So we have hands like, well, the good, strong, best hands are 3-betting every time. Hands that are pretty good are 3-betting about half the time. And then some of the weakest hands that do want to 3-bet for balance purposes are 3-betting a smaller percentage. We see some hands 3-betting 20%, then hands like 9-8 offsuit 3-betting 10%. You do need to mix it up. I want to make that very, very clear. If you only 3-bet with the hands that are 3-betting 100% of the time, in this scenario, you're 3-betting with a range that's just too strong. And that's actually a problem. You want to mix in some, call them bluffs, right? Take a look at this chart over here. This chart shows the hands that are calling pre-flop. So notice hands like king 2 suited are 3-betting 20% and calling 80%. Notice every single hand that is suited calls a pre-flop raise or 3-bets a pre-flop raise from the big blind. You cannot fold any suited hands. Notice the only hands that are folding, again, are the worst hands. Jack 4 offsuit, poor Jack 4 offsuit. No one gets to play the Jack 4 offsuit. That hand, again, folds to a pre-flop raise. Queen 2 folds to a pre-flop raise. 3-2 offsuit folds to a pre-flop raise. And you'll see some of the weakest hands, like 4-3 offsuit, calling a pre-flop raise 25% of the time and folding 75% of the time. I don't think it is 100% mandatory that if you are just getting started with heads up to defend the absolute weakest hands at these frequencies. Notice it's a small frequency anyway with most of them. But if you are trying to play good, strong heads-up no-limit hold'em, you do need to play with roughly these frequencies in these scenarios. You cannot be too weak and too tight. You will get run over. I cannot make that any more clear. By the way, when you do 3-bet, when the button makes it 2.5, you're going to be making it 10 big blinds when you decide to 3-bet with these hands. You may think, why so big? Well, it's not so big. It's 4 times the opponent's initial raise, and from out of position, you don't really care if the opponent folds when you have a hand like the Jack-8 offsuit, and you don't mind making the pot big when you have a hand like aces. So you put your opponent in a pretty nasty spot in that scenario where they are going to fold. You have to, some portion of the time. You have to realize that whenever they raise, if you make it 7, they're going to call basically every time, and that is not good for you. Here's how the button should play facing a 3-bet to 10 big blinds. In this scenario, notice they are 4-betting pretty infrequently, only with pocket 10s and better every time, ace-king every time, and then all the other hands that are continuing some tiny frequency of the time. Notice, Queen-6 offsuit is 4-betting to 23 big blinds out of the 100 big blind stack, 4% of the time, almost none. If you wanted to take a lot of these 4% hands and consolidate them into one hand every time, I think that's probably okay. It's not that big of a deal as long as your opponent does not know which hand you are 3-betting 100% of the time and which ones you're 3-betting, or sorry, which hands you're 4-betting 100% and which hands you're 4-betting none as a bluff. But I do want to point out here that it is important to mix it in 4-bet bluffs with a lot of your hands some small frequency of the time. Notice that we do err towards 4-betting hands like Ace-X offsuit. Take a look at all these Ace-X offsuit. We see like Ace-6 offsuit, 4-betting 10%, Ace-5, 4-betting 20%, Ace-2, 4-betting 15%. Notice though, we are not really 4-betting so much with hands that would have to 4-bet and have to fold if the opponent goes all in. So notice hands like Ace-2 suited, 4-bet almost none, 2% of the time, and they call 98% of the time. That's because when you have a hand like Ace-2 suited, you really want to see a flop. So you're going to find that a lot of the bluffs are going to come from the Ace-X offsuit region, because if you do 4-bet with Ace-X and your opponent shoves, you can easily fold. And having an ace in your hand gives you a blocker such that they are going to have hands that can shove on you far less often, because we're going to see a lot of their hands that want to shove are aces, ace-king, and some Ace-X suiteds. So blocking those is quite nice because that makes them shove on you less often. Notice that when we are facing the 3-bet, we are folding out only the absolute weakest suited hands, but we are folding out a whole lot of offsuit hands. When we raise the button with a hand like King-7 or 9-7 or 7-6 offsuit, all of those, and the opponent 4-bets us, or 3-bets us, we're just folding in that scenario. It's okay to raise and then fold. Notice a hand like King-9 offsuit only calls 60% of the time. It's okay to fold it when you get 3-bet, especially if your opponent is 3-betting very big, if your game rakes a lot, or if you think your opponent's 3-betting very tightly. You should definitely under-defend compared to what we are showing you here. That said, the decent suited hands really do not like folding. Pairs never fold, and strong high cards also never fold. Okay? Facing the button 4-bet. So, button raises, big blind 3-bets, button 4-bets. Here is how we should continue facing the 4-bet. We are ripping it all in with ace-king, kings, queens, jacks, 10s half the time, 9s 20% of the time, aces 65% of the time, ace-8, ace-7, ace-3, and ace-2 suited 20% of the time, king-queen offsuit, barely any, 5% of the time, ace-jack, and ace-10 offsuits, 10% and 5%. And then we are calling pretty tightly. We're calling pretty tightly in this spot. Remember, we are initially 3-betting with this range, kind of a wide range. We are calling only with decently strong hands because we're going to be out of position, right? Out of position, you're going to under-realize your equity, and that forces you to continue with only very good hands. So when you do 3-bet with a bluff, and your opponent 4-bets you, you fold. It's okay. It's okay to let go the weakest portion of your range. Do notice, though, we are calling the 23 big blind 4-bet, 13 big blinds more, with all of these decently strong hands. Lots of good, strong suited connectors, suited big cards, some offsuit high cards, mainly ace-queen, king-queen, and ace-jack. And we're going to the flop. Okay? Speaking of which, let's go to the flop. Let's discuss a big mistake that people make on the flop, and that is continuation betting too often. You have to understand, when you play very wide ranges pre-flop, you simply must find lots of checks because you will rarely have a huge range or nut advantage. This is very different if you raise, let's say, under the gun at a 9-handed table with a good strong range, and the big blind calls and it comes all high cards. That's really good for your under the gun range because you have all the super nut hands, and even your hands that aren't that good have draws, right? And your opponent's hands are going to be a whole lot of hands like 8 high. 8 high is not so good on ace, king, 3, right? But when you're raising with a very wide range, you now are also going to have a lot of junk, and that forces you to do a decent amount of checking because you're just not going to have that much of an advantage ever. So, boards where you check a high amount of the time when you raise and your opponent calls, and then they check on the flop, are going to be ace-king high boards, king-queen high boards, 10 high and lower boards, so all 3 cards 10 or lower, especially when they're all connected. Low paired boards, usually 9-9, and lower. And then also medium and high monotone boards, meaning that they all 3 have the same suit. So king, queen, 3 of spades. All of these boards are going to result in you checking a decent amount of the time because these boards are going to line up pretty well with the big blind caller's range. If you think about the big blind caller, they're going to have a lot of high cards, right? So ace, king X, and king, queen X hit them very hard. They're also going to have a lot of medium connected type hands. So the 10 high and lower connected connect quite well. The low paired boards, just no one's going to have a whole lot of trips, and your opponent's going to be calling with more hands containing low cards than you will be raising, right? So if it comes jack 3-3, yeah, you have a lot of jacks, but they're going to have the 3s and you're not, so you have to check a lot on those boards. And then on the high monotone boards, you are going to be playing all the suited hands, but so are they, right? So you both have somewhat like an equal number of flushes. And that's going to result in you just not doing a whole lot of betting on those boards. So let's take a look at 2 examples here. Let's say we raise the king 5 suited, king 5 of spades on the button / small blind, big blind calls, ace king 6, big blind checks. A lot of people think they should bet here because they probably have the best hand. And it's true, you probably do have the best hand. But if you bet and get raised, it's an absolute disaster. And if you bet and get called, it's also not particularly great because your opponent's never folding an ace and never folding a king, and you lose to all the aces and most of the kings. So this is a nice spot to just let it go check and try to get to the showdown. Turns it 2 of spades, that's good. Opponent bets $6. Some people think we should raise because we have a pair and a flush draw. But no. We are mostly going to have a marginal made hand on the river. Second pair, bad kicker. Second pair of bad kicker does not want to raise. It just wants to call and keep the opponent in with all their potential bluffs. That way, when we are against a better hand, we lose as little as possible. When we do call and get the flush, if the opponent bets, we can easily put in a raise, right? And this is a nice spot. Whenever they do have a bluff, they are going to feel somewhat inclined to keep bluffing the river to try to get us off of a hand like a 6 or worse, or maybe pocket queens and worse. This is a great spot to call and then just don't fold on the river. River's a 6, the opponent bets small. We're going to call on most rivers, I think, in this scenario. They have 9 of spades. We win. Notice if they did river the spade. Ooh, we would have won a very nice pot. Nice, easy hand. We don't want to play a big pot here because when we're against a better hand literally never folds to a raise. And we don't want to bet and then face a raise with this exact hand. So check it down, play a small and medium pot, and go from there. Medium hands typically want to play medium pots. Here's another one. We raise just with 7-4 spades on the button. Big blind calls. King, queen, 5. They check. Some people think they should bet this because they have a very, very junky draw. They don't really mind betting it and folding it, which is true. But this is a spot where we have to do a decent amount of checking because we should expect to get check raised or at least check called in this scenario a lot of the time. And the nice thing about this spot is that if we let it go check, and they check again on the turn, they probably don't have a whole lot of kings, in which case we can now start bluffing the turn and river. I want to make it clear, the plan here is not to check it back and then just check down and lose with 7 high. We are going to try to find bluffs at some point a lot of the time with this hand. Check, though. Turns a 6 of spades, that's good. They check, we are now definitely going to bet. We use a $15 bet into 25, and they call. I can already tell you, we're probably going to be bluffing this river. Yes, they're always going to call us with a king. They're probably going to call us with a queen. But if they have a hand worse than that, they're usually going to end up folding by the river, and they could certainly have a whole lot of 6s and 5s. River's a 2. We have nothing. That's a kind of bad card to bluff on the river. But we have a hand that can get a whole lot of better hands to fold in the scenario. You may say, my opponents are going to call with any pair. Well, you then have to ask, will they fold out ace high? Will they call a turn bet with ace high? Will they fold out 9-8? Will they fold out 8-7? These hands all beat us, right? And some people will have these hands in this scenario a large chunk of the time. So this is a spot where I think betting the river is mandatory. Absolutely mandatory. We bet 30 bucks, as we would do if we had a bad king or a queen. And they fold. And we win a little pot. Nice and easy. Let's discuss another scenario. Many players do not check raise often enough. When will you check raise? That's when the button raises, you call the big blind, the flop comes, you check, they bet, and then you raise. With wide ranges, as we are always playing heads up, you should go for thinner value all over the game tree. Many players simply do not check raise nearly often enough. The number one spot I see people miss playing good, strong, sound poker is when it comes to check raising. They simply have a weak, tight check raising strategy such that they only check raise with the nuts. That is a blunder. There are two main hands that you want to be check raising with a large chunk of the time, and those are your strongest flopped hands and also draws with good equity. So let's take a look at those. Small blind raises. We call the big blind with a 10-5 of spades. Flop comes 7, 6, 4, 1 spade, 2 clubs. We check. Opponent bets 40% pot with our open-ended straight draw. Backdoor flush draw, 10 high. This is an excellent hand to check raise because it has no showdown value, but very good equity. So we're going to want to check raise this spot a ton of the time. So we check, they bet $2, we check raise to 8. And I can already tell you, we're going to be barreling this hand a lot of the time. Draws with decent equity usually like to continue bluffing. Jack of spades turn is excellent. This is going to make some of the opponent's marginal hands a whole lot worse. If they did have a pair of 7s, 6s, or 4s, they have to not worry about us having a random jack with a jack high flush draw or something like that. Also, we could just have the nuts. We would check raise with hands like 2 pair on the flop a ton of the time, straights and sets sometimes, right? So we're going to have a lot of very strong hands in this scenario. So this is a great spot to bet. And when we are betting here, we want to be betting big. When the board contains 2 flush draws, you're usually going to find that a big bet size is ideal, especially when I, by check raising the flop, am announcing that I have a whole lot of nut hands or good draws in my range. And when my opponent does not re-raise me, they start to lose a lot of their very good hands. So this is a spot where we have all the nuts. They probably are lacking some of them, so we get to keep applying pressure. This time they let it go. We win a nice little pot. Let's take a look at another one. Small blind raises. We call big blind. Flop comes 10-4-2. We have king 10. There's a flush draw available. This is an excellent spot to check raise. We check. They bet. Tiny. Definitely put in the raise to about 12 or 13 bucks. We do make it $13 this time. You may ask, why so big? When your opponent bets 1 big blind, you want to be raising quite large. You have to realize you, to some extent, are raising in relation to the size of the pot, not in relation to your opponent's bet. A lot of people think they should always make it 3 times their opponent's bet. But if your opponent bets 1 big blind, you don't want to make it 3 because they have to put in this scenario, $4 to try to win, what would it be, 22? They're obviously not going to fold much of anything, which means they're not really making an error by calling in position with much of anything. So this is a spot where we do want to make it quite big in relation to their bet, but it's not actually that big in relation to the pot. We make it 13, and they call. Turns a king of clubs. Who is this turn better for? That's usually what you want to be asking yourself. Is this turn good for me or good for them? Well, you want to ask, am I raising with a whole lot of random kings on the flop? And the answer is no, not at all. Will the opponent bet the flop with a king and then call a raise with a king? Well, if they have king X of hearts, they'll definitely call. They might even call a hand like ace king. Maybe they float with king queen. Kind of hard to have king queen of spades here because we have the spade. But suppose we did not have the king of spades, then obviously they could. That'd be another hand they could have, king queen, king jack of spades. So look, this is a spot where I think continuing to bet is fine, but this is also a very nice spot to put in a check raise because we are going to have a whole lot of 10x to check raise the flop, and the king is very bad for 10x. So we check. Opponent bets 2/3 pot. We could call it a slow play, but I think raising here is very good too because I do think the opponent's range is going to contain a whole lot of draws and a whole lot of hands that we crush, such as flush draws, Maybe stuff like Queen Jack. Also, stuff like Pocket Queens. These are hands that the opponent certainly could have that we can put in a very nasty spot by raising. Realize that if we check here and the opponent bets, and we basically never raise, we make it to where the opponent can value bet very thinly against us and bluff us very wide because they're going to realize their equity with all those hands. But by check raising, you deny them equity with some portion of their hands, and that is incredibly valuable. So we raise to 50 bucks. Opponent goes all in. Some people think, oh no, they went all in, I could lose. Yeah, you could. Sometimes you're going to lose. You're going to get stacked sometimes in heads up, such is life. Easy call here. Queen Jack of Hearts. We hold. They did have good equity. But notice, in this scenario, perhaps, if we just call their bet on the turn, they're just going to check it back on the river and not lose any money. Or maybe they bluff the river for $40 and we win $40 more. Instead, we get all of our money in very good and we stack them. And that is exactly what we are going for. Let me give you one more bonus step. Let's discuss some heads-up mindset mistakes. Inexperienced players typically have two major mindset flaws that are heightened when playing heads-up, no-limit, hold'em. First, they underestimate short-term variance. They do not realize that you're going to get stacks in all the time. When you are playing only 100 big blinds deep or shallower in heads-up poker, which will often be the case in many cash games online and in tournaments, especially if you're playing heads-up, money's going to be going in a lot if you both play pretty well. And a lot of people don't like that. They think they're supposed to get their money in with the nuts every time and win every time. Hate to break it to you, that is not how it goes when you're playing against anyone who is decent at all heads up. Understand that you are going to have big swings. It's okay. Realize that and accept it. Also, many inexperienced players drastically overestimate their ability. They think that they are far better than their opponents. And you may be far better than some of your opponents, but you may find yourself against someone who's decent at heads up and your edge is actually quite small. And if that's the case, maybe it's not even worth you playing the game, but realize you're not just going to smash your opponents all the time. A lot of poker players have a giant ego and they think they're really, really good at poker. If you're here watching this, hopefully you realize we are all trying to learn and improve our skills, so we know we're not the best players ever. So hopefully you don't deal with this, but a lot of people do. And I think a lot of people take losses heads up really badly, even though there's a lot of variance short term. And also, even if you're better than your opponent, you are going to lose some portion of the time, and that is okay. You're supposed to lose some portion of the time. Stay humble. Consistently work hard to improve your skills, and understand that you signed up for the swings. If you know what you signed up for, and you accept what you signed up for, don't let the inevitable swings of poker bother you. They are normal and good. The fact that the weaker players win sometimes is the reason that poker is such a profitable game. It is not a bug of the game, it is a feature. Enjoy it. So those are it. 3 mistakes that you must avoid when playing heads up. Mistake number 1 is playing way too tightly pre-flop. Mistake number 2 is continuation betting too often. And mistake number 3 is not check raising nearly often enough. If you fix these 3 errors alone, and you keep a good, strong mindset, you're going to be ready next time someone charges you heads up for rolls.
My Black Friday sale is now live. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year on bundles for Poker Coaching Premium and Peak GTO. If you sign up right now, you will get full access to my brand new tournament masterclass powered by Peak GTO. It is my most refined and interactive tournament course to date, and I'm extremely excited that you can finally access it. Head over to pokercoaching.com/Black Friday right now.
In today's video, we are going to be discussing 3 mechanics to master pre-flop no-limit hold'em strategy. Understand that pre-flop poker is not about memorizing exact ranges and trying to replicate it perfectly in all situations. Instead, it's about having good fundamentals and good pre-flop mechanics. In this webinar, you're going to learn pre-flop raise first in mechanics, 3-betting mechanics, and pre-flop tips for short stacked plays. So you do not make many of the common errors that many players make on a regular basis, which crushes their win rate. First things first, position is everything. The later your position, the more you should raise first in, meaning when they fold to you, the more often you should raise. That's because whenever you raise from early position, you're taking your hand against everyone else's hand at the table, and they're going to inevitably wake up with some good hands. Compared to when you're on the button, you're only taking your hand against the small blind and the big blind. Plus, you're going to be in position after the flop, which is quite valuable. Most players are too loose in early position, and they're too tight in late position, which is the exact opposite you want to do. If anything, perhaps you should tighten up a little bit in early position and loosen up in late position. Especially with deep stacks, you really, really, really want to focus on getting to see flops in position. That way you'll be able to take advantage of your position in post-flop pots. Let's take a look at two charts here. Here we are looking at raise first in ranges, 80 big blinds deep in both of these. So we have 80 big blinds and so does everyone else. This is like early in a tournament or in a cash game. Under the gun, 8. This means under the gun, 8-handed. RFI. This is what you should raise when you're folded to under the gun 8-handed. Sometimes your first stack, sometimes you're playing 10-handed and the first two players fold, whatever. This is roughly what you should raise. And notice, you're only raising with a pretty tight range. Realize 4s, 3s, and 2s are folded some portion of the time, right? Notice 5-4 suited, 8-7 suited, 9-8 suited, Jack-8 suited, Queen-8 suited, 7-8 suited, or King-7 suited, Ace-2 suited. These are all folded. It gets even worse on the offsuit side. King-Jack offsuit, Ace-9 offsuit, Jack-10 offsuit, 10-9 offsuit. All of these just fold. You're going to find that, especially from out of position, offsuit hands are just not all that good. Now, I will say, if you want to raise slightly wider than this, assuming your opponents will not re-raise you too often before the flop, I think that's probably fine. Perhaps you can raise with the Ace-2 suited and maybe some of these suited connected hands and all the pairs. But you can't get too out of line and raise the Queen-Jack offsuit and the 10-9 offsuit and the Ace-7 offsuit. If you do that, you're just going to be torching your money. You must avoid these junky, not even that junky, these marginal offsuit hands before the flop. Compare that to what you should raise from the button. From the button, you see you should raise all sorts of stuff. Suited hands as bad as 10-2 suited, 7-4 suited, 6-3 suited, 4-3 suited. All pairs, obviously. 8-7 offsuit, 10-7 offsuit, King-5 offsuit, any ace. You get to raise quite wide from the button. What most people do wrong, though, is they raise a little bit too wide from early position, especially with stuff like King-Jack, Queen-Jack, Ace-9, Jack-10, King-10, etc. And from the button, they don't raise the junky suited hands and some of the weaker offsuit hands. They don't raise 10-7 offsuit or King-5 offsuit or King-6 offsuit or Jack-2 suited or 10-5 suited. And these are just very clear hands to raise. And if anything, from in position, like I said, if the blinds are not going to re-raise you often enough, then you can actually raise even slightly wider than this. That may sound loose and aggressive and insane, but it is going to be the right play, especially against players who do not attack aggressively. So make sure you do not make the mistake of playing too tightly in late position and too loosely in early position. Tip number 2 is players 3-bet with the incorrect ranges in lots of situations. There are 2 types of ranges you're going to be 3-betting. One is a linear range, and one is a polarized range. And here we're discussing 3-betting, which is when you re-raise before the flop. So when someone raises and you want to put in more money, that's what we are discussing. A linear range is made up of your best hands as well as thin value hands. And a polarized range is made up of all of your best hands as well as some, call them bluffs, which are going to be hands at the bottom of your playable range. And you're going to be calling with hands that are in between your best hands and the bottom of your playable range. So let's take a look at some examples, and we'll discuss when you should use linear and polarized strategies. Here are game theory optimal ranges. From the small blind, 100 big blinds deep versus a button raise. You got to be really, really tight. This is in a cash game, so there's no ante and a rake. In this scenario, you just re-raise every hand you're going to play. You may ask, why would you re-raise every hand you're going to play? Because you don't especially want to play pots from out of position with deep stacks. You'd rather re-raise with just a good strong range and go from there. And notice we are re-raising with only a good strong range. There is no calling. You may say, why am I not calling? You don't want to call stuff like 8-6 suited, because when you call, the big blind's going to call. And on the flop, you're going to check a lot. Big blind's going to check. Button's going to bet. And now you have to decide what to do before the big blind. That is not a good spot to be in, because you're going to flop middle pairs and you're not going to know what to do. Also, if you're playing a cash game, you have to pay the rake. So they're going to take some percentage of the pot out. It is hard to realize equity with your medium strength hands like
8-7 suited, pocket threes, king 10 offsuit, ace 9 offsuit from the small blind. They just have to fold. I know it's not fun to fold, but I'm teaching you to make money. Some of you play poker purely for fun. Do whatever you want. But if you're trying to win as much money as possible, you got to play well. Anyway, though, you'll see that in this spot, you are 3-betting with everything you're going to play, which is just the best hands. Let's take a look instead if we are in the button versus the cutoff. Now, and in most scenarios where you are in position, you're typically going to use a polarized strategy because now we're going to be in position throughout the hand, and that allows us to realize our post-flop in position advantage, right? So we're going to re-raise with our best hands, something like queens and better, ace queen suited and ace king, and then a smattering of bluffs. And most of our bluffs are going to have high cards in this scenario. And we see a lot of ace x suited, king x suited, ace x offsuit, ace jack and ace 10 offsuit, king queen, king jack, and then queen 9 suited, jack 9 suited, and a few other little suited connectors every once in a while. And then we're going to call with all the hands in between our best hands and our junky hands. And that's going to allow us to see the flop with hands that flop reasonably well. So you see lots of good, strong, high cards are calling, small and medium pairs are calling, and some decent suited connectors are calling. Again, maybe you want to play slightly looser than this if you think the blinds are not going to 3-bet and force you to fold your junky stuff often enough. Like if you knew the blinds are just never going to 3-bet unless they have aces, you can probably call slightly wider with like all of your 8-7 suited and 7-6 suited and 6-5 suited and all the pairs. But again, don't get too carried away. These are the game theory optimal ranges, and unless you have a good reason to think your opponent's going to make some sort of blunder, you should probably roughly follow them. Let's discuss, however, times where you should perhaps get away from the GTO pre-flop strategy. You typically want to use linear ranges against players who will call too often. That's what I mean by that. Say someone raises, and you have a hand like, say they raise the cutoff, and you have a hand like ace 10 suited on the button. Okay? This is a hand that normally calls every time. What if you know, though, they're going to call your 3-bet with literally any ace-x offsuit, any 2 high cards, any suited connector, and you think they're not going to 4-bet bluff you very often at all, which is what a lot of weak type players in small stakes games do. If you think about it, how often do you get 4-bet in your 1-2 no-limit hold'em cash game? Almost never, right? And against players who are almost never going to 4-bet, you can then 3-bet, just straight up for value with hands like ace 10 suited, if they will call you with lots of hands that ace 10 suited dominates. So that is an excellent time to 3-bet with a way more linear range, and instead opt to call with all the medium strength hands, especially if the players you get to act will not 3-bet you out of the pot. Next, you also want to use a linear range in situations where you do not want to have any calls, like the small blind scenario here. You don't want to call with anything due to being out of position and due to the rake, so you're going to just 3-bet every hand you're going to play. And next, you want to 3-bet to just straight up exploit these splashy players. If your opponents are going to call with all sorts of trash, 3-bet them aggressively with hands that are better than their range. The easiest way to win at poker is to play better hands than your opponents, and when you have better hands than your opponents, play big pots. Easy game. When your opponents are terrible, and they're just going to call with all sorts of trash, 3-bet aggressively and crush them. All right, when do you want to 3-bet with a polarized range? We want to 3-bet with a polarized range against players who will fold too often when you 3-bet. If you know they're going to raise ace jack offsuit and then just fold it if you re-raise them, well, you want to be 3-betting with all sorts of stuff, right? And a lot of players will raise on the button with something like this range here. That's quite wide. But then they'll only continue with maybe any pair and any 2 cards 10 or higher, let's just say. And they fold out everything else. I know that's a little bit rough, but presume that is what they do. They're going to end up folding out, I don't even know, 75% of their range. And, you know, perhaps they don't even re-raise with many of their best hands, and they're just going to call when they do continue. And that's going to let you have a lot of pre-flop fold equity, and also you're going to realize your equity with whatever bluffs you have. So this is a spot where you're going to want to be 3-betting quite wide, especially with a lot of bluffs, because you're going to be able to force them off of many hands that have great equity against you. You also want to 3-bet with a polarized range in situations where you generally want to have a lot of hands that call. That's typically going to be when you are in position, which, like right here, button versus a cutoff's raise. You see we do a decent amount of calling because we're in position. And we have a lot of hands that do not want to 3-bet and then get 4-bet. You really don't want to 3-bet 6s and ace 10 suited and face a 4-bet. That is not a good spot to be in. So, in scenarios like that, you will inevitably end up 3-betting polarized. And finally,
You want to 3-bet with a polarized range to exploit tight, straightforward players. If they're not going to punish you by 4-bet bluffing, you know, you can 3-bet a lot more, especially with more bluffs, right? Also, if they're just going to raise pre-flop and then fold to a 3-bet a ton, you'll smash them. If you know what your opponent's doing correctly, you should not be playing the game theory optimal strategy. You should be maximally adjusting to take advantage of whatever it is they do wrong. So you need to make sure you are paying lots and lots and lots of attention and adjusting logically to your opponent's mistakes. If you're playing on your phone all session and watching TV and having a party, you're probably leaving money on the table. All right, tip number 3. High cards are vital when you are short stacked. All of the pretty hands, suited connectors, small pairs, suited aces, etc., are great to stack your opponents when deep stacked, but they go way down in value as you get shallower stacked, because when you are shallower stacked, you're just not going to make flushes and straights all that often. And when you do, you're not going to be able to get paid off all that much because your opponent only has 10 or 15 or 20 big blinds to pay you. It's very different when your opponent has 200 big blinds. In that scenario, suited aces are really, 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 really good. And small pairs are really, really, really good because when you flop a set, you're going to win a ton of money. But that is not the case when you are shallow. You're going to find that when you're shallow stacked, making top pair and just getting your money in is a vital short stacked pre-flop strategy. So as stacks get shorter, you're going to find that your range shifts a bit to where you stop playing so many drawing hands and you start playing more high card hands, both with raise first in and 3-bets. So let's take a look at some examples here. Here we have button, 80 big blinds, raise first in. You see we're raising 55.6% of hands. We already showed you this chart. Same thing as earlier, right? If you have only 25 big blinds, now we're raising with only 46.3% of hands. And take a look at the distribution. The distribution changes substantially. Notice 80 big blinds deep, we're raising 10-2 suited and better, which includes Jack-2 suited, Queen-2 suited, etc. 25 big blinds deep, we're raising 10-5 suited and better. So you see we're folding out some of these suited hands. Also, you see we're 80 big blinds deep, we're playing 7-4 suited and 6-3 suited. 25 big blinds deep, you see we're only playing 5-4 suited out of that group. Also notice we are folding out pocket 2s every time, 25 big blinds deep, and 3s half the time. We're playing slightly tighter in the form of the offsuit hands, but we're playing a tighter strategy in general. We're folding 10% or so more hands on the button when we're 25 big blinds deep. And that's important to realize. I think a lot of people think they're just supposed to raise roughly 50% of hands on the button. They raise roughly 50% of hands on the button in all scenarios when they are folded to, without realizing that you need to make sure that your strategy adjusts as your stack gets shallower. And you're going to typically find that the suited hands are some of the first ones that end up getting removed. Okay, let's take a look at a few other spots. Here we have button versus a low jack, raise first in. The low jack would be under the gun if you were 6-handed. So here we have 80 big blinds deep, and then we have 30 big blinds deep. Notice neither of these strategies have an all-in range. We are 3-betting to a non-all-in amount. So if they make it 2 big blinds, you're going to make it 6 or so. I think a lot of people think they have to go all in whenever someone raises and they have 30 big blinds deep. Your only options are not all in or fold. You are allowed to call, and you are allowed to 3-bet non-all-in, even when you start to get kind of shallow. All right, let's take a look at which hands 3-bet first, playing 80 big blinds deep. Notice that 80 big blinds deep, perhaps jacks and better, 3-bets for value, ace-queen suited, ace-king. Notice playing 30 big blinds deep, we're 3-betting with something like 9s and better. So we're 3-betting slightly wider for value, right? Also neat to see that aces slow plays a little bit 30 big blinds deep because we don't need to build the pot to get all the money in, which is fun. Also protects our calling range a little bit. Also notice there are a whole lot more bluffs when you're deeper stacked. You're going to find that when you're deeper stacked, you get to bluff more often before the flop. Notice lots of ace-x suited, lots of king-x suited, lots of queen-x suited, ace-10 offsuit, king-jack offsuit, etc., right? Also some low-suited connectors, 3-betting. When we're playing 30 big blinds deep, though, you see we're 3-betting just way less often. This is going to come up all the time. As you get shallower stacked, you do not get to 3-bet as often as a bluff. Also notice our calling range is tighter when we are on the button versus the low jack, 30 big blinds compared to 80. Notice the 80 big blind strategy is calling with stuff like 9-7 suited, 8-6 suited, 7-5 suited, 6-5 suited, 6-4 suited, 5-4 suited, and 5-3 suited. All of which, 30 big blinds deep, you do not get to play. Notice though, however, we are still playing most of the high cards. We're playing almost the same amount of high cards, 30 big blinds deep, compared to 80 big blinds deep, and that's because high cards make top pair. Top pair is good. When you make top pair, you just easily get your money in 30 big blinds deep, which is not necessarily the case when you're playing 80 big blinds deep, right? Like imagine someone raises and you call with King Jack offsuit. Your scenario is so much easier when you flop top pair 30 big blinds deep compared to 80 because you just make top pair and don't fold. Life is easy. But it's very important to note, what I really want you to focus on is the suited connected hands go way, way, way down in value as you get shallower and shallower stacked. Okay? So that is it. Those are 3 mechanics to master pre-flop play. To recap, position is everything. You want to play way more hands when you're in position compared to when you're out position. And you need to be pretty tight from early position because you're taking your hand against everybody else's hand at the table. Next, you want to use linear and polarized 3-betting strategies logically. You want to be using linear strategies when you're going to get called often, especially by weaker stuff. And you want to be using polarized strategies when your opponents will usually 4-bet or fold. And finally, high cards are vital when you are playing shallow stacked. You have to stop playing speculative hands and start looking to make more top pair that is good enough to get your money in when you are short.
Today, let's discuss the very important topic that many players mess up on a regular basis. It is, when should you defend your blinds when someone raises? And today, we're going to be discussing specifically big blind play. First, you have to understand that you are going to lose money in the big blind. And you're going to find that even the best players in the world lose money in the big blind. That's because you have to put in money without seeing your cards from out of position. It's not a good place to be in. But you're going to find that on average, the best players lose a small fraction of their big blind, whereas the worst players lose almost their entire big blind on average. And your goal here is to simply mitigate these losses. Because imagine if on average you pay little to no money from the blinds because you play really, really well, it's almost like you don't have to pay the blinds. And if you don't have to pay the blinds, well, your win rate is going to be fantastic because the small blind and the big blind are the 2 spots where you are going to lose money in No Limit Hold'em. Small stakes players usually make massive mistakes from the big blind. Many small stakes players fold way too often whenever someone raises. They think that they're just supposed to play good cards. And very often they would be wrong. Other small stakes players think they're supposed to defend their big blind with any 2 cards. And they would also be very, very wrong. And if you can fix these leaks, you are going to increase your overall win rate by a lot. So let's discuss things that impact and affect how often you should defend your blind against a raise. First things first, the size of the raise you are facing is very, very important. As you're facing a smaller raise size, you should defend more often. Because think about it. Imagine someone raises to 2 big blinds. They raise the minimum. If it folds around to you in the big blind, you have to put in 1 big blind to try to win whatever's in the pot. That's going to be your opponent's raise, the small blind, your big blind, and if there's an ante in play, the ante as well. So you really don't have to realize all that much equity. But say someone raises to 6 big blinds before the flop, now you have to put in 5 big blinds more, which is a whole lot more than 1, right? So you're going to find that whenever your opponents raise small, you should defend quite often. But when they raise gigantic, you actually should be pretty tight. Also, the range that you're facing heavily affects your defending strategy. When you are facing a player who raises with a whole lot of hands, you should defend substantially wider. Like imagine it folds to the player on the button, and you know they raise any 2 cards on the button when it folds to them. You should actually defend quite wide. But if you're facing a tight player from early position who raises, their range is quite strong, and you actually should not defend very often at all. So as their range is wider, you should defend more often. As they're tighter, you should defend less often. Also, your pot odds, which are heavily impacted by whether or not there is an ante in play. As you're getting better pot odds, because there's more money in the pot, you should defend with a wider range. So you're going to find that in cash games with no ante, you should defend tighter compared to a tournament with an ante. Also, you're going to find that very often in a cash game, rake is taken out of each pot, whereas in a tournament, it is not. So you may find that in a cash game, if someone raises to 3 big blinds and it folds around to you in the big blind, if you call, the pot will be 6.5 big blinds, maybe minus 1 big blind for some big rake, as a lot of cash games feature. So you're putting in 2 big blinds more to try to win 5.5 total.
But in a tournament facing a 3 big blind raise, you call. If there's an ante in play, now you're putting in 2 to win 7.5, right? So in a cash game, exact same scenario. Someone raises 3 big blinds and it folds to you. You're putting in 2 to win 5.5, whereas in a tournament, you're putting in 2 to win 7.5. So essentially, you're getting substantially better pot odds when there's an ante in play and there's no rake in the game. As the rake is lower, you should defend more. Also, 2 things your opponents probably don't consider, and you may not consider, is that as your stack depth gets deeper, you should defend less often. And that's because you're going to drastically under-realize your equity. We'll discuss this point in a bit. And also, as you are more multi-way, you should also defend less often. These 2 points, stack depth and multi-way play, are something a lot of people mess up on a regular basis. So let's take a look at these 2 things in depth. Hi there, Sharks. Sorry to so rudely interrupt this video, but I wanted to pause the video so that you could take a screenshot of this slide so that you have it to reference later. Remember that if you keep all of these things in mind, you're going to be playing the big blind better than 99% of the players out there, and that is a whole lot of players. Oh, and if you're enjoying this video, please do hit the like and subscribe button below to get lots more free poker coaching content. As you are deeper, you should defend less often. Here we have 3 charts. 60 big blinds, 30 big blinds, and 15 big blinds. Big blind versus a low jack raise. Low jack is under the gun, 6-handed, so middle position at a full table. 60 big blinds deep, you should re-raise with these hands in red, usually to about the size of the pot or a little bit more. So if your opponent raises, let's say, 2.2 big blinds and it folds around to you, you should re-raise to something like 8, let's say. With the hands in red, you're calling the hands in green and you're folding the hands in blue. With the 30 big blind chart, you're re-raising non-all-in with the hands in light red and you're going all in with the hands in dark red, still calling green, folding blue. And 15 big blinds deep, you're shoving all in with the hands in red and calling the hands in green and folding blue. As you can see, the blue portion, the hands you're folding, make up a larger percentage of your entire range as you're deeper stacked, right? For example, we see Jack 6 offsuit calls 15 big blinds deep, but it's an easy fold over here, 60 big blinds deep. And that's because you're going to under-realize your equity, which means, say you do call a raise with Jack 6 offsuit, 15 big blinds deep. If it comes Jack 7-3, and you only have 15 big blinds, you're happy just putting your money in with your top pair bad kicker. But 60 big blinds deep, if you check and your opponent bets, if you raise and get a whole lot of action, you don't actually love your hand, which is not good. But also, if you check and call, there's going to be a lot of runouts that are not good for your hand, right? Any overcard on the turn is going to be quite bad. Or say you have Jack 6 and it comes 7-6-2. 15 big blinds, you're getting it in. 60 big blinds deep, not so much, right? So as you are shallower and shallower stacked, you actually get to defend your big blind more often. Because if you make anything decent, you can just pop your money in. One thing I also want to point out here is a lot of people think you cannot call a raise when you're 15 big blinds deep. They think you have to go all in or fold. They've made the blunder of studying shove or fold charts only, but calling is an option. The reason calling is an option is because you're putting in 1 big blind or 1.2 big blinds, whatever it is, to try to win the pot that's going to be 7.5 big blinds or whatever it is, 7 big blinds, 6.5 big blinds. When you're putting in 1 to try to win 4, 5, 6, 7 big blinds, you get to stick around very, very wide. Because if you miss the flop, you just lose 1 big blind. And if you connect well enough with it, you're always happy getting it in, and you're going to realize your equity very, very well. So as you are deeper stacked, you need to defend less often. And if we were facing a bigger raise size, you would defend even less often, primarily folding out even more of the offsuit hands. You're going to find the offsuit hands are the ones that fold the majority of the time, where suited hands very often do call and see the flop. Now let's discuss when you are multi-way. Here we're looking at some charts that may surprise you. 60 big blinds versus a cutoff raise. So that means cutoff raises, button folds, small blind folds. We're in the big blind. Here's what we should do. Re-raise small. Well, re-raise not all in with the hands in red, roughly the size of the pot. Call hands in green, fold hands in blue. Same thing we saw earlier. But big blind versus a cutoff raise and a button call. Now you're going to see re-raise not all in with the hands in light red. You're supposed to shove it all in for 60 big blinds with the hands in dark red. And you're supposed to fold the hands in blue. And here we have big blind versus a cutoff raise, button call, and small blind call. And same story. Re-raise, not all in with the hands in light red, all in with the hands in dark red, call green, fold blue. So notice that as more players call before the flop, you should fold more of these primarily offsuit hands. Ace-6 should fold versus a cutoff raise, a button call, and a small blind call. A lot of people think, why would you ever fold there? You're getting amazing pot odds. Again, you are going to have gigantic reverse implied odds, and you're going to realize your equity very, very poorly. Also, as more people see the flop, all of these hands in this blue vicinity here are very likely to be dominated. Heads up, it's just way less likely you're dominated by one player. So, heads up, you get to defend substantially wider, right? Something a lot of people mess up. They think as more people call, they should call even wider, but that is not true. Even though you're getting better pot odds, you're going to have gigantic reverse implied odds, meaning when you hit your hand with a hand like ace-6, let's say you make top pair, it's really, really likely you're beat. So you have to be very cautious. One thing I do want to point out here is that also when you are facing a raise and a call, this button call is going to be very weak. Usually it does not contain any of the best hands. Also, when you're in the big blind facing a cutoff raise and a button and small blind call, same story. Button and small blind usually are going to be very weak. And that allows you to make a big all-in. If you've studied my GTO charts at PokerCoaching.com and in the Poker Coaching app, you know that 40 big blinds deep or so, when someone raises, there certainly are hands you want to be shoving with from out of position. Usually a lot of the good, strong, big cards. Same story here, except for now the pot is bigger, but the caller is going to be very unprotected. And that allows you to rip it in with these hands in dark red. You may say, but you're not ripping it in with aces, kings, queens, and jacks. Doesn't that make your all-in kind of weak? Not really. You're going to find that ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, 10s, 9s, these good, strong, big suited cards are very, very good hands to shove it all in. And I mean, I would tell you to take screenshots of these because this scenario comes up a lot. And as you get shallower and shallower, the all-in range just expands a little bit, but it's still a relatively similar strategy. So you're going to find 60 big blinds deep. You do need to start developing an all-in range against a raise and a call and a call, because you're just going to realize your equity kind of poorly from out of position. Whereas when you shove it all in, it's very, very profitable, and the callers are going to be incredibly unprotected there. I mean, ask yourself, someone raises, you call, playing 60 big blinds deep, big blind shoves all in, what are you calling with? You don't have aces, kings, queens, and ace king, because you would have 3-bet them pre-flop. You really want to call it off for 60 big blinds with a hand like ace queen? It's like, not really. That's going to be one of the best hands in your range. You really want to call it off with 9s or 8s? Not really. So it's a scenario where the callers are going to be very, very dead, and that allows you to rip it all in with some hands. Okay? Let's discuss two main factors when 3-betting from the big blind. When you're deep stacked, you're going to find that you want to use a more linear 3-betting strategy. And a linear 3-betting strategy is a range comprised of your best hands that flop pretty well, your high equity hands. But when you're shallow stacked, you want to use a much more polarized strategy. And this is going to be a range comprised of your best hands for value and relatively weak hands that are not quite good enough to call with as a bluff, without a whole lot of medium strength hands to 3-bet. And the reason for this is because when you are deeper stacked, your opponent's going to call in position a decent amount of the time. Because they're getting some pot odds, they're in position, they're going to realize their equity relatively well, so you want to make sure your hand has good post-flop playability. But when you are shallower stacked, your opponent just can't call with their speculative hands because they're not getting very good implied odds. Let me give you an example here. Here we are, 100 big blinds deep, big blind versus a button raise, compared to 40 big blinds deep, big blind versus button raise. So 100 big blinds deep, we are 3-betting the hands in dark red to a little bit more than the size of the pot. 40 big blinds deep, we are 3-betting the hands in light red to a little bit more than the size of the pot, and we're shoving the hands in dark red. So let's take a look at the 3-betting range 100 big blinds deep. It's all the best hands, which are in both ranges, right? 10s and better, ace 10 suited and better, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, stuff like that. But then this is where the chart starts to differ substantially. Notice that the 3-bet bluffs, let's say, although they're not really bluffs, they're value bets to some extent, are going to be all of these strong suited hands and suited aces, 100 big blinds deep, plus just a few blocker bluffs with the ace X and king X, right? So all the best hands and a whole lot of strong suited hands and suited connectors. 40 big blinds deep, though, look at where the bluffs come from. They come from 10 high, jack high, queen high, king high, and ace high. A whole lot of blocker nonsense hands with you calling all of the suited connected hands instead. And this is why it's important that you don't just follow one very static chart. A lot of people think, all right, in the big blind, I do this when someone raises, ignoring stack depth to some extent. And that is a gigantic blunder. These charts, by the way, are in the Poker Coaching app. Make sure you check it out at pokercoaching.com. Get it on your phone. So anyway, to recap, things that should affect how often you defend your big blind: the raise size, the range you're facing, the pot odds you're getting, whether or not there's a rake involved, your stack depth, and if it is more and more multi-way. And again, big takeaways from here: as you are deeper stacked, you should defend less often. And as it is more multi-way, you should also defend less often, usually folding out a lot of the junky offsuit hands.